Okay, so in another few minutes, we'll get started. We are just waiting for our panelists, all of them to arrive. I think Director Finance Sale has not arrived yet. So waiting for Director Finance Sale to arrive, Mr. Tulsian. Few minutes. Michael, you have the front row. Your name is right on top. Can you see that? Right on top. So you should be right in the front. Yeah, absolutely. Next to Mr. Kumarasan. Okay. I think Director Finance Sale has arrived. Mr. Tulsian, Director Finance Sale. Chairman has specially nominated him, and he is the one who signed the contract with Michael yesterday. So Michael, your good friend, Mr. Tulsian is also here. So we'll get started in a few minutes. Who else is missing from? Okay, let me just check once again. Mr. Rathod is here. Mr. Sridhar is here. Mr. Goyal is here. Mr. Kumarasan is here. Mr. Sanjay Singh is here. Okay, instead of Mr. Panwar, it will be Massimiliano Zampa, Deputy CTO, who will be addressing. Mr. Banerjee is also here. Mr. Francois David Martino is here. Okay, there. So the boss is at the back, the second row. Yeah, great. So Mr. Navneet Singh right in front here. Rajesh or Pablo? I cannot. Pablo, are you here? Okay, so Pablo is not here so far. And Manish is, of course, here. From Timken, I understand Mr. Aditya Roy would be speaking. Director Marketing and Sales, Timken, are you here? No. Okay, so we have Mr. Rathod, Mr. Verma, Sridhar, and we have 5 minutes. Okay, so in the next 5 minutes, we'll get going. Ankit, can I have you on stage, please? Yeah, Ankit, may I have you on stage? It's a pleasure for me to introduce you to my son, Ankit. He's a data scientist. He did his master's from Otto von Guericke University in Magdeburg, Germany. Thereafter, right now, he is with Siemens, as you call it in German, Siemens. And he is the one who's going to introduce you to the MC for the day. And he will greet all of us this morning. Over to you, Ankit.
Thank you, everyone. And it feels really great to be here. As my father also mentioned, I live in Germany now, and I'm coming back after about 3.5 years. So it feels great. I see a lot of familiar faces here, a lot of new ones as well. And I also see a lot of energy in the crowd. So looking forward to today's conference. And the topic today, Initiative Towards Decarbonization, it's a really important one when it comes to talking about a sustainable future for the steel industry. So without further ado, I would request the MC to please introduce the topic shortly, and then we will call the panelists on stage. Thank you so much.
A very good morning, gentlemen. Really sorry, I am not properly dressed because I'm running a little late due to the Mumbai traffic here. Extremely sorry for that. And once again, a very good morning to each and everyone present here. It's my honor and privilege to welcome each one of you to today's conference, Vision 2047, 500 MTPA steel production, an initiative towards decarbonization in the Indian steel industry. So Gentlemen, as we mark this important moment in our journey, we reflect on the ambitious vision for India outlined by our Honorable Prime Minister to transform India into a developed, sustainable, and inclusive economy by 2047, the year when we're going to celebrate 100 years of independence. At the heart of this transformation lies our steel industry, which aims to triple its production capacity from 161 MTPA to 500 MTPA by 2047, while embracing sustainable and energy efficient technologies. A central theme of today's discussion is decarbonization, an urgent priority for the global steel industry and a critical goal for India as it strives to balance economic growth with environmental sustainability. India has already made significant progress, reducing its emission intensity from 3.1 tons of carbon dioxide per ton of crude steel in 2005 to 2.50 tons per ton of crude steel currently. Our country is now aiming to further reduce this to 2.25 tons per ton by the financial year 29, with even stricter targets for 2047. These initiatives align with India's commitment to achieve net zero by 2070 and meet 50% of energy needs through renewable sources by 2030. So today's event focuses on how we can achieve these goals by adopting non-fossil fuels, leveraging energy-efficient technologies, and driving innovation across the steel industry. It is also an opportunity to discuss the growth prospects of the sector, supported by improved domestic iron ore availability, enhanced geological surveys, and bold policy reforms. The targets set under the new steel policy 2017, such as reaching 300 MTPA by 2030, are stepping stones towards realizing Vision 2047. Gentlemen, we will explore not only the technological advancements, but also the policy measures, investments, and collaborations needed to shape a green, inclusive, and globally competitive steel industry. On behalf of Steel and Metallurgy, a monthly publication dedicated to the steel and metals industry for the past 26 years, and the organizers of today's event, I extend a warm welcome to all of you present here once again. And we are honored to have some of the brightest minds in the industry with us today to lead these important conversations. So, gentlemen, let's begin. And to set the stage for today's discussion, let me introduce our esteemed panelists who bring a wealth of knowledge and experience to this conference. Our very first panelist for today, Mr. Yogesh Mandani, with a huge round of applause, President AIIFA Sustainable Steel Manufacturers Association and President Steel. All right, with a huge round of applause, Amarendu Prakash, Chairman, Steel Authority of India Limited. I think he'll join us on Zoom here. Can we have a round of applause, please? All right, and next do we have Gajra?
Since Chairman Sale will be addressing virtually, ministry meeting is there, that's why he could not make it. So he has been very kind, Chairman has been very kind to request Director of Finance, Mr. Tulsian, to be here. May I request Sale DF to please come and take the dais? DF Sale, Mr. Tulsian, Director of Finance, has been kind enough. I'm really grateful to him that he's been kind enough to join us. Mr. Tulsian, please come and join us here. You're right in front. Yeah, may I now request someone I treat as my guru and someone whom I respect a lot, Mr. Sanjay Singh, former Secretary Steel and presently Director External Relations and Strategy at JSPL.
Mr. Sanjay Singh, Director Strategy and External Relations, Jindal Steel and Power Limited and former Secretary Steel, Government of India, with a huge round of applause. Next.
Thank you.
Tell me the name, who's next?
Yeah, so next will be Mr. Gajraj Singh Rathod.
All right, next is Mr. Gajraj Singh Rathod with a huge round of applause, whole-time Director and COO JSW Steel Limited.
Yeah, Mr. Rathod is someone, again, I have a lot of regard because he is one person who has actually risen from the ranks. You know, if you call someone rising from the ranks, it's a perfect example of in an organization how one becomes CEO of all the plants by virtue of starting his career from a modest beginning here in Mumbai. It was Vasant or Tarapore? Vasant. Okay. So a great achievement for Mr. Rathore, because he has literally grown in the organization. And today, as you know, JSW Steel is the largest producer in this country. And Mr. Rathore has helped in that growth. And, you know, I always keep saying the spirit of Sajanji is indomitable. I mean, no one can match the spirit of Mr. Sajan Jindal in this country. He always feels that the DNA should remain aggressive, and that's what made JSW what it is today. So,
can we once again have a big round of applause for Mr. Rathore, please? Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Next.
I would like to next invite Mr. R.V. Sridhar.
All right, with a big round of applause, Mr. R.V. Sridhar, CEO, Downstream Business, Jindal Steel and Power Limited. Would you like to speak a few words?
Yeah, Mr. Sridhar again has been a very good friend for since his days in SR Steel and then AMNS. He was the CEO of the coating unit of AMNS, and before that in SR. So my relationship with him goes back to the days when he was in SR Steel. A wonderful gentleman, I would say a sound person when it comes to anything in coating and coated lines business of steel industry. So I have learned a lot. I used to go and go to him to hear his presentations at the Pune facility of previously SR and then ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel. May I now request Mr. R.K. Goel, Managing Director of Kalyani Steels Limited, to come and take the dais, please. Next is again someone who's very close to my heart, Mr. Kumaresan, Executive Vice President and Head of Minerals and Metals Strategic Business Group, Larsen & Toubro. If you have attended my earlier conference, he has always been there with us. So I'm blessed to have his support and guidance for a long, long time. Great to have Mr. Kumaresan on board. Mr. Panwar, Managing Director, Danelli India, has not been able to make it. So instead of him, my good friend, Mr. Massimiliano Zampa, Deputy CEO of Danelli Centrovet, will be addressing us. Again, a good friend. Mr. Arunava Banerjee, COO, Chief Operating Officer of Primetals Technologies. May I request Mr. Banerjee to come and take the dais? Again, I've been very fortunate to, get all the attention I wanted, all the support I wanted from Primetals through him. So my relationship with Primetals grew over time only because of the efforts of Mr. Arunava Banerjee. Really grateful to you, sir. I would now like to invite, again, someone very close to my heart, Mr. Navneet Singh, Managing Director, Jogiji DG. His sons are also here with him today. I happen to be there at his 3 workshops in Faridabad very recently, and I was impressed what Atmanirbhar Bharat can do. As an Indian company for manufacturing, cold rolling and processing lines, he has achieved quite a lot, and I was impressed with the growth he has achieved over a short period of time, being so-called first generation, I would say, entrepreneur in this industry. So it was his first generation effort, initially in Tanzania, where he worked, And then he brought the entire setup in India, put up 3 workshops, which I visited. And I was touched by his wonderful hospitality when I visited him in Faridabad recently. Thank you so much for all your support, for your family support, your sons. So thank you, Navneet ji, for all your support. May I now request Mr. Just a second, from FIVS, anyone is here? FIVS? Anyone from FIVS is here? No one from FIVS is here?
No, not
okay.
in the.
Okay.
Not in the
So we call upon Mr. Francois David Martino, the big boss, CEO of John Cockerill Industry and chairman of John Cockerill India. Michael insisted that, you know, he takes a backstage, and we put Francois David Martino on the front stage. I had to keep his request, but you know, Michael is the one I interact with on a day-to-day basis. So that way, thank you so much for being with us today. And it was the insistence of Michael that, you know, I wanted you to be here because Michael wanted so. Thank you so much, Michael, for wanting your chairman to be here with us today. So with that, we'll now move on to our next stage. Anyone from FIVS is here? No. So one seat is left out. Okay, fair enough. So, gentlemen, may I request our anchor for the day to take over for the lighting of the lamp for the national anthem. May I request her to come and take over? Okay, so Ankit takes over.
So the anchor, she's just away. She will be back in a few minutes. So I will request all the dignitaries on the dais to please step forward for the lighting of the lamp. Yes.
Yeah, just after the light. Can we have Chairman Sale on the screen, please, in the meantime?
He's joining. He's joining.
Yeah.
या कुन्देन्दुतुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्कर प्रभृतिभिः देवै सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती.
My apologies for missing out one name from the inaugural session. We also have Mr. Aditya Roy, Director, Marketing and Sales, Timken India Limited. Mr. Aditya Roy, are you there? My apologies, sir. Okay. So I would request everyone now to please rise for the national anthem.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem.
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you. Jai. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You know, there was a tagline by SAIL. Tulsianji, I'm sure, remembers. Har ek kaam desh ke naam. That was SAIL's tagline. And in fact, SAIL, not only as a steelmaker of the nation, but as a proud entity of Government of India and as a Maharatna of Ministry of Steel, I think they have contributed a lot towards nation building. The other steel makers like Tata Steel have also contributed, JSW, JSPL. I think the steel makers during the period of COVID, you have seen they have contributed immensely towards the nation building at large to take care of the hospitals. The oxygen was supplied by the steel industry. In fact, I remember clearly that the steel industry had to take the blame that because of the oxygen in the steel industry, people were getting infected. So I had arranged a special webinar with all doctors of AIIMS who vehemently protested. They said the oxygen we have in our steel plants are of 99.9% purity. There can be no contamination from steel industry oxygen at any case. So having said that, we have chosen a topic which Chairman Sale says when Chairman Sale was last there in the World Steel Association annual meeting. He said that there was more of green steel than people sitting there perhaps wearing green. So which means that green steel or to talk about green steel is not just fashionable, it's a necessity today. And you know how much we are likely to suffer because of the carbon border adjustment mechanism or CBAM. I'm sure all of us are aware that the energy crisis which has hit the entire Europe. My son who lives in Germany tells me every other day the country is dying because of the energy costs. So it is time for us to have a look at how effectively we can manage our energy costs, whether it is reducing our coke rate, whether it is specific consumption of energy. Wherever we can, we should go beyond the benchmark. That should be our target. And I shared with Rathorji, I shared with Mr. Massimiliano Zampa that traditionally we were made to believe that decarbonization can only happen in DRI-AF route. But I am a lover of BF-BOF route. I love blast furnaces. Someone like me who loves the blast furnaces will always feel the need to ensure that our BFs are decarbonized. How effectively you could do that? I'm sure Mr. Goel will also highlight that issue, because if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Goel also supports the BF-BOF route. Sir, am I right or against? Okay. It is just a thought that many of us who believe that this is the right route for us. May I have Chairman Sale on screen, please? He is not joined? Can you check with Amit? Just check with Amit. Pradipto, just check with Amit because Chairman Sale between 10 and 10:15 you are supposed to join. Okay, we have also taken a decision today to honor a few individuals here on the dais. Mr. Shyam Sundar Beriwala. When I started my magazine Steel and Metallurgy way back in 1998, the first support I received was from Manishji's father, Shyam Sundar Beriwala ji. And without his blessings, Steel and Metallurgy would not be standing on its feet after 26 years. So as a mark of respect to this great soul, Mr. Shyam Sundar Beriwala, I am sure all of you have seen the Shyam Steel campaign with Virat Kohli and Anushka, which is very, very popular in this country. So Shyam Steel has grown over the years, more than 77 decades. It has contributed towards nation building. And to honor this great individual whom we lost recently, we have instituted an annual award, Shyam Sundar Beriwala Memorial Award, which his able son, Mr. Manish Beriwala, will be handing over today. So to begin with, may I request Ankit to, can you come over and just try and see if Chairman Sale has joined because, okay. Good morning, Amarenduji.
Good morning and hi to all.
Great to have you, Amarenduji, on board. And really grateful that in spite of having such a busy schedule, you agreed to join us. And if we all know you are not just a good Chairman Sale, but you are a wonderful human being. Those who have interacted with you for quite some time know how wonderful a human being you are. So my regards to you and special thanks for all in spite of having a meeting with the ministry, you decided to join us today. Really grateful. And as you know, we have decided to felicitate you today for your excellent contribution to this industry. You know, SAIL over the years has, and in this decarbonization drive, SAIL, Michael is here. Michael will also speak today, and he'll tell you SAIL has just yesterday SAIL signed a MOU with John Cockerill for green steel technology. And today our topic is decarbonization. In fact, what we have decided to discuss is it a myth or reality? So over to you, Chairman, sir. Mr. Amarendu Prakash will address us, and then we'll have his felicitation where Mr. Tulsian, Director of Finance, will receive the award on his behalf. Thank you so much. Over to you, Mr. Amarendu Prakash, Chairman, Steel Authority of India Limited, who is perhaps going to be the longest serving chairman of SAIL in his history. He is there for 7 more years till 2030. So a big round of applause for Chairman SAIL. Over to you, Amarenduji.
Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee. Very good morning to everybody present on the venue there. My apologies for not being present there, though I had planned it, but some exigency forced me to not be there physically. That's my loss completely. It's great to have so many people with so much experience in the steel industry getting together there in that hall. All the wisdom, all the experience there is only going to help not just India, but the global steel industry in charting a way forward. As we all know, steel industry today faces a challenge, which probably it has not faced in last 100 years. In last 100 years, the whole steel industry and steel making process has been a very smooth and streamlined one. Different technologies have come; those have got integrated into the steel making process. But today we face a completely new challenge. With the climate change taking over the minds and policies of every country in the world, and which is a real challenge. Decarbonization and expansion, doing both together, is a challenge which the steel industry has probably faced for the first time in a century. Steelmakers are said to be tough people, and when the going gets tough, the tough get going, as the idiom goes. I'm confident that the wisdom in that room, the experience in that room, with so many dignitaries assembled there, are the right people to discuss these issues and find a way forward for India, for the steel industry, and for the world. It's my honor to be able to talk to you today. I will very briefly in a minute try to summarize what I feel the challenge is and what are the probable courses available to us. If I talk about India, India needs steel capacity build-up. We are at about 180 million ton per annum today, and we plan to go to 300 million ton per annum very quick time. And then the next target for 2047, as the country looks at, we want to be a developed nation. We have ambition of being a developed nation. And towards this developed nation target, steel cannot be excluded from that. Any country, as I often repeat, the ex-president of the US and the current president-elect of the US, Mr. Trump said, if there is no steel, there is no country. So that is the importance of steel industry in India today. We all are geared up to put up capacities and expand. But we need to intrinsically entwine decarbonization as a philosophy in our steel making business. There are various technologies which are getting developed. This is probably the most accelerated growth in technology development that we in steel industry have ever witnessed. The blast furnace technology was perfected over a long time. The DR technology was also established over a long time, and the steel industry takes time to establish technologies and perfect those. But today the call is accelerated R&D, accelerated adoption of technologies, which we all are looking at. That's one challenge. The second challenge that we face is capital generation, enough capital generation to not just take care of our expansion needs, putting up capacity, but also how do we select the best available technologies and how do we make sure that decarbonization is interwoven into our expansion plans. If we look at India's ambition of becoming a developed country today, probably even the definition of developing country is changing across the world. There was a time when developed countries were assessed by saying what is the per capita income of a country. That used to define a developed country. But as the world is becoming more complex and volatile, we all realize that countries today are developing and we need to see an inclusive growth in the countries. No part of the country gets left behind. It's not just a portion of the population gets too high income and so the average per capita income goes up and it can be sustained. We realize that sustainability is not just a climate goal, but sustainability is also a part of how do we build our society, how do we build our country, how do we build an equitable society. Our steel industry is poised to look at all these issues and work on all these issues. We face challenges of capital generation. We face challenges of how do we make the new technologies viable, economically viable. But then today I have been to Europe and other countries, discussed with so many of you. Yesterday we signed an MOU with John Cockrell, as Mr. Mukherjee mentioned. All of this collaboration, all of us joining hands together is the way forward. Whenever any industry or any society faces a challenge, I believe everybody coming together is the first step towards starting to solve problems. Today, the dialogues that we are having in terms of technology, in terms of collaboration, in terms of sharing our thoughts, is something that is going to hold us in good state and is going to help the steel industry going forward. Thank you so much. And over to you, Mr. Mukherjee. I don't think I should take too much time. There are so many dignified guests on the dais that I can see. All my best to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Amarendu ji. Really grateful. Aapka humility pe, sab pe, let us all be grateful to Chairman Sale being so humble a human being. Whenever I have met him, he comes up and holds my hand and said, "Aap kaise hain?" And look at the warmth you get from Chairman Sale. Those of you who know the status of Chairman Sale, he is additional secretary rank and of a Maharashtra company. But look at how down to earth Chairman Sale is. My real regards to one, and we are really blessed to have a chairman SAIL who will be there till 2030. So he will be the longest serving chairman of SAIL and history will remember him because he has risen from the ranks. Yesterday I met someone who said, I know Amarendu when he was just DGM. So he was, pretty old, well in his 70s, and everyone regards him as a wonderful soul. So once again, put your hands together for Mr. Amarendu Prakash, Chairman SAIL. And may I now request for the presentation of the bouquet after Amarendu ji, aapka bouquet main rakh leta hu on your behalf.
Thank you so much. Such an honor to be with you all today.
Thank you, Amarendu ji. Thank you. And when you become the president of IAM in a few years, I'm sure we will get a chance to see how wonderful a host SAIL can also be. So SAIL, whenever Kamlakar ji is here, who is ex-CEO of Durgapur Steel Plant, in fact, all the colleagues who have been with Mr. Prakash in SAIL, I'm sure will know how wonderful a chairman SAIL we have. And let's pray for his good health. Tulsian ji, we are also really grateful to you that you have made it here. May we have the presentation of the bouquet? First to COO, JSW Steel, Mr. Gajendra Singh Rathor. Again, a wonderful human being, a fitness freak. Look at how fit he is, which proves the Indian steel industry is fit and fine. His health proves the health of the Indian steel industry. Mr. Gajendra Singh Rathor. May we have the presentation of the bouquet to Mr. Gajendra Singh Rathor, COO, JSW Steel Limited. My son Ankit is going to present the bouquet to him. Yeah, Rathor sahab, idhar aa jaye, thoda idhar aa jaye, right in front. Yeah. So Ankit, my son is presenting the bouquet to Mr. Gajendra Singh Rathor. May I now request the bouquet for Mr. R.V. Sridhar, CEO, Downstream Business, Jindal Steel and Power Limited. Next, Mr. R.K. Goel, Managing Director, Kalyani Steels Limited. Thank you, Goel sahab. Next is Mr. Kumar Esan, Executive Vice President and Head Minerals and Metal Strategy, Larsen and Toubro. Thank you, Kumar Esan sahab. Mr. Sanjay Singh, Director, Strategy and External Relations, Jindal Steel and Power, and former Secretary, Steel, Government of India. Again, as I said, a wonderful human being. He comes from the MP cadre. And in one of the conversations I was having with the previous Minister of State for Steel, Mr. Phaggan Singh Kulaste, he was in all praises for Mr. Sanjay Singh and Madam, because Madam also belongs to the administrative service. And Mr. Phaggan Singh Kulaste told me, Madam has done tremendous amount of work towards health in the state of Madhya Pradesh. Okay, so thank you, Singh Saab, for being here with us. Next is Mr. Arunabu Banerjee, CEO, Prime Metals Technologies India Private Limited. Yeah. Next, Mr. Francois David Martino, CEO, John Cockerill Industry and Chairman of John Cockerill India. A big round of applause. Thank you, Mr. Martino. Next is Mr. Navneet Singh, Managing Director, Jogiji DG, a family friend again. If you really want to enjoy the Sardar hospitality, you should visit Jogiji DG once to see the kind of hospitality I enjoyed. Next, Pablo has just arrived. So Pablo, may I please request Pablo to just come up? Our good friend Pablo is also here. May I request Pablo to receive the bouquet from my son Ankit? Pablo Icuzia, Serrano is the Director Commercial of Calfreezer. And I always keep saying, whenever I have been in the company of my good friend Rajesh and Pablo, it's been wonderful to be with them. Again, in Zaragoza, where they come from, they're located, Calfreezer is located in Zaragoza in Spain. I had wonderful seafood. Next time I come, I want to enjoy the same seafood. Thank you so much. So now we have the presentation of the Chairman's Award, for which I would request Mr. Manish Beriwala. We come from the same college, St. Xavier's College, Calcutta. So we are alumni from the same college. So, and though he was junior to me in college, but we work together in this industry. May I request Mr. Manish Beriwala to present the SAIL Chairman's Award to Director Finance of SAIL. Mr. Tulsian will receive the award and the certificate on behalf of Chairman SAIL. Mr. Tulsian, Mr. Manish Beriwala, son of Mr. Shamsundar Beriwala.
He's also there.
Yeah, please, yeah, whoever from SAIL team, if you could come up to join Director of Finance SAIL to receive the award. Yeah, the entire SAIL team can come. There's no problem. We have enough space. Please come. I think we have 26 delegates from SAIL, if I'm not mistaken. All 26 are here? Mr. Manish Beriwala, please give Manishji a little space so that he can hand over the award. Manish. And may I request the girls to come up and, yeah. Yeah. See the spirit of SAIL. They want team SAIL to be together in success or failure. That's the spirit of a leader. Big round of applause for Chairman SAIL, Mr. Amarendu Prakash, the longest serving chairman of SAIL so far. May I, after the award, may I request Tulsianji to speak a few words, both about chairman, his chairman, and our chairman. Chairman SAIL is also our chairman. So may I request Tulsianji to speak a few words and how, as the Director of Finance, he has changed the finance of SAIL. Because, you know, SAIL is known for its respectability also. May I request Director of Finance to speak a few words. Please, Mr. Tulsianji.
Thank you very much. It's really an honor for the organization, the entire organization, that our chairman has got this award. And we are really proud of it. And coming to the SAIL as a whole, we are basically now going in for expansions up to 35 million ton. And a lot of resources will be required and good partners for the projects will be required. And we are really geared up for these expansions which are coming up. And I wish all of you all the very best for this conference and seminar. Thank you very much.
So finally, we have two more remaining panelists and we will present the bouquets. So next up is Mr. Aditya Roy, Director Marketing and Sales, Timken India. Can we have the bouquet, please?
Thank you, Mr. Roy. Actually, Mr. Kaul the managing director was supposed to be here. So he has nominated in his absence Mr. Aditya Roy, who's the director for marketing and sales, to be with us today. May I now also request Ankit, my son, to present a memento bouquet to Mr. Massimiliano Zampa, Deputy CTO, Danelli, Centrovet. Again, as someone, a good friend of mine, and I cannot forget the excellent hospitality I enjoyed from him when I was there in Italy a few months ago during Danelli Innovation meeting. The wonderful hospitality of the state of Friuli. Thank you so much, Mr. Zampa. And he was constantly standing at the pen. Yeah. Yeah. Mr. Mandhani was with us yesterday also. Mr. Yogesh Mandhani is president of All India Induction Furnace Association, which is now renamed as IFA, Sustainable Steel Manufacturers Association. As you know, almost 40% of our steel comes from the smaller players or the induction furnace units. Now, Mr. Mandhani represents the association of 1,800 producers who come from the small steel production segment or the induction furnace unit. May I request Jogesh Bhai? Jogesh Bhai, I'm really grateful to you. You were there with us yesterday also. And he is the president also of Maharashtra Steel Rolling Association, Maharashtra Steel Mills Association. So he's, Jogesh Bhai, please come up for the welcome address. And before that, my son would like to present you a bouquet. And then the welcome address will be given by Mr. Yogesh Mandhani, President, IFA, Sustainable Steel Manufacturers Association. First, a presentation of the bouquet. Thank you, Ankit. Yogesh Bhai, now it is your turn. The floor is yours. I know you had certain issues that we need to work together. You know, during his last conference at SteelX, Secretary Steel mentioned that I have a delegation coming from each association, each one claiming the other, opposite to what the other one wants. If someone wants duty to be imposed, the other one says don't impose the duty. So how does Sanjay Singh ji was Secretary Steel? I don't know how he managed to keep everyone happy at the same time, all the associations in the national interest. So Jogesh Bhai, I would request you to put in your thoughts how we can bring this entire industry together. You know, Manish ji knows that I have been always campaigning that the ministry has issued a circular long back that you cannot call anyone secondary or primary. Whether you are a large player or small player, you cannot be called a primary or a secondary player. Jogesh Bhai, your thoughts on this, please come up. Yeah, or you want to sit there? The choice is yours.
Good morning to all. As well said by Nirmala ji, I represent an association which was formerly called as a secondary steel association in India. Way back there was a classification, and then after the certain period, the technology and the quality of the steel what we produce has abolished this classification, and now we are a steel making with a standard of BIS standard. Though we are spread pan-India, and we produce almost like 51 to 52% of the steel which is produced in India. The graph of this production moves as and when the capacities of the so-called main producers or so-called secondary producers moves ahead. But the best part in this decade, what we are really observing and witnessing is that a net zero carbon emission. The production of the steel with a net zero carbon or near to zero carbon emission has been given an edge and importance globally. The sector is very promising, and our doing this practice of net zero carbon since from decades. The raw material what we use is a recycled material, which is a need of our that everything, whatever is produced has to be recycled, and every material has its age. So we are a promising sector wherein we use a recycling steel, so-called scrap, not only from the indigenous collection, but also the global collection. India being one of the biggest importer of the scrap, we are able to get this scrap, recycle it, and produce a quality steel with a latest technologies available, and we are being recognized globally and also by the consumers. Now, the challenges what we are facing or we all are facing in today's market is about the marketplace. Our market is very sensitive. The demand, though India being a progressive nation and the infrastructure growth is going higher and higher, but globally there are challenges and we are facing a lot of pressure of imports wherein the pricing is affecting. So this effect of this price is slowing down our aim of being a net zero carbon. So decarbonization mission is being the necessity. It is not a choice, but it's a necessity. But the challenges of the pricing is making it difficult and it's getting prolonged. We, with all this forum, urge to the government to think over it. Today's prospect and the aim is we should get a very good marketplace. Once the marketplace is there, definitely the capacities will be increased. The production whichever we produce we have a good market and good consumption. So the achievement of getting a 300 million tons production by 2030 or 500 million tons of 2047 is yes possible, but there needs to be a market. So at this forum, since everything is going to be live and recorded, so with the gentlemen sitting over here from all the steel world and even the L&T people like having a greatest consumption in the Indian industry, I would request that unless and until we get a level playing field as a market, all the things comes then secondary. So with this welcome note, I would urge everyone to join hands, not only being a main producers or so-called secondary producers. So now we all are a smart producers. So let all these smart producers come together, urge to the government for a better level playing field by getting a good market, and the things will follow for the decarbonization, for the sustainability and the net zero carbon. Thank you.
Thank you, Jogesh Bhai, for bringing in the entire industry together. In fact, you represent 1,800 small producers in this country. And to reach our target of 500 million tons by 2047, we need not just JSW, JSPL, SAIL, Tata Steel, AMNS, and RINL, but we also need every player. I wouldn't place Kalyani in the small group. Kalyani would come in the middle segment. So we need the support of each and every stakeholder. A lot of refractory producers, Kushalji is here from Sarvesh, Sanadda is here from RHI, the entire RHI team is here. I can see a lot of stakeholders from John Cockerill, who are the title sponsors today. John Cockerill insisted, Michael told me, I will, and he was the first one to say that I will become the title sponsor. Well, and the next to confirm was Navneet ji, who said, okay, Yogi ji is title, we'll go for the next one. So I'm really grateful to all our sponsors today, in fact. In fact, if you see the list of sponsors, it was not something which I had anticipated at any point of time. Right from SAIL, JSW, JSPL, everyone agreed to come forward. So I'm really grateful to all the producers for their support. Tata Steel came up with 26 delegates. I'm really grateful to Tata Steel as well. SAIL came up with equal number. So the participation from all the producers has been wonderful and excellent, which was beyond my imagination. So thanks to everyone. And for me, on a personal front, it's a special occasion because my son is in India after 3.5 years, and he is here on the dais, living in Germany for almost 5 years now. He is more of a German than an Indian, but like Michael, he is Indian at heart. He wears the Indian flag. So thank you everyone for making this event so special, because Metec, as you know, is a worldwide brand. Metec is the only show which happens every 4 years in Dusseldorf, where the world of steel industry is there. Sajan Jindal, Ratan Jindal, Mr. Rathod, during the last Metec, he came to my booth. He sat in my booth. I'm really grateful to Rathod sahab whenever he keeps saying, "आप हमको हमेशा ड्यूटी पे लगा देते हो." मैं कहाँ प्लांट में जा रहा था, आप लगा दिया मुझे यहाँ पर. So on his way to Jharsuguda, he drops in Calcutta to address my conference. So I'm grateful to you, Rathod ji, for all that you have done over the years. In fact, 2 years ago, Rathod ji was on the same platform here. He was addressing us. And that time I remember he said, China will come down to 850 million tons. So I hope that prediction comes, and it's almost happening. We will see China coming down, India going up on the ladder. Yogesh keeps saying that we will be number one. And I still firmly believe we will overtake China. China will come down and we will overtake them. That's for sure. So I will begin with Rathod ji, because without him, we will not have the essence of the conference going. Rathod ji, I would request you can sit and talk. You don't need to come up to the podium. May I request Rathod ji to give his opening remarks and how we see the decarbonization journey. Is it really a myth or a reality? Are we dependent on green hydrogen costs to come down to below $2 per ton to survive, or can we find alternate ways? Rathod ji, over to you.
Yeah, good morning all. No, I would say it is neither a myth or nor a reality in a near term, because it cannot happen. I mean, the whole world is still struggling to define what is green steel for so many years. People are now have started calling it, let's say, low carbon emission steel. So, that's the definition. People are switching over from green to low carbon. So, no, like the India, which is in a growing mode, if I just quote some number, if you remember when Japanese economy was growing, or a Chinese or a Korean economies were growing, they were growing at the rate of 1.5 times of GDP. If you look at India's steel consumption for last 3 or 4 years, it's almost 1.8 times of GDP. So the real growth time, the market is there. The only thing is that how we, make utilize of this. And unfortunately, when China grew, if you remember this monopoly rule, China adopted only in 2008, whereas India adopted this rule in 2003, much before China, went for this. The only problem here is that our growth story is coming at a difficult time. China, if you look at China, makes 54% of emission in terms of CO2. We are very, very low. If you look at steel industry within China, steel industry produces 18% of emission. Indian steel industry is close to 12%. We are still lower. But the unfortunate part is that our growth story is coming at a difficult time. We have challenge in terms of technology. We have challenge in terms of commercial viability. We have challenge in terms of sustainability. I would say that being a golden decade for steel industry, we cannot miss this bus. We have to find ways and way out. As Mr. Amrendu, steel chairman, said that steel people are tough people, and when the toughness comes, we become more tough and face those reality and come out as a winner. So I would say that we have to balance between the carbon, low carbon sustainability in terms of reducing the CO2 reduction, but at the same time, not compromising with growth. Our consumptions are close to 13 to 14% year on year. So I would say that, I'm from a company where we have largest facility of converter and blast furnace route. And if you look at 12 to 13% consumption, I would say that means we need almost 15 to 20 million ton of steel every year. And I don't think we can add those kind of steel through scrap route or DRI route or this route or any other route. Today, if you look at blast furnace converter, which is almost 46% of the share of business in terms of 136 million ton, which we consumed last year, we will cross 150 million ton this year. And this is going to probably touch 60% by 2030, because most of the facilities are going to come converter blast furnace route. But only thing is that we have to be more smarter. Rightly said by him that we need to be more smart, that how we reduce these emissions within blast furnace. There are a lot of options available today. You increase the scrap, you do beneficiation, you go for EV, renewable energy, which can bring down your CO2 consumption by 400 kg to 500 kg, depending upon which technology you are in. So I would say it is neither a myth nor in reality in the near terms, but we all have to work together to find and encash the current intervention which are available. We have to exploit them and keep working for the technology which are there for future. We have to invest on them so that we can encash that and look for a breakthrough technology finally, which will help us to become a carbon neutral by country has declared 2070, but JSW Steel have declared as 2050. We should be able to achieve. I do not see any doubt on that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Rathorji. You are positive and at the same time cautious, which is so very important. We cannot afford to, let it go and be overconfident about ourselves. So we have to understand the challenges we have. As you know, last few months have been a big challenge in terms of, the imports we had from countries, not just China, but countries like Korea, Vietnam, and basically these have mostly been in the flat segment. The imports threat that we face is more of in the flats than in the long segment, where import from third-party countries like Korea, Japan, Vietnam have also been a threat, not just China alone. So, Government of India, Ministry of Steel, Ministry of Commerce will have to take a step. And with that, on the policy making part and our journey towards green steel, may I request Mr. Sanjay Singh, former Secretary Steel and now Director External Relations and Strategy at JSPL, to put in his thoughts on our decarbonization journey, since the last COP29 failed. The discussion failed and there was no positive outcome. Sanjay ji, would you like to take up from there? You want to come here?
Thank you, Nirmala ji. Namaskar, ladies and gentlemen, and eminent panelists on the dais. In fact, Amrendu ji right in the beginning has set the tone of this conference. The two buzzwords which are also evident here. That is production of 500 million tons with decarbonization. As Rathorji mentioned, in the medium term, the route of steel making in India is going to be primarily blast furnace. and it'll go up, would go up to the 60% of the entire share. And in the long run, it'll come down. I mean, that's what the forecast is. And eventually it would stabilize around 50%. This 500 million ton, somebody was asking me, why 500 million ton? In fact, as was mentioned by Samarenduji also, we are on the path of becoming a developed nation. Our size of economy is going to double in next 5 to 6 years. I'm talking about 2030. We are going to be 7 trillion economy, which is roughly double. For that, infrastructure, kind of infrastructure, which is required for us to go into the higher orbit, that will have to be put in place. And that infrastructure primarily comes from government spending. And government has been spending on infrastructure very, very sizable amount. I mean, as one of the forecasts had suggested that by 2030, we are going to spend 140 lakh crore on infrastructure. This year's budget, it was around 12 lakh crore. And government purchases 40% of the, or rather government consumes through all its schemes and projects, 40% of the steel produced in India. So we require, for the growth of the country, for the growth of the economy, to go on producing at this level. But the problem lies where? It's like decarbonization, how it's going to be possible. Decarbonization is not an option anymore. And whatever action, activity in the steel sector we are taking, that has to be taken against a backdrop of that we have to decarbonize. And if it is going to be blast furnace route, options are few right now. They would increase in time to come. Why I'm saying this, that's not an option. I mean, I would like to highlight and press upon everybody. Recently, COP29 got over at Baku, Azerbaijan. On the very first day, World Meteorological Organization came out with a report. It mentioned that 1.54 degrees centigrade has been the average rise in temperature from January to September, and over the pre-industrial threshold benchmark which was set. What is so significant about 1.54 degrees centigrade? It goes above the Paris Accord. Actually, I was wondering throughout the year, so why there have been so many catastrophic environmental events during the year? Like all of us know about Saudi Arabia, 1,300 people died because of intense heat. Delhi witnessed 52 degrees centigrade of temperature. We saw in the monsoon where there used to be rain and floods, and there were droughts. Rajasthan had a lot of floods. So this is the shifting. I mean, in fact, my wife was in Korea 2 days back, and there it was a very severe blizzard, snow blizzard, which happened. Everything came to standstill, no flights and nothing like that. So she was stranded there. So I mean, these things are happening because of climate change. So whatever we do, this is very, very important, that a very, very thoughtful, meticulous strategy has to be devised to decarbonize. And Government of India is doing several things. And definitely, I mean, a lot of things have been raised. Since having spent around 36 years in the government, I'll say from what all is happening there, what all is a thinking. For green steel or low emission steel to really pick up, it has to be priced at the same level as the brown steel. How is it possible? Green steel price has to come down because of incentives, subsidies, and the brown steel price has to go up because of the carbon taxes and carbon markets and so on. And what Government of India has done, and basically it all will boil down to 3 things. There will have to be regulation, R&D and technology, and incentives. These three things together can really give a push to green steel production. And what government is doing, we all know towards green hydrogen what the government is doing. 5 green hydrogen mission has been set up by Government of India. Then Indian carbon market has been set up by Government of India. And Ministry of Steel has started a couple of projects where on green hydrogen. And all the steel maker, they are individually also, I mean, they are setting up facilities for production of green hydrogen. For instance, I know about Jindal Steel. We are in the process of setting up of 4,500 ton of capacity of green hydrogen, and which would be used, 5% of it would be used in to replace syngas. So these are the kind of measures which are being used, and everybody is spending in renewable energy. And definitely, if green hydrogen is required, and which is going to make a tremendous difference to DRI-EAF route, I mean, then RE is very important, because 65% of the cost of green hydrogen comes from RE. So, that's what the dynamics are. So, but government of India is giving a lot of push towards renewable energy also. And so with these kind of levers in being placed, so I'm pretty certain that in time to come, we will be able to achieve both these things, whether in just 500 million tons with low emission steel, and in time to come, maybe the least emission steel we would be able to make. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Singh Saab. You know, when a bureaucrat talks, it's generally beating around the bush, people say. But Singh Saab has always remained candid on all issues pertaining to decarbonization. Particularly, he has been very strong in this segment. He has put in a lot of efforts. He's done a lot of homework. Even when he was Secretary of Steel, he pushed this issue very hard. Now, let us take another perspective from JSPL itself. We took the macro approach. Now, the CEO of Downstream, so please come, Sridharji. Mr. Sridhar, again, someone I have known for more than 2 decades, will be able to throw some light on what issues the decarbonization faces and how effectively we could use the energy resources effectively, because he is handling the the brownfield part of downstream expansion. So over to you, Sridharji.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks, Mr. Nirmalia, to have invited me here. Today, the carbon intensity is about 2.6 tons for every ton of steel which has been produced, of carbon dioxide which is generated. Now, in the net zero situation, we have to bring it down to 0.4. That's a big target. And then there is a phase. Right now, progress as usual, if it were to go like this, it will come down, 2.6 will come down to 2 and maybe there and so on and so forth. But if we are going towards hydrogen economy, which would mean that 30% of whatever we produce should be through the hydrogen route, green hydrogen route, and 10% through the carbon capture. So that will reduce the carbon intensity to around 1 ton of carbon dioxide per every ton of steel. But again, that's not important. In the net zero condition, which all of us are aiming for, we have to bring it down to 0.4, which would mean that the green hydrogen should go up to 60% and 23% of all production should go through the carbon capture route. So 83% of all the steel which we produce must be through either green hydrogen or through this carbon capture route. Now let's look at what are the things which can help us do this. Normally the DRI-EAF route will produce about carbon intensity will be about 1.67 tons of carbon dioxide per every ton of steel. Now, can we make this more effective? Maybe change the shafts and use natural gas. If we were to use the natural gas in the DRI-EAF route, it will bring down to about 1.3 tons of carbon dioxide. The carbon intensity comes down. And if we were to use biomethane, it will come down further to 1.2 or something. But these are all tinkering it. Now, what is the revolution which we can bring in DRI-EAF route? Mainly green hydrogen. Green hydrogen produced to the renewable energy route. Now, this will bring down the carbon intensity to almost less than 1. And if you are going to couple it with carbon capture and storage, it will come down to 0.4. Now, this is the holy grail of steelmaking. Let's move towards DRI-EF route through the green hydrogen and carbon capture. Now, this is one such. Then, of course, there is another point that we can look at electrolysis, like iron is extracted, aluminum is extracted to the electrolysis route, carbon smelting, aluminum smelting. Similarly, can we do it with steel? So this is a pilot. Now, if electrolysis route requires 1600 degrees centigrade, so a lot of electricity, again, through the green route. So this is one way. Then the other way is oxygen decoupled electrolysis, where you can bring down 1600 to 110 degrees, but it will be through the acidic environment and all. Then again, alkaline, bring it down to 60 degrees. So the different types of electrolysis are there. Now, this is one area where the government of India must give a push so that, we concentrate on reducing the carbon intensity. Apart from this, there are also some very interesting things, pilot projects which have been done, like using sodium, heating it up to, what you call as alkali metal looping, take it up to 300 or 400 degrees centigrade and bring down the carbon intensity. So these are various techniques which we should use. But for all this to succeed, this right now commercial maturity of green hydrogen, which is expected to be between 2030 to 2050, must be advanced. Before 2030, we need to have commercial maturity of green hydrogen. Also, commercial maturity of carbon capture. Also, commercial maturity of another sort of technology, which we call it the smelter reduction, which Tata Steel in Netherlands, IJmuiden plant uses what is called Hisarna process. That is, they have this cyclone converter furnace, which melts the iron oxide and then takes it through an SP, which is called the smelter reduction vessel. Now, this brings down drastically the carbon intensity. Coupled with carbon storage, it can bring down to 0.4. Now, this is another interesting technology which has already been tried out, which we can be looking at. So all these must have commercial maturity before 2030. Then only we can make green steel a reality and not a myth. Then again, the cost of hydrogen. If the cost of hydrogen, it is estimated as we go, at the current level of things, by 2030 should be slightly about $3 per kg. But the challenge is to bring it down to $1 or less than that per kg. If that happens, the cost of green steel, which right now is at $115 extra per ton compared to normal steel, can be brought down at par or maybe even below that. So this is another challenge. One is to have all these technologies mature before 2030, and then again, to have this commercial viability where green hydrogen cost comes down to less than $1. So these are some of the things the future technologies. What about the current, what we have, all these blast furnaces and all that? Can we make efficiency into this? Right now, blast furnace routes produces 2.6 kg carbon intensity, 2.6 per every ton of steel. Now, what is called as best available technologies? Can we have heat recovery? Can we have better iron ore? A good source of iron ore. In fact, 2/3 of the world's iron ore is considered unusable if you go through the DRI route and all that. So if you can improve through beneficiation, through multiple refinement and all that iron ore, that can also bring down the carbon intensity. Of course, heat recovery. And then again, the pellets which we use should have less basicity and more silica content. So these are some of the things which we can do to bring down the carbon intensity of the blast furnace to less than maybe 1.5 or something. And then carbon capture can bring it down even closer to 0.6. Apart from all this, what is readily available is the scrap EAF route. That is the carbon intensity is 0.5. So steel plants must have scrap collections and you use more of scrap. So this also brings down. Well, these are some of my thoughts which I wanted to share with you. There are also some very interesting technologies which have been tried out. I'm sure all of you must have heard of perovskite crystals. What happens is in blast furnace route, what does the reduction? It is the carbon monoxide. What we use as a coke converts into carbon monoxide and carbon monoxide reduces steel. So can we eliminate coke? Use carbon monoxide instead. So what happens is there are certain crystals, which is called a perovskite crystals, which absorb one atom of, from carbon dioxide, absorb one atom of oxygen. So carbon dioxide becomes carbon monoxide. This is then injected into in the ore to reduce. And whatever perovskite crystals which absorbs oxygen is taken to another chamber and nitrogen is put into it and it releases oxygen once again. What it absorbs releases it. And this oxygen goes into BO of root to produce steel and all that. So this is another interesting technology which is being looked at. And there are a lot of interesting startups which have come, like, for example, green hydrogen steel in Sweden, hybrid in Sweden, Blaster in Norway. Then we have this Gravit High in France. All these must be taken to its logical fruition, logical conclusion. Perhaps then we can see that green steel is a reality and not a myth. Thank you.
Wonderful. Am I audible? Am I audible? Okay. Yeah. So thank you, Sridharji. I thought Sridharji, being the CEO of the downstream expansion of JSPL, he'll talk about only downstream. But he spoke about the entire process chain, right from DRI down to finishing lines. So I think, your approach is also a holistic view of how effectively we can jump towards our drive and giving various alternatives. When electrolysis is still too expensive, we have other options in hand as well. And JSPL is a concrete example where Angul actually started off with the CGP, coal gasification plant. Initially, they had teething issues, but I think that is the way forward towards producing hydrogen using coal gasification. Mithileshwar is there, so I'm sure he's from the other side. He was originally in Daneli, and then he came over to JSPL, like you, Rajesh. So similarly, Rajesh started his career with Sham Steel, Manishji's company. And then Rajesh moved on to Fifth Group, and thereafter today he's the managing director of Kalfriza India. So Rajesh will also talk about energy management later. In the meantime, may I request Manishji to just say a few words, and then we will have the handing over of the, Shamsundar Bediya Memory Law. Just a few words from you, Manishji, because this is again a subject which you have spoken a lot about. So just Mr. Manish Beriwala is the director of Sham Steel.
Good morning. It's been an honor to be here among the August gathering, and today being the topic being the vision of 500 million ton of steel production by 2047. For this, we need a lot of infrastructure development. We know everybody has said a lot about infrastructure development. The government is going to spend almost 140 lakh crores of amount towards infrastructure spend. And this year being their budget is almost 11 lakh crores. And for this, they are doing a lot of spendings towards roadways, towards railways, towards all-round development of infrastructure. Besides this, we need a lot of skilled manpower to increase the production. Similarly, in steel production as well as infrastructure development, we need a lot of contractors. L&T is already there, but besides L&T, we need a lot of skilled contractors to carry out the infrastructure development, and also so that the steel consumption can be increased on those infrastructure development. Besides government spending, we need a lot of private investments also in the consumption of steel, so that a lot of infrastructure development can be done by private industries. Currently, there are a lot of companies in India who are investing privately so that the infrastructure development can be done, like in solar power, in green power, in railways, in ports, in shippings. A lot of private investments is also coming up. And we see a lot of great opportunity in India so that the steel consumption and steel production can be increased. So from my, that's an important issue. And further for that, we need a lot of banking and government infusion of funds. Currently, we can increase our production, we can increase our infrastructure development, but what about the funds? Where will the money come from? Currently, there's a lot of demand of steel, but the problem is that there is no funds. Maybe the government is not releasing too much of funds, or the banking is also not releasing too much of funds. So for that, the investment, the money has to come up so that the consumption as well as infrastructure spending can be done. That's it. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Manishji, Manishji, you have to stay on the dais for a few minutes because you will have to present the awards, Shamsundar Beriwala Memorial Award, to all the dignitaries who are here with us today. Now, there is a little alteration because for Yogi ji DG, instead of Navneet ji, Tripathi ji will be getting the award. And in terms of Kalfriza award, it will go to Rajesh instead of Pablo. So people on the ground are the ones we have chosen. We have chosen the ones who work on the ground, not just the bosses. Now, I'm not saying Michael is not a boss, but he is more on the ground than being a boss. So with that, I'll hand over the podium to our MC for the day, and she will announce the awards. Manishji, please stay back to present the awards and the certificate and a scarf to all our dignitaries. Thank you. Please come.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nirmalia. All right, once again, hello to everyone. And it's now time to recognize some individuals who we call as champions of the steel industry, who have helped us to bring vision to a reality. Ladies and gentlemen, success is not only about an individual's accomplishments, but also about the positive impact we have on our communities and the environment. And to present the award, I would like to invite on stage, I think we already have here, Mr. Manish Beriwala, Director, Sham Steel Industries. Can we have a big round of applause for him? All right, and to begin with the awards, and the very first award, with a big round of applause, I would like to call upon stage Shri Gajraj Singh Rathore, COO JSW Steel Limited, for excellence in expansion and modernization of plant operations. Once again, can we have a huge round of applause, please? Congratulations, Mr. Gajraj Singh Rathore. And next, I would like to congratulate Mr. R.V. Sridhar, President and CEO, Downstream Business, Jindal Steel and Power Limited, for outstanding contribution to execution of flat steel project and coated products at JSPL, with a big round of applause. Once again, many congratulations, Mr. R.V. Sridhar. All right, with a big round of applause. Next, I would like to call upon R.K. Goyal, Managing Director, Kalyani Steels Limited, for production of special steels, with a big round of applause, gentlemen. Once again, big congratulations, Mr. R.K. Goyal. And next award goes to Mr. T. Kumarasan, Vice President, Larsen and Toubro, for infrastructure support to Indian steel industry, with a big round of applause. Once again, congratulations, Mr. T. Kumarasan. And next award goes to Mr. Sanjay Singh, Director, Strategy and External Relations at Jindal Steel and Power and former Secretary, Steel to Government of India for its outstanding contribution to policy framework and creation of sustainable policy towards green steel production, with a big round of applause. Hey, congratulations, Mr. Sanjay Singh, once again. And the next award goes to Mr. G. Panwar, Managing Director and CEO, Denali India, for Outstanding Technology Provider for Full Liner Solutions, with a big round of applause. Mr. Messi Milano and Mr. Zamba will present the awards for this.
Okay.
Once again, congratulations. And the next award goes to Arunava Banerjee, Chief Operating Officer, Prime Metals Technologies India Private Limited, for Excellence in Green Steel Initiative, with a big round of applause. Can I hear some more claps from the audience, please? A little louder. Fantastic. Now I can see some positive energy. All right, and the next award goes to SK Tripathi, Director, Yogi G. Digi, for Innovation in Green Steel Processing Lines, with a big round of applause. Once again, many congratulations, Mr. SK Tripathi. And the next award goes to Mr. Rajesh Kumar, Managing Director, Talfriza India Private Limited, for Energy Saving in Recuperators, with a big round of applause, please. Can we please clap a little louder? Can I please hear it from all of you? Once again, many congratulations, Mr. Rajesh Kumar.
Rajesh, may I request you to speak a few words, because your journey began with Sham Steel. So there is a legacy you have personally with Sham Steel. So I would like you to.
Mr. Rajesh, we would like you to speak a few words, please, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm really overwhelmed today. This prestige given to me, I'm really emotional and proud as well. I started my journey long back in Siam Steel as assistant engineer. And I was given the responsibility to support the rolling mill operations. And the Siam Steel trusted me. They had given me opportunities to grow. And I have nothing to say more, but somewhere in my success, the seeds are shown long back in Siam Steel. I still found my roots somewhere in Siam Steel. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Manish.
We're glad
you,
you had a
Rajesh.
wonderful experience. Thank you so much, sir.
And Rajesh is more than a family member to me. My spouse knows his spouse knows. I play with his children. So it's more of a family between me and Rajesh. And it's been always like that. And whenever I am in Durgapur, invariably his children and wife make it a point to come and meet my wife, and we have dinner together. So thank you, Rajesh, for being a friend for such a long time. And I hope to see you grow more and more with Kalfriza reaching greater heights. Thank you, Rajesh.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rajesh. We are so glad to have such wonderful people in our family. Thank you once again. A big round of applause for sir. And the next award. Oh. And the next award goes to Mr. Michael Curtis, Managing Director and COO of John Cockerill India Limited, for his contribution towards flat steel processing lines, with a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Can we have a big round of applause once again? Many congratulations, Mr. Michael Curtis.
Michael, as we all know, it's a special occasion for you, not just to receive the award today, but to sign the MOU yesterday with SAIL. So it's a momentous occasion. I see you very happy. Yesterday also I saw you were very happy. So on this momentous occasion, where you have something to talk about, may I request you to speak a few words, and also about your contribution since
With a big round
took
of
over as
applause.
Managing Director and CEO of John Cockerill. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, over to you, sir.
Namaskar. Good morning, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed dignitaries on the dais. I'm really so grateful and humbled, Nirmalaji, for being here at this fantastic event. I think, you know, the number of persons that is standing here tells a lot, and you know, you are the one bringing this fraternity together. The Indian steel sector is undoubtedly scaling to new heights. It's really showcasing its potential and to achieve much more along the way. We are all aware the Indian government has called out the target of 300 million ton first by 2030, and then eventually 500 million ton. And all the companies are well aligning their expansion plans, of course. Now, I think we must congratulate the government of India for fostering supportive policies for this growth to happen, such as the PLI scheme, which undoubtedly creates investment, which creates job opportunities. We have also spoken about the growth of the infrastructure. 11 lakh crore, if I'm not mistaken, is the budget, and this infrastructure growth, of course, will result in additional demand for steel. Other demand growth will come from electric mobility, so also the growth in electric mobility is noteworthy. I think we are talking about significant additional EVs that are coming on stream by 2030. We as John Cockerill, we are, of course, enlightened to be part of this journey of the Indian steel industry. We are fully committed to supporting Bharat's growth story and ambitions, and partnering with all our esteemed customers here in India. We will have a few words later on by some colleagues about the technologies that will help to decarbonize the steel industry. But what is for sure is that India stands at a pivotal juncture in the steel industry, with the potential not only to strengthen its domestic steel manufacturing, but also to position itself as a global powerhouse in steel and in specialized steel products especially. So by leveraging the natural resources, by adopting innovative technologies, and by aligning with global sustainability goals, we are convinced that India can create a sustainable and competitive steel sector that will meet the demands of the rapidly evolving world economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. I'm a poor man, poor journalist, so I can only give you the Indian flag, which you must keep flying high.
That is my...
Thank you so much, Michael. Thank you, really honored. Take care. Thank you, and congratulations.
Thank you so much, Mr. Michael. Congratulations. And thank you so much for sharing your wonderful experience. And we all will look forward for a cleaner, greener, and sustainable environment. Now, Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to call upon the next awardee. And the next award goes to, with a big round of applause, Mr. Sanjay Cole, Director, Timken India Limited for Energy Efficiency in Bearing. Can we have a huge round of applause, please?
Yeah. So instead of Mr. Sanjay Kaul, Mr. Aditya Roy, Director Marketing and Sales, Timken India, is receiving the award because Mr. Kaul could not make it today.
Even though Mr. Cole is not here, can we please have a big round of applause for him? And also round of applause for Mr. Aditya Roy, Director, Marketing and Sales, Timken India, receiving the award on his behalf. Thank you so much. And a big congratulations to all the awardees. And it's now time, I think we'll continue with the panel discussion. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Over to you, Mr. Nirmal Mukherjee.
You know, when we used to go for movies earlier, we used to have something called an intermission or break. So this was just a break for your brains, because when the brain works too much, it needs a little rest. So this was a little rest for you to appreciate the work of all those, our leaders, who have contributed so much, putting this industry at the helm of, at the pinnacle of success. And as Rathorji mentioned, as Yogeshji always keeps saying, we always are going to be on the top. India is bound to be the steel hub of India, a steel hub of the world. We will be the largest steel producer because the future of steel lies in India. We will overtake China for sure and become number one. That's for sure. When it will come, maybe a question. But there is no second thoughts on the fact that we are not driven by external demand. We are driven by domestic demand. Keep that in mind. Our country survives on domestic demand. We don't have to depend on exports. So that's what gives us the edge. We are a country with, 1.4 billion people, 1.4 billion households. And our Honorable Prime Minister's dream of building house for everyone, providing electricity to every household, providing gas supply to every household. So with that, there is a huge pent-up demand which we need to cater to. And steel is the only commodity which can cater to that demand. The other day I met someone during the IIM ATM in Bangalore, Mr. Sajan Jindal's ATM, where one of the equipment manufacturers came and told me, no, I believe aluminum has a better future. I strongly disagree. I strongly believe the energy required to produce a ton of steel is much less than the energy required to produce a ton of aluminum. So steel is going to rule the world, and steel will be the material of choice for all of us in the days ahead. Having said that, I would now request, just after, we had the award ceremony, one of the persons who needs a special mention is someone who's been giving the infrastructure support and a lot of support to the steel industry. Larsen and Toubro, Mr. Kumaresan. Mr. Kumaresan, how can L&T contribute towards the decarbonization journey, if you could throw a little light on this?
Thanks, Nirmalita. Thank you for having me here. Eminent panelists who is on the dais and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, very warm good morning. Today's subject is that Vision 2047, 500 million ton steel, and also decarbonizing the steel industry. Both are two poles. I represent the consumer industry, and I come from Larsen and Toubro, having more than 33 years experience in the metal industry. L&T has been executing the maximum jobs of all these, some of the customers are here across India and also in the Middle East. First, let me talk about that decarbonization or sustainability, what L&D is doing. L&D is a $27 billion company. 35% of the business comes from green businesses. We are fully committed to make carbon neutrality and net zero water discharge by 2040. Having said that, all our factories and establishments are fully equipped with zero discharge, and also that we are extensively using non-conventional power. Now, decarbonization, my previous speaker spoke about a lot. Let me put up my views on decarbonization. Having worked in this metal industry, kudos to all the metal industry and especially steel producers. If you see that my previous speaker said that it is something around 2.4 to 2.45 metric ton of carbon dioxide that emission for every metric ton of steel produced. If you see 10 years before, it is in the range of 3 to 3.25. There were many tiny improvements which has made by the industry, which has given extraordinary result. Now, there is no free lunch. Somebody has to pay for it. If somebody has to move to that, non-conventional power, or that again that hydrogen infusing, everything comes with the cost. As you all know, cost of capital is very high in India. When somebody has to pay, the maximum consumption is happening in the construction sector, automobile, and white goods, and all other things. So you and me, somebody has to pay for the bill when you go for a purchasing of a house, or when you go on the road or whatever, it has to come. I have been discussing with that, one of the largest steel producer of India. When I asked about this subject, again, the decarbonization going through route of DRI and electric arc furnace, how do I collect that? Again, it's a circular economy. How do I collect that much scrap? So it's all the challenges. But if you see in the Middle East, we have been, Larsen & Toubro has been associated with many steel producers. We are seeing a good momentum there for a low carbon steel hub. It's going to emerge as a low carbon steel hub, especially in Oman, Saudi, and that UAE. Let me talk about my interesting subject of 500 million ton, by 2047. That means today the production has to be hovering around 150 million ton, has to go to, that means this industry has to grow more than 3 times in the next 23 years. Every reason is there to believe, yes, the 500 million ton, India is going to be the largest economy, and the Honorable Prime Minister plan for this NIP, a National Infrastructure Plan, wherein 111 lakh crore is to be spent in the next 5 to 6 years. But the reality is, how do I make a sustainable steel? Now, if you see that any blast furnace or BOF route, today that model which is coming is a 5 million ton model. Earlier it was 1, graduated to 3, and large producers go for 5 million ton. That means if I take even a 50% of the steel has to come from this BOF route, is maybe 30 furnaces has to be commissioned in the next 2 decades. It's a tall task. And also that if I take on the DRI route, some of the technologists are here, that that the standard model is 2.5 million ton. That means if the 30 furnaces are required, probably that double the time of DRI if 50% of the steel comes through that decarbonization route. Again, the steel making. Today we have graduated to 350 ton converter, but whereas that maximum capacity in EAF route is available is today is 180 ton. So all this complex, the good news is that for us, Larsen & Toubro being an EPC plant producer and plant builder and nation builder is a good news for us. A lot of job is with us. There are a lot of job is going to come. Some of my esteemed customers are here, that is Mr. Arthur and JSPL Star and all those things and all, because end of the day that we need to deliver those plants also on time, which is a great challenge for us. L&T consumes on an average of 6 million ton steel per annum across all the sectors. we are one of the largest consumer of steel. Having said that, to do this one, I have 2-3 points where that all the technologists and the steel producers are here. Probably today also, in a construction point of view, if you see, if somebody has to build a steel mill shop, we use 103 to 120 sections. 103 to 126, and whatever the plates available, every plate will be, designed to build a plant. Probably when you go to China, that, it's not more than 15 or 20. This needs a collaborative approach from the customer, EPC contractor like us, technologist and consultant. How do we standardize things? And second is, which you all know that, in India, labor has got a choice to choose its location. We have so much infrastructure work is happening. Most of the labor coming from that, the farm industry, and that we need to train them. And L&T is the pioneer in that. We have 8 construction skill training institutes across the country to train the workmen offline, and that, the classroom sections from there that we are bringing. But again, the challenge is the required the skill set, and we are joined with the Skill India program, and that is one of the biggest challenge, is how we will build a skilled workmen to do the job. And again, skilled engineers also is another challenge. So, having said that, we all at Larsen & Toubro, we are working very, 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 in advance. We have complete digitalized at our site. Our drawing room, that is, we have the state of art of that engineering softwares, wherein that complete 2D, 3D, 4D BIM model has been made to monitor the projects. And also that going forward, the modularization is going to be the key. The more work is taking away from the site, which is going to help us to reduce the workmen at site, which will improve the safety and quality at site. We are fully excited, and that, to see that we are fully excited and geared up to raise up the occasion to meet the challenges to implement 500 million ton steel in India by my esteemed customers. And once again, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kumarasanji. You've always been very, very vocal. And, for me, the customer is always the king. You are a customer of steel. You buy 6 million tons, you are king for us. Anyone who buys steel in this country is my lord, my king. So anyone who goes ahead and buys steel is actually doing me a favor, because that's what is going to be my advertising revenue for tomorrow. So I always keep in mind that every additional ton of steel that I can sell in this country, it goes towards my family. It goes towards the family of 1.4 billion people in this country, because it is a basic industry. Having said that, I would now request, in fact, Mr. David Martino has been waiting for a long time. So Mr. Francois David Martino, I would request him to take the green, because just after you, your Indian competitor, Mr. Navneet Singh, will talk about his green steel approach towards processing lines. So be careful, because you won't get a chance to counter him. He will get a chance of countering you. Over to you.
Thank you very much, and good morning, namaste all. So the green steel journey started 5-6 years ago worldwide, where everybody took consciousness about the climate change effects and consequences we were all living, and we still continue to live. And we even see amplification of all these disastrous events all around the world. But I have to say, 5-6 years later, the green steel approach worldwide is in crisis. It's in crisis because it's slowing down. It's not moving as fast as it should be, as we all hoped it would have been moving. And this slowdown, this bumpy road we are facing right now is because we are facing many challenges. And I would like to name 4 of these challenges. So there is today in the green steel industry an offer crisis. There is also a demand crisis. There is a technology crisis, and there is a political crisis. Starting with the offer crisis, we see that today the steel producers are facing many, many challenges. And I think all of you, especially the steel producers here present, knows that the steel price has never been that low since a long, long time. If you look at the prices in Europe right now, I think the prices have never been that low since 2008. We also have seen that the prices has dropped drastically, not only in India, but also in the US. And I will not name China because China is also one of the sources of why the prices are going down. A lot of material is flooding out of China and is destroying a lot of investment made in many, many countries. It's not the case in India, but there is really a need to wake up on that. On the offer challenge, we can also mention that India has a very, very strong challenge in growth with the 300 million tons in 2030 and 500 million tons in 2047. But at the same time, we ask to the steel industry not only to grow, but at the same time to be green. And this is a double challenge that no other continent has faced. We never asked Europe when they grow to be green. We didn't ask low carbon production to the Chinese when they grow in the last 20 years. And same in the US. So this is a double challenge that India has to face. And besides that, this is a heavy capital intensive industry. So there is a lot of money in the balance sheet of all the steel producers. Changing radically from blast furnace to green technology require a lot of capital investment, which not only private investors can sustain, but also government has to sustain too. And I will also name in terms of offer challenge that there is a strong belief in our industry that blast furnace is the best way to make steel because it's the cheapest way to make steel. We have not only to say that the steel producers are part of the problem or the challenge, but there is also a demand challenge. We didn't work enough in changing the mindset of people that they need to consume responsibly, that eventually a green steel product costs slightly more, that the government has to require us to regulate their investment and require low emission bridges, highways, buildings. These requirements needs to be formalized, needs to be part of the demand so that the offer can adapt and bring this green steel offer there. Consuming responsibly is not that costly. On a car, which has around about 970 kilograms of steel in average, it will cost only 1% more on a car. Who will not pay 1% more on a green car compared to a normal car? Who will not buy home appliances who cost 3% more because it's green instead of the today's price? So it's not something huge to overcome. We just need to take consciousness. In terms of technology, we have not brought the technology up to the level. We are all working intensively, all my partners and other companies in the technologies field. We are working on the upstream, we are working on the downstream, but we are not there where we should be. We are not offering to the steel producers technologies which allow them to produce green steel on a reasonable price, on a reasonable cost. We are working hard on that, but we are not there. I will finally mention the challenge on the political field. I think worldwide, we are in a leadership crisis. There is a leadership crisis in Europe. Nobody is really leading the way. There is a leadership everywhere in the world where we don't see policies really being efficient in terms of greenfield. Even Europe, who wanted to be on the leadership place, is not succeeding right now with the CBAM approach, is not succeeding with the subsidies approach. And we have seen that there have been a lot of, let's say, dark announcements in the last weeks in Europe regarding the steel industry. But there is a hope. There is a way out of this crisis, and crisis is usually a message that the external world is giving to you that you have to change something. And this hope, I believe, is here in India. We are in a country where there is a full consciousness community. There is a strong soul and spirit in India, which I never encountered in any other country. And I believe India can lead the way by adapting their offer. I have discussed with a lot of steel producers, and everybody is willing to go for the green steel journey. They need to have the right demand. If the government, who is requiring 50% of the steel consumption today, and we all know that we are in an infrastructure growth, if the government of India would specify that they want low carbon steel in their bridges, in their cars, in all the infrastructures we are building, we will have a strong demand on this one. If everybody would agree to consume responsibly, we will move forward much faster. In terms of technology, John Kirkwill, we are offering in the upstream and downstream not only disruptive technology, but game changer technology. Mr. Sridhar has mentioned very much in detail the electrolysis potential for iron making. We are, with our partner ArcelorMittal, at the edge of bringing our electrolysis technology to TRL7. And we expect next year to launch the construction of the first plant of electrolysis on the industrial scale. We will have a first range of 8,000 tons per year production, and we should reach 1 million ton very soon. So the first plates of iron out of electrolysis should come onto the market in 2027. Besides that, we also have breakthrough technology in the downstream with the jet vapor deposition, which is a completely new way to galvanize steel. It's a new way because the energy consumption of this line is 4 to 5 times less than a hot dip galvanized line. So you see, there is some hope, there is potential, and I think with a strong Indian leadership, this green transformation will happen here in India, and we are very glad and happy to be part of it. Thank you very much.
You know, your CEO in India, Michael, the first time he called me, he said, if you find my name too long, just call me Michael. So my only request is, instead of calling Francois, David, Martino, can I call you Francois? Okay, so I call it, makes life a lot easier for me. Thank you so much. So thank you, Francois, for a wonderful outline of the decarbonization initiative, and also what John Cockerell could take us forward to. Now, Navneet ji will take us through the journey. Incidentally, I just interviewed him very recently. I was there in Faridabad to do his interview. I interviewed his son, Asim Tripathi ji, the entire team of Yogi ji DG. So, in fact, he has a lot to declare today. So Navneet ji will talk about what plans he has in the long product. He's not moving out of the long product segment, but he's expanding his portfolio in the long product segment. So over to you, Navneet ji. Would you like to talk from here, or do you speak from there? Okay. So Navneet ji will perhaps make a big announcement on his next foray. Let's hear.
Thank you, Nirmalya ji. So I think I will stick to the topic today. A lot has been said. And as I see this challenge of 500 million tons of steel by 2047, with the decarbonization in the Indian steel industry, so it seems like a big mountain to be climbed. But as an engineer, I think we should take a simple approach, because I personally feel that simple things work simply better. So it is the awareness that we have to reduce the carbon emissions. I think that awareness will lead us to our goal. I think we need to track and process the energy data and other carbon emission factors and assign them to individual processes and products. I think that will lead us to lowering the carbon emissions in the industry. It is precisely what we have done on our cold mills. We have created an awareness to save water, to save energy, and which has led us to savings to the tune of 356 tons of carbon emissions on a reversing mill, which uses a motor power of 3000 kilowatt. And coming further, I would also like to focus on the designs. Design is not only about technology and the aesthetics. It is about the strategic integration of design into the manufacturing process. The equipment must be manufactured with efficiency, cost effectiveness, and high quality. Design orientation will significantly strengthen Make in India. By prioritizing design, Indian manufacturers can move up the supply chain and begin to create globally competitive products. I think this shift in the mind from Make in India to design and Make in India will be the key to unlock the nation's full manufacturing potential. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Next, I would like to invite Mr. R.K. Goyal, Managing Director, Kalyani Steels Limited, to please speak a few words. Thank you. Big round of applause, please.
Yeah.
I'll answer that. Good afternoon, everybody. My colleagues on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. Every country has a specific technology based on the situation in that country, particularly when we are talking about steel. The technology, the processes, what is good for US, what is good for Europe may not be good for India. Steel is a metal where we really need to minimize logistic cost. We really need to utilize local raw materials, whatever is available, and produce steel utilizing all the local resources rather than depending on imports. Let's look at various countries. Japan. They import almost, whether it is coking coal, whether it is iron ore, but they are able to survive till now, basically based on their quality and quality for certain applications. But you have seen that from 110, 115 million ton, today they are down to 70 million ton, and they are struggling hard. Similar thing for various other countries, like in US. They are blessed with both the things. They have iron ore, they have coking coal, and they have huge amount of scrap, because these are the countries, this is the country which was industrialized much before than any other country, and hence a lot of scrap is available. Next to that is Europe. When it comes to India, what we have? We basically have iron ore. Coking coal is imported by and large, almost 90%, and whatever little we use locally is not of that great quality. Scrap, we are able to produce only around 25 million ton locally, and balance whatever 7-8 million ton we have is imported. In India, we really developed a technology of manufacturing coal-based DRI, but then a greater portion of this coal is also imported. So if we analyze what is the best way for India, now this decarbonization, sustainability, green steel, these have created a big opportunity for India. Till now, we are importing coking coal, producing steel by BOF process. We are producing DRI by importing coal using local iron ore and then melting it in induction furnace or electric arc furnace. Now, instead of that, can we put our energies in a focused manner to develop a process by which we can produce steel utilizing local resources? To my understanding, JSPL tried to do a lot of things by producing syngas, using local coal, using syngas, producing DRI and steel. Now, can we develop a technology where reducing iron ore by something other than coke? Is there a possibility? Answer is yes. When we start looking for it, we will find ample opportunity. And one such thing which has come today is hydrogen. That is one of the things. It is not the only thing. Now, if we are able to produce hydrogen utilizing abundant RE available in the country, abundant sunlight available in the country, if we go east to west, almost for 14 hours a day, we have sun available. We have the largest coastal line where there are heavy winds and we can produce wind power. So utilizing this electricity, which is renewable, which is sustainable, and our iron ore, all our energies should go in that direction. And one such direction is manufacturing hydrogen from that, develop processes as fast as possible to reduce iron ore by hydrogen, and then in a electric arc furnace or submerged arc furnace, convert this DRI into steel. Now, this is the real technology for us. This is the real way for us, and this is the real future for us. Now, as somebody said rightly, it's a matter of time. Those who are generating large amount of CO2 in the process of manufacturing steel may have to pay some tariff, some increase in cost, and those who are able to reduce CO2 will get some advantage and a balance will occur. But the sooner we develop this process, which may be different than BOF, and start producing steel with this technology, that is the way we will go survive. That is the way we will become independent of other countries. Like how long we will depend on Australia? Tomorrow, the way geopolitical situation all over the world, there may be a situation we are not able to import coking coal from Australia or some other countries. Then what we will do? We will be forced to import steel. So it is another major sustainability issue, utilizing our local resources and produce steel rather than becoming dependent on all other countries. So the answer to BOF process or any other process is a methodology by which we can produce steel utilizing only local resources that will make us sustainable. That is, and in the process, maybe we are able to decarbonize, maybe we are not, but we will be able to decarbonize and we will be able to lead the world in producing low carbon emission steel. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Am I audible? Okay. Now, I have a big pleasure of having a big surprise for you this afternoon. As one of my mentors, my gurus, there are two managing directors of Tata Steel who are very close to my heart. My mentor, my guru, my philosopher. One was Mr. Muthuraman and the other is Mr. Nerurkar. I traveled with Mr. Muthuraman in Paris, World Steel Association, AGM. Mr. Nerurkar, the great thing about Mr. Nerurkar as the managing director of Tata Steel, whenever there was a Tata Steel press conference, the first thing he would say to mere paas baith. That was the first thing Mr. Nerurkar used to say as the managing director of Tata Steel for all his press conference. The moment I used to enter the press conference, first thing he would say, tu mere paas aake baith. So that is Mr. Hemant Nerurkar, ex-managing director Tata Steel and presently chairman of TRL Krosaki. I had time and again met him. My son knows him. We met at Metec in Germany last year. We were there together during the IRMA IREFCon couple of days back in Goa. So today it was a big surprise. And you know, when you meet your mentors, someone you know as a philosopher, as someone who has shown you a direction, and besides everything, a wonderful human being, someone whom I would say I place on a pedestal. So that's the gentleman who is among us today, Mr. Hemant Nerurkar, ex-managing director Tata Steel and chairman TRL Krosaki. May I request Mr. Nerurkar to come on the dais, and I request my son Ankit to present a bouquet and a memento to him, and request Mr. Nerurkar, because when you talk of decarbonization today, it was something which Tata Steel had envisaged during Mr. Nerurkar's time. It was more of a transition, Mr. Muthuraman to Mr. Nerurkar, when that transition really happened of the decarbonization drive. So Mr. Nerurkar will talk about decarbonization. And now that he also represents the refractory industry, the initiatives in the refractory industry is something which Mr. Nerurkar will surely highlight. May I request Mr. Nerurkar to come up on the dais, and my son Ankit will be happy to felicitate him. His great contribution to the steel industry is something which I'm sure the history of Tata Steel will always remember. Thank you, Mr. Nerurkar. The floor is yours. Sir, दो शब्द आपसे हो जाए. वो ले लेते हैं.
No, this is not a subject on which I am an expert or I am really out of touch with it. So I must really thank Nirmalya and his son for giving me this opportunity. More important, I can see all the dignitaries on the dais for whom you are going to hear them more rather than me. So let me wish this seminar all the best. And without wasting any more time, let us request the next speaker to be here. Thank you very much for the honor you have given. Thank you.
Yeah, can you get the girls to help Mr. Nerurkar?
All right, it's now time to continue with the panel discussion. And next, I would like to invite Mr. Navneet Singh, Managing Director, Yogiji Digi Private Limited, with a huge round of applause. All right, and the next is Arunava Banerjee, COO, Primetals Technology India Private Limited, with a huge round of applause, please.
So good afternoon to everybody. So I can see a big red screen here. Time is up. So I think we are quite delayed. But anyway, I mean, okay. Yeah, yes, I understand. So basically, you know, if I look upon the topic today, you know, myth or reality, green steel, this would become a reality for sure in the coming days. Right now, what we feel in Primetals, it is a stage of optimization. That means we are looking at. Yeah, please.
Since Mr. Manish Beriwala is leaving, sorry, Dada, to disturb you for a minute. Since Mr. Manish Beriwala is leaving, may I request Ankit to present a memento to Mr. Manish Beriwala, please.
With a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Manish Beriwala, Director, Sham Steel Industries. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your knowledge and your experience, bringing your knowledge and experience to this conference. Thank you, Mr. Ankit. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Rathod will also be leaving. So may I request Ankit to present the memento to Mr. Rathod? Mr. Gajrajit Rathod and Mr. Kumarasan, both will be leaving. No, that is the award. This is the memento. Mr. Gajraj Singh Rathod, Mr. Kumarasan, and Sridharji, you are also leaving? Okay, so Sridharji will also leaving. So 3 mementos.
With a huge round of applause, Mr. Gajraj Singh Rathod, Whole-Time Director and COO, JSW Steel Limited. And next to T. Kumarasan, Executive Vice President and Head of Minerals and Metals Strategic Business Group, Larsen and Turbo. And who's next?
And Mr. R.V. Sridhar, CEO, JSPL. Mr. R.V. Sridhar.
Mr. R.V. Sridhar, CEO, Downstream Business, Jindal Steel and Power Limited. Thank you so much, all the gentlemen, for sharing your knowledge and experience to this conference. Thank you so much for your valuable time as well.
Mr. R.K. Goel will also be leaving. So Mr. R.K. Goel, Managing Director, Kalyani Steels Limited. He will
And
also be
also
leaving.
have Mr. R.K. Goel, Managing Director, Kalyani Steels Limited. Can we please keep clapping? Please, can I get some energy in the audience, please? Thank you so much to all these esteemed panelists for bringing their knowledge and expertise to this conference. Thank you so much, all the gentlemen, for your valuable time.
Yeah, I have one request to make. Since quite a few of our dignitaries are leaving, may I request the dignitaries on the dais who are left, Pablo, Mr. Yogesh Mandhani, Sanjay Singh ji, Navneet ji, and Massimiliano Zampa, all of them to come and take the front row so that the speakers can speak one by one, because it doesn't look nice when half the chairs are empty. So let us make it more presentable by removing all the chairs and everyone take the front rows, please. Makes life more comfortable. Thank you so much. And as you know, we had an arrangement for 220, but our registration is 250 plus. So we are more than sold out. So let's go ahead, have the chairs removed. May I request the management to just remove the chairs so that the screen is visible, because I think Tim Ken will also be giving a presentation. So over to Orunavada. May I request you to come up, please?
What are we doing next?
Orunavada will speak, followed by Pablo.
All right. So next we would have Arunava Banerjee, COO, Primetals Technologies India Private Limited, to please speak next. And over to you, sir. Thank you so much.
So perhaps I have brought some chaos in the conference, yeah. Quite a disruptive anyway, I think, too many things have been spoken, and as time passes by, I don't think we need to elaborate too much on this. On the topic itself, whether this is a reality or a myth, we feel it will become a reality. We are in the process of, this is a work in progress. And currently, I think, this is in a phase of optimization. We get a lot of inquiries nowadays for process optimization in terms of automation, in terms of energy recovery, increasing energy efficiency, even emission control, which is so fundamental in nature. So I think these optimization progress can be considered as the first step of sort of green steel decarbonization, which is easily achievable. It doesn't require a lot of capex. It's what we call as low-hanging fruit, which can be done. In the next phase, I would say, parallelly, as technology providers, Primetals, also at Primetals, we are working very hard on carbon avoidance technologies, which is mainly how to replace carbon. We are in the field of, we have set up a pilot plant for using hydrogen for iron ore reduction, replacing carbon monoxide. And also, we are collaborating with POSCO for Hyrex. So there are processes and research and development which all technology providers are doing, and Primetals, we are also following up keenly, like Hyrex. And of course, with MHI being our main company, Primetals is a subsidiary of MHI, and MHI has a strong presence in the market in carbon capture. Yeah. So this is also will come in the future. At the same time, I think parallelly, there is no panelist now. So basically, there has to be an improvement in the eco-structure itself on how we produce hydrogen, low-cost hydrogen, how we enhance the capacity of renewable power, which is very relevant for India. I think power will be a key component for implementing green steel and decarbonization in the future. So in a nutshell, what we feel in Primetals, this optimization phase will continue, and this will overlap with carbon capture and utilization, which is more relevant for India. I don't think carbon capture itself alone is a very feasible, practical idea in India. So carbon capture and utilization and the carbon avoidance technologies. So all this put together, I think in the coming days, I don't foresee in the near future, but I think a decade, we will eventually reach there. We have to. And as it happens, also for the pollution control in India, I think the major catalyst would be the government rules, regulations, the nod and prod from the government in terms of regulations. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Mr. Banerjee. Next, I would like to call upon Mr. Pablo Serrano, Director Commercial, Calfrisa SAU, with a big round of applause, please.
Hello all. Thank you for giving us the opportunity for being here in India. Thank you for the steel producers. Thank you for Mr. Mukherjee to letting us the opportunity to present our company, our products, and focus on the Indian market. Thank you to all. Calfrisa is a Spanish company, European company that helps the steel producers on decarbonizing. We produce heat recuperators, which is a key element now for the decarbonizing into the steel production. So we enter into the Indian market long time ago, but we are watching this market growing in the past years, and we are very excited to be here. Going into the same direction that India, while producing the big amount of steel these years, and becoming the following leader after the next decades. We think that in Calfrisa, we have the I+D department, and we are going into the direction of helping and exploring the possibility of using alternative fuels into the production of the steel and into the cleaning gases devices of the industry. So it's very important for us to help the world into decarbonizing, eliminating the fuel and this kind of sorry, I have not prepared the meeting and the introduction. So just thank you for giving us the opportunity for being here, and we are very excited on the way of coming. Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee. So.
Thank you so much, sir. It's now time for a presentation wherein we are going to understand about Metec services and how they can help the industry. And for that, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Aditya Roy, Director, Marketing and Sales, Timken India Limited, with a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Light change. Okay. So, good morning, everybody. I'm Aditya Roy. I'm responsible for sales and marketing services. Which one? The green one? So once again, good morning, and I look after the sales and marketing for Timken in India. I'm based out of Delhi. Timken, as you know, we are a fundamentally manufacturer of power transmission products. Bearing is one primary one of them, and I'm going to touch about the decarb effort which we put in our organization, and from our side, what we do in terms of sustainability. So this is the founder of the Timken company, Mr. Henry Timken. And one of the statement, what is there, that we want to eliminate friction. This is one of the probably the biggest enemy of any rotating equipment, friction, which ultimately means torque, heat, and consumption of more energy. So our effort is to somehow work and reduce this friction. How we want to do it? In Timken, every functional department had got their KPI set for, in terms of being more sustainable, reduce footprints. And let me divide it into three buckets out there. First, in terms of Timken's sustainable products and what we give. So our product design people, what they're doing, making every step, to downsize the application, which means that the capacity of the bearing remains the same, the envelope comes down, ID, OD, and width. So you can imagine how much you save on steel content of that, because your sizes are reduced, your housings are reduced, and the bearing gets lesser in weight. So that is what is about, the sustainability. The second point out here is that we work on the envelope of the bearing or the geometry of the bearing to make sure that the torque reduction, that there is a torque reduction on the same envelope and you consume less power. On the second side, on the second bucket, we are talking about sustainable operation. Most of our plants have gone into the renewable energy. We are generating our own energy for our internal consumption. So that is something which we are very proud of, that we have 3 plants and most of them are into renewable energy. And the third thing is the sustainable industries, what we serve. In the sustainable industries, that is primarily we are serving into the wind energy, where what we are doing, we are making products on a most difficult application. Just imagine a turbine rotating at 500 RPM and it goes through the system and gives an output of 1400 RPM out there, 5 to 1400. The amount of torque which is required basically to flow through the system, it almost tears out the drivetrain or the gearbox which is out there. So the bearings are stiff enough, robust enough to handle that. So, I talked about power density solution. That's one of the efforts on the sustainability bucket, what we have done. Downsizing application. Another example, what we have given out there, for the Indian Railways, what we give the bearings for, for the freight cars as well as the Shatabdis and the Rajdhanis, where we changed the bearings. Envelope, Indian Railways did not have to change any of the system. We reduced the, the size of the bearing, having the same capacity, and there was so much of steel they have sent. And each of those freight cars, the payload capacity of the freight car went up by about 2 tons, in one given rake, basically because of that. So that's a substantial contribution through the change of the bearings. We call as the Gen 2 bearings, or the class 2 bearings, which is lesser in length. And that is why how the savings has been done through the power density concept. The second is a very important thing, bearing refurbishment in a backup roll or a work roll, whatever you are using, these bearings have got a life, say of 7 years on a cold rolling mill or a hot strip mill or a plate mill, which is out there. So in Jamshedpur, we have set the facility to make sure, that after 5 years, we do a repair and bring back the bearing to an equivalent life. So if it is 7 years, 2 years, we do the repair services out there. 5 years left, it's not 5 years, it is another 7 years out there. So we make sure that the fatigue life of the bearing goes up out there. So this is an effort which has been put, and imagine if you skip a cycle of a 1.5 ton backup roll bearing or a 2 tons plate mill bearing, in a one cycle, you save 1.5 tons of steel out there. So that's a lot of work towards decarbonization. So second part, what I just wanted to quickly touch about, I think it's, we have a paucity of time. So I'll quickly use our Metec service. What we do is that 24/7, we are there at the customer's premises. We has taken over their roll shops out there. In the roll shops, what we are doing essentially is that we are managing their roll shop. That means the chalk and roll assembly. It has often observed that the maintenance of the bearing or the use of the consumables, like one of the greatest example is how much grease you are using inside the bearing. So those bearings, if you put in pack up with extra grease, there is a drippage of those grease going into the emulsion, and a lot of work which has to be done. Basically, the consumption of the grease comes down, the emulsion quantity becomes better. So this is something what we monitor out there for the customers. One of the primary, the maintenance of the bearings, and we also enhance the bearing life. We are there at the customer 24/7. Second is that, and that's the concept of Metec. Second is that the bearing services, what we are doing, inspections, again, repair the bearing, small debris, indentations, we are repairing, enhancing the bearing life for the customer. And third is the service engineering, where we are doing a lot of, we're making sure that the bearing performance is getting monitored in terms of vibration, in terms of temperature, so that, there is no seizure, there is no downtime, and the mill runs all the time. So that's the concept of Metec, running a shop at the customer's premises 24/7. This is the journey what we have. We started with Tata Steel at the CRM cold rolling project of the Hitachi mill, which is out there. Today we have sites, about nine customers with 32 sites, where we are doing the services for the customers, all the major groups like JSW, JSPL, Tata Steel, AMNS, everybody is utilizing our service. And that's what innovation is all about. We probably in the industry, we are the late entrant out there in terms of our competition. But what we did was to understand the customer need, and we designed in a service that helps the customer maintain their products well, consume less, and thus probably put our small, commitment towards sustainability, because lesser bearing consumed mean lesser steel consumed. And, you are putting your efforts towards sustainability, reducing the carbon footprints. So that's my last slide. So this is what exactly all the buckets of Metec services, the on-site services, what we have. It starts with, effectively managing the inventory to zero downtime of the mill. We do all the jobs in this process, basically saving the customer for this, the roll shop activities, and make sure that there is a huge amount of gain in terms of reliability of the bearing performance, lesser consumption of bearings required to run your mills. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Roy.
Thank you so much, Mr. Aditya, for the wonderful presentation. And since Mr. Aditya has to head somewhere, so I think it's now time to present him a token of appreciation for sharing his wonderful knowledge with all of us. And to present the memento, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Ankit Mukherjee, Director, Business Strategy, Steel and Metallurgy, with a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Mr. Aditya, for sharing your knowledge and for your valuable time. Now I would like to call upon stage Mr. Nirmalya Mukherjee once again. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Roy. The bearings move our world. Without the bearings, our steel mills can get crippled in a day. And imagine the huge losses in case of a bearing damage. So I think protecting our bearings are as important as protecting our mills. So with that, I now come to a very important person today. We all know that Danelli, as we call them, one of the three big darlings, SMS, Danelli, Primetals. They're the three big darlings. Out of the three big darlings, Danelli of late has been performing exceedingly well. Mr. Zampa, where are you? Okay, Mr. Zampa is here. Okay, but before Mr. Zampa speaks, I have a big announcement to make. We are here to connect with Ms. Camilla Benedetti. Ms. Camilla Benedetti is the daughter of Mr. Gian Pietro Benedetti, who was the president and CEO of Danelli. As you know, last year he passed away. And his able daughter, Camilla,
Good
who is
morning.
also the chairperson of ABS, the steelmaking facility, very close to Bhutrio, where the headquarters is. So she is also the vice chairperson, vice chairwoman of Danelli Group, and one of the shareholders, major shareholders of Danelli Group. Camilla Benedetti is here with us, a wonderful lady. She is such a hospitable lady. When I met her and her husband, Robert, in the castle, when we had the DIM summit earlier this year, and I enjoyed the perfect Italian hospitality from the Danelli Group, with Ms. Camilla Benedetti spending time with us, her husband joining me for a long discussion, who is also a wonderful architect. He has done exceedingly well in designing a lot of the buildings there in and around the city of Udine. So Ms. Camilla Benedetti is live with us. and she will address us on the decarbonization drives and also talk about their own steel plant, ABS, which is a special steel producer. And as you know, they were the first to produce the 800 blooms. So, Camilla, buongiorno, how are you?
Buongiorno. Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee. I really appreciate it, and it was an honor to host you in Italy last May. So thank you very much for inviting me to this important moment. I'm really honored to be here in connection with you right now in this significant event in this significant country for the steel industry. Today I would like to share with you some insight and innovation of the Danieli Group on decarbonization. So I'm going to, illustrate the results that we are going to achieve, because we have been starting a journey and sparkling journey, because it's everything new, not only for us, but also for our customers, for our supplier. Today I'm representing ABS, which is the soul of steel making in Danieli Group. We have plant making division and steel making division. The Danieli Group is actually strongly committed to a sustainable steel industry decarbonization with new competitive, intelligent green metal technologies. Danieli plant making and clean steel production, ABS steel making. Being the Danieli team represented well today by Mr. Massimiliano Zampa, I will take the opportunity to share with you ABS vision and project for sustainable decarbonization. Just some few words to describe, to present you ABS. Is a special steel long products, European leading producer, producing 1.3 million tons per year, special steels, products from scrap, completely to the electric arc furnace, route filled with scrap. So from scrap to all the process we are following. The company portfolio include a wide range from 5 to 500 millimeters diameters finished products, such as ingots, blooms, rolled bar, rotoforge, wire rod and forged bars, and grinding balls, which is our last plant in activity from 1.5 years ago. So the ABS studies, design and manufactures special long steels for highly skilled sector for a wide range of advanced application, which of course regarding excellent quality and service performance. I just would like to give you some example of the sector we are part. Our customers are part. Aerospace, automotive, construction, energy, especially tooling and mechanical engineering sectors. This type of steel is custom made to meet specific technical requirements and is subject to strict quality control throughout all the production service. So ABS produce the steel, the special steel, as I told you before, with the electrical scrap cycle, with a carbon intensity of 0.44 tons CO2 per ton produced, which is 30% lower than the average total carbon intensity of a scrap EAF cycle of 0.51 ton CO2 per ton. The comparison is made taking in consideration both Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions for both cycles. Despite already operating via the most environment-friendly route of mini mill, we are committed as ABS team to further reduce the carbon intensity of 30% less. So from 0.436 to 0.3 0.05 tons CO2 tons produced by the end of 2030. How we are going to do this? Which is our journey? We have set a well-defined path, a schedule to reach this target and launch a 572 million euro investment program, which is foreseen in the next years. The first priority is reducing CO2 emission by increasing the efficiency of production plant, optimizing existing facilities, diversifying energy sources. And I just would like to share with you our most significant project, which is called the Danieli Digital Green Plant, a facility that combines the capability of producing decarbonized steel with competitive production. The Digital Green Plant solution will include the most advanced new green steel melt shop designed to ensure the maximum productivity, the maximum efficient. With the DigiMelter EcoPro, so continuous scrap charge and preheating. The plant will permit to achieve zero water discharge with total recovery of cooling water in this process and zero waste. So with a package that we called in Danieli the process waste completely recovery. So the facility will also include a single control room where every kind of people with different competencies along all the process, along the production, can follow and can govern it, can coordinate all the process from the beginning to the end. So a single unique control room. Of course, we are going to pay attention to the safety of the people, so 0 men on the floor, following the process by this single room. And the plant, the facility will also feature and fully enclose an automated digital furnace, which is driven by artificial intelligence and powered by Danieli's Q1 technology. Enable absoluting to reducing CO2 emission, to reducing also the energy consumption. So this is also some key process in order to reduce CO2 emission and of course use renewable energy. I just would like to underline that all this technology developed has been designed, first of all, to reduce cost, to be competitive, to make the process much more lean, reducing cost, optimizing cost, enhancing the competencies and new competencies for the people, for the future generation. And of course, on the other hand, as this technology driven for the decarbonization path. So both effect, economical sustainability and of course environment sustainability in the other hand. Then I just would like to share with you a second milestone, growing the circular economy with the supplier chain. Because we are committed to maximizing the valorization of all waste, because we produce, in our process, we produce waste and we are currently recover the 91% of the waste we generate. We recover 100% of the EAF slag, producing eco-gravel direct on the site. With this eco-gravel then is using as an industrial aggregate used for asphalt production and cement, so for civil and construction sector. We also recover 100% of the mill scale, which is reintegrated in the production cycles of household appliances. using scrap in all the other processes. So our ambition is to use every kind of waste that we are going to produce to be recovered and to optimize the cost and to use like circular economies. In the future, we are starting to implement carbon capture, use and storage technology, which is a system that captures the CO2 emission from the reheating furnace, exhaust of ABS, and uses together with a caustic soda to produce bicarbonate. ABS also would aim to develop plant intervention would be enabled to recovery up to 13,000 tons of CO2 per year. So from its rolling mill to produce solution of bicarbonate. And then I just would like to mention the third and last milestone, increasing the supply chain sustainability. What does it mean? Of course, our supply chain will be also involved in reducing the carbon intensity in transportation by increasing both inbound and outbound logistics with the rail transport. We have accounted, in the total of our flows moved, 42% we are using right now truck. And with the 65% of incoming scrap delivered to the plant by rail. So we aim to increase that at 70%. So removing more than 3,000 trucks from the roads. So with less emissions of CO2 and of course more safety in the roads in our nowadays life. So we strive to achieve all this thought, all this with and through our people, of course. Because we used to say that companies are made by people. And of course, people are the key of this process, of this new adventure. Because people in this decarbonization process and project and roadmap, we can say, will require new competencies, new skill, new way of working. And we are very committed to, revise what we do and how we do nowadays. And we are also investing education process in the sustainability topic, which is key to make a step forward. Our goal is to be active leader of change, driving it with the focus and determination, and why not, both courage and fun. Steel producer have a great responsibility to actively and significantly contribute to the decarbonization of numerous industrial sectors, because steel is everywhere in every time of our day, both personal life and professional life. So together we can drive a transformative and more sustainable approach across many production chains. Moreover, I am confident that the contribution of this great industrial nation will be fundamental. And as vice chairman of the Danieli Group, I confirm that Danieli is willing to competitively support the Indian steel industry in this Ambition 2047 program for 100 years independent India, with its winning technology, local design, manufacturing, service center, and his ambitious and creative and clever people. Thank you, Mrs. Mukherjee, and thank you to everybody.
Thank you, Camilla. Thank you. Really, really appreciate taking time out. You know, she is not just the vice chairwoman of Danieli Group, but she is also the chairperson of ABS plant facility, as you heard from her. So in spite of such a busy schedule and being the, a major shareholder of the Nelly Group, I'm really grateful to her. And she is also a fan of India. She loves India. Let me
Yes.
tell you, both Camilla and her husband, they love India. And I invite you, Camilla, once again with your entire family and both your children, both your sons, to India and enjoy the Indian hospitality with us once, because I have enjoyed a lot of your Danieli hospitality in the state of Friuli, and wonderful food, wonderful ambience, absolutely world-class facility. And I have been to your workshops in Thailand. I've been to your workshop in Shanghai, of course, Butrio. Then I have been to your workshop in Chennai when it was inaugurated with your father. Your father was there, I remember, for the inauguration of the Danieli workshop at Sri City, where I was also present. And really grateful, Camilla, for taking time out. I'm really grateful to you. And I know you love India. You'll do, in our journey towards 500 million tons, Danieli will also have a major role to play. And thank you for being there. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you to you. I really appreciate it. Honored to be here and give a contribution.
Grazie.
I
Thank
wish
you so
you
much.
all the best and great day. Bye.
Bye. Ciao, ciao.
Ciao.
Ciao. So thank you, Camilla, once again. So with that, I have a small, before Massimiliano takes over, I have a small duty to perform. You know, my bread and butter, all of you know, this conference is not my bread and butter. My bread and butter comes from the magazine I bring out, which is called Steel and Metallurgy. I'm sure many of you must have got this copy. Now, this was shipped from Calcutta yesterday, and it has just landed, where I happened to interview Mr. Navneet Singh and Asim and his colleagues, Ms. Tripathi ji, at their workshops in Faridabad. And here is a copy of that magazine, which we are releasing today. May I request Navneet ji to receive the first copy of the magazine. Navneet ji, Navneet Singh Ranga is the managing director of Jogi GDG. Request you to come up and receive the first copy. Thank you, Navneet ji. So now you know what keeps my stomach running. It's selling the news. Selling news is my job. And as a part of that initiative, it's my job to see that India still excels in every sphere. So with that in mind, I would request Massimiliano Zampa to talk about the decarbonization initiatives within the Nelly for the entire process chain. Right from, I'm sure he will touch upon not just steelmaking part, but the comparison between BOF, BF, and also DRI, EAF, IF route. Of course, induction furnace, Danelli does not do. You don't do induction furnaces, right? No. So, yeah, one part. Over to you.
Okay. First of all, thanks, Mr. Mukherjee, for this panel and these high-level participants. Okay, and also for the interesting questions. Decarbonization, myth or reality? Of course, before to start, it's better to remember us that like a steel field, we are contributed or about 7% of the total emission in the world. So we are one of the major contributor of the emissions, means that us, like a technological provider, and our clients, like a steel suppliers, we have to work together to find a better solution in order to reduce these emissions. Like Danieli, we think that there is not only one solution to be applied, but the solution has to be tailor-made, depend of the country, of the region where we are. taking in consideration the best approach for the environment, but also the best approach for the competitiveness of the plant. Means work in two pillars, ambient, green, but also economics. Otherwise, we don't have plants that are sustainable. In this regard, as already mentioned also for Mr. Morcaggi, this year in May, we had a big event in our headquarters in Italy that is called Danieli Innovation Meeting. And the title of this event, where we are invite all our customers, around 1,000 people coming from everywhere in the world. The title was Danieli, Competitive, Intelligent Green Metal, because we believe that if we make our plant more efficient, that are using less energy and less resource, automatically the plant is green. And looking this, in the last years, we developed different technology, starting, for example, from the co-rolling, means we move directly from the liquid steel to the rolling mill, assure 99% of yield, means use less resources, reducing also the consumptions, that is giving a benefit around $50 per tons in the using of, for example, also solar energy. This technology can be applied for long product, but also for flat product, where using the what we call DOE, Danieli Universal Endless Mill, we can move using one strand instead the common two strands for the teams that custom. You can imagine that this is giving a quite good benefit in terms of green, but also competitiveness. Together with this, looking instead the steel making, we develop the technology that is called Q1, mentioned it also for Mrs. Benedetti, that we move from the concept of electrical furnace to the concept of DDM, Danieli Digital Melter, where we are able to manage the power in a digital way, reducing the power consumption of the furnace, and also this together with the continuous charging of the scrap, preheating, or, for example, for the hot DRI, we can assure less consumption up to 100 kilowatt hour per on ton of liquid steel, and of course, in parallel, reduction of the emission of the CO2. Last part, last but not the least, looking also the India situation, what we can do in the iron making field. In this case, we believe that we need to approach this kind of field in a little bit different way. First, what we would like to say is that we have to use flexible technology. Flexible technology means technology that are able to use different source or reduction agent, like energy iron technology that in the next part of the day we can go through in detail, that is able to use natural gas, coke oven gas, or in the future, if we are able to produce hydrogen in a competitive way, we can use directly hydrogen. The other way is the synergy, because also today we mentioned different time, blast furnace will not disappear. Means that we need to find a way to increase the efficiency of the blast furnace route together with the DRI route. Means use part of the gas of the blast furnace, increase the efficiency of the blast furnace, introduce on the blast furnace DRI of HBI. A last part, of course, is the increase of efficiency of the blast furnace itself, using different solution for the charging system, looking to work in the mines, means make the beneficiation. You can imagine that removing the waste at the beginning is a saving of energy that I waste during the different passage. These are some of the ideas that we are using, okay? And it's a technology that are already ready. So if I'm coming back to the original question, what we can say is that the decarbonization can be real. The technology, some technology are available today. The point is to start to use this technology, okay? Start to invest in this technology, and us, like a technological provider, we have to continue to research new solutions, new ideas, in order, for example, to have hydrogen cheaper, but also to continue to groove our efficiency, and as well as find a solution for the circular economy and circular economy, and avoid or reuse as much as possible of the waste that our plant is producing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Miliano. I think now it's time to once again appreciate our esteemed panelists for their valuable time and knowledge. So let's proceed with the felicitation. And for that, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Ankit Mukherjee, Director, Business Strategy, Steel and Metallurgy, with a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. All right, and the first person I would like to invite on stage, Mr. Pablo Serrano, Director, Commercial, Calfrisa SAU, with a big round of applause. Can I have you here on stage, please? Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause, please. Next, I would like to call upon Mr. Arunava Banerjee, COO, Prime Metals Technologies India Private Limited, with a big round of applause. Next, Mr. Francois David Martino, CEO, John Cockerell Industry and Chairman, John Cockerell India Limited, with a big round of applause. And next, Mr. Sanjay Singh, Director, Strategy and External Relations, Jindal Steel and Power Limited, and former Secretary, Steel Government of India, with a big round of applause. And next, Mr. Yogesh Mandani, President, AIIFA Sustainable Steel Manufacturers Association and President, Steel Manufacturers Association of Maharashtra. I think Mr. Yogesh has left for the day, but can we please applause for him, ladies and gentlemen? And next, I think, Mr. Massimiliano Zampa, Deputy CTO, Danelli, with a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause? I will once again repeat all the esteemed panelists' name, just in case if I have missed out on someone. Mr. Yogesh, Mr. Ramarendu, I think we've already done with him. Mr. Gajraj Singh Rathore, S.K. Varma, Mr. R.V. Sridhar, R.K. Goyal, T. Kumarasan, Mr. Sanjay Singh. Okay. All right. Mr. Pablo Serrano. I think we're done. I think we're done with most of the panelists. Thank you so much, all the esteemed panelists, for your valuable time and for sharing all the knowledge and experience, bringing that to the conference. Thank you so much. And now I would like to once again call upon stage Mr. Nirmalya Mukherjee.
Kushalji is here. So whenever I see my son on the dais, it reminds me of Ashokji and Kushalji, who has handed over the baton at the right time, at the right place. And the other day when we met at IREFCON, Ashokji told me, I am now retired. Whatever you want to be done, Kushalji will do it. So that's handing over the baton. So I'm expecting my son to do the same, but he doesn't want to leave Germany and come back to India. That's a drawback for me. I hope someday he does. So in the meantime, may I request, Mr. Pramod Sagar has not come today. So may I request Kushalji to come and take the dais? Mr. Kushal Agarwal, Managing Director, Sarvesh Refractories. Mr. Mayank Gugalia has not come. Mr. Sanjay Mehta, are you here? Okay, he has also not come. Okay, so Rajesh, please come and take the dais. Mr. Rajesh Kumar, Managing Director, Kalfriza India. Yeah. Mr. Viraj Lal, Managing Director, Shriji Coke. Viraj, are you here? Oh, he has not come. Okay, so that's easier for me. We are running late. So we have two, and Kamlakarji, are you here? Kamlakarji? Okay, Kamlakarji is not here. Oh, Mr. Nandi is here. Mr. Amitabh Nandi, Managing Director, Tenova India. He is here. Mr. Alexis Duche of FIVS, are you here? Please come and take the dice.
Your good name, sir?
Yeah. Mr. Alexis Duche.
All right, so we have Mr. Kushal Agarwal
I'm spelling
here.
your name right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, thank you, Alexis. Yeah. Do you know Rajesh was with FIVS earlier? He spent quite a few years in FIVS. That's where I know him from. That's where I knew Rajesh from the days he was in FIVS group. Okay, so now this is Natalia. You want to join? Yeah, sure. Okay. So the topic for this panel is primarily choosing the right technology to implement net zero target. Now, you know, our net zero target is 2070. So long way to go. I see, you know, two very important persons in the, you know, one represents, he was the managing director of Tata Sponge Iron before moving into the coke industry. And also the other gentleman, Mr. N.D. Rao, he's a specialized on entire pellet segment and DRI segment. So the questions which come up on iron making, I think they are the best ones to answer. So without further ado, I would like to start with Kushalji, because, you know, the refractory industry, people don't realize they have a lot to contribute towards decarbonization and trade. So as I said, the mother of steel industry is the refractory industry. They protect our furnaces. So the energy consumption in refractory segment and helping in reducing energy consumption is what matters for our steel industry to survive today. Kushalji, your opening remarks.
Good afternoon. Am I audible? Yeah, good afternoon, Nirmalya ji. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving me an opportunity on this dais to talk about how refractories is going to achieve or help achieve the net zero vision of the world, rather I should say. So, you know, to speak about it, India is at a very interesting junction at this point. So on one hand, obviously, we want to achieve our Vision 2047, which is to make 500 million tons of steel. But at the same time, we are under pressure from the world that we have to be net zero when it comes to steel making. Unfortunately, steel, as we all know, is a very energy intensive process. To make steel, you need a lot of energy. And to generate energy, you need a lot of carbon. So to reduce carbon footprint, as well as to increase steel capacity parallelly, is a very, very big challenge which we all face. Thankfully, the best minds of the world are at work We heard talks from the likes of Danieli, from the likes of Prime Metal, from the likes of steel makers like JSW, SAIL, obviously. They are all working very hard to make sure that the Vision 2047 is achieved in a very sustainable way. So as you also mentioned that refractories is like a mother for steel making. So it is no secret that refractories plays a very, very important role in the steel making process. So on and so forth, that without refractories, not even a single kg of steel can be produced. Hence, I feel refractory industry as a whole needs to contribute to make the steel industry more sustainable. To my mind, there are two steps which I feel at this point, like, you have to start somewhere. So at this point, I feel there are two steps which we can work on, which can help reduce our overall carbon footprint. Number one is to select the right material. Every type of steel, every steel requires a different kind of refractory for a more efficient production. By more efficient, I mean to have a low specific consumption in terms of refractories. So for example, just like to give an example, like if you're making silicon killed steel, it is seen that if you use dolomite refractories in silicon killed steel, the specific consumption goes down. There are more advantages. Like for example, if you use dolomite, your overall losses due to thermal radiation goes down. So it is a net saving in terms of both carbon footprint as well as specific consumption. Similarly, when you talk about aluminum killed steel, if you use refractories made out of alumina spinel, again, your specific consumption goes down. So, it is the right material selection which can lead to a lower specific consumption. And as a result, your lower carbon footprint can be achieved. Not to mention, which is again a very, very important topic for India, apart from being sustainable, you need to be self-reliant. We all know that currently steel making involves a lot of magnesia usage, and magnesia unfortunately is not available in India. We import a lot of magnesia, especially from China. So definitely we are not self-reliant. And when we talk about making 500 million tons of steel, definitely we need to work on being self-reliant as well. The advantage when you switch to a product like dolomite or alumina spinel is that the raw material is available in India. So it's like a double saving. You save on Forex as well as you save on your carbon footprint. Another important way from refractories point of view is to focus a lot on recycling. Obviously, we have been hearing a lot about recycling in steel industry. Recycling in steel industry has been on for decades, or rather I should say generations, for like centuries. Scrap is being used very effectively to make steel. Similarly, refractory scrap is also infinitely recyclable if it is sorted properly. That is where I feel steel makers also have to play a very important role in helping us segregate this waste. Just to give you a number, when you make 1 ton of steel, almost 0.6 tons of solid waste is generated. Among that solid waste is a lot of refractories as well. So if you mix everything and throw it as a landfill, a lot of valuable raw material is getting wasted in the process. If the refractory industry works jointly with the steel industry, and the steel industry takes some initiative to segregate this waste, I feel a lot of waste, a lot of wealth can be generated from this waste. Also, as it is infinitely recyclable and it can be used directly, the carbon footprint that goes into manufacturing of refractory raw material can be completely avoided. So overall, our carbon footprint can be reduced. So I feel as a refractory industry and as a steel industry, this partnership is going to go a long way in reducing the overall carbon footprint for the entire industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Kushalji. In fact, refractory recycling and using refractory byproducts is also something which I'm sure the industry must be giving a thought on. I think, refractory management, the waste management in refractory industry is so very important. Is Satish here from Central Road Research Institute? Okay, Satish has not come. Okay, so I'll now move on to Rajesh. Now, Rajesh represents Kalfriza. which is a manufacturer of recuperators, and where a huge amount of energy saving is required. Now, towards the decarbonization drive, what kind of energy you save goes a long way. And it also affects the way you have your payback or ROI. So Rajesh, if you could highlight how effectively we could utilize our energy resources to ensure that our facilities, whether it's our mills or upstream, we have scope for saving on energy in every sphere wherever an opportunity rises. All right.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm really happy to address this senior team from steel industry. I can also see my ex-seniors like Mr. Daniel and team of FIBS. Happy to see you here. During the last Metec, we made a target that by 2047, we will be reaching 500 MTPA. This is a time we should start on many aspects. When our main source of energy is fossil fuel. So this is also our duty to not go in the mad race, but to use our resources very sensibly. Also to take care that how we can conserve energy. There are many targets. There are many things need to be done to achieve that. We need to develop the skills, operational skills. For that, our education system, universities need to design a framework that if we are going to achieve 500 MTPA, what we need to adopt at universities and colleges. We need to think upon the transportation. If we are going for 500 MTPA, how we are carrying the raw materials, the finished materials, entire transport framework government need to decide, government need to work upon. Apart from that, yes, we are energy management company, Calfrisa is energy management company. And whenever I go to plant, to establishment, any designer of reheating furnaces, whether it is FIBS, Danieli, Tenova, they designs a good furnace for a better output, for a better efficiency. You all are from steel, and the example I am giving you, you will relate it, that it is from your plant only. What happens when you run a furnace for 2 years and 3 years? One day your operation team notices that, okay, you are running with a high pressure situation. What first thing you do? You go to check the furnace pressure damper, whether it is operating well or not. Then someone tells you, okay, we are also drawing more current in our combustion air fan. Then what you do? Then you start thinking that, okay, is our recuperator is leaking? And then you discuss in the meetings, then you make plannings to change it. And with 3 months of leaking recuperator, it is the cost of a recuperator. Whenever I visit a plant, in average, I saw the waste gas temperature released to atmosphere is close to 400 degrees centigrade, which is quite high. With respect, okay, we are saying that we are competing with China, we will leave China behind. I do agree. But at the same time, we are consuming 32% more energy than our neighbors in making steel. We are not conserving our resources. We are producing more greenhouse gases. We need to control it by changing our pattern of operation. Caltrisa recently introduced a technology called digital twins for all type of heat exchangers. And what we can do, we can install a software, we can install a system, and you can monitor the performance of your recuperator. You can analyze the life, and this will help you to conserve more energy. This will help you in your preventive maintenance planning. So we can support you. We can provide you energy audits for your furnaces, for your combustion system, recuperators, that how you conserve more energy, how you get better results. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rajesh. Thank you, Rajesh, I know you are an energy specialist. So obviously your thoughts will focus around the energy saving and how much more energy we are contributing. You know, there were days when achieving like 7.3, 7.4 gigacals per ton of steel was good enough. Now even 6 or below is 8.5, which is much higher. Yeah, we should ideally be close to 6. Yeah, that's Deshpande ji, you have been the managing director of Tata Sponge. You have also sold coke oven plants on behalf of ACRE. So what is your perception with regard to energy saving in our as far as the coke rate is concerned, reducing our coke rate, reducing our energy in DRI? Mr. Deshpande was earlier managing director of Tata Sponge. Now he is representing ACRE, which is coke oven plant manufacturer. Yeah.
Yeah, I think just most of you would probably guess the answer. The answer is there is a continuous pursuit to reduce energy consumption in the blast furnaces. Energy and the coke constitute a large portion of the cost of steel, and therefore, in order to reduce the cost of steel, there is always a pursuit. The ways to look at dropping energy consumption are multiple, and the most successful way or the most yielding way is to reduce the coke rates continuously. And as you reduce the coke rates, you increase the coal injection and thereby reduce the coke, overall fuel consumption in the blast furnaces. So in connection with the work that you're doing here, the coke rates can be reduced only if the integrity of the blast furnaces is very ensured. The blast furnace, but like refractory lining is disturbed or has got contours, has got buildups, or has got holes, then the performance of the blast furnaces doesn't go as predicted. And therefore, you have to compensate for any difficulties by way of extra consumption of coke for the operations to become smooth. The consumption goes up. So connecting with this particular activity, I think you need a good refractory lining inside the blast furnace, one. Second thing, be comfortable, actually speaking, to challenge the coke consumption. And in fact, coke consumption can be challenged every now and then. And in my own personal tenure, we have dropped coke consumption by about 100 kg per ton. So it is doable if you actually really get at it. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Deshpande ji. Thank you so much. Rao Sahab, Mr. N.D. Rao, would you like to add? Where in specifically in the area of pelletization in DRI, where else you have scope for?
Yeah, I think you spoke on the energy conservation in minerals transportation. Earlier speaker spoke on this. Yes, all minerals can be transported through slurry pipelines. No surface transportation is required. Everything can go below the ground. And energy conservation is 97% minerals transportation through slurry pipelines, comparing to road transport, and it is around 88% comparing to rail transportation. So all minerals can be transported, and this is how it is energy conservation, and decarbonization. If you transport the minerals through pipelines, it is 92% carbon emissions reduction on comparing to road, and 88% reduction comparing to rail in this thing. Suppose you use for the pumping system a renewable energy, then it is net zero. Your logistics, to produce 1 ton of steel, we have to move 4 tons. It's closely. In case of steel, if it is aluminum, it is 8 times more. The materials have to be moved. Then this target vision of 2047, 500 million tons of steel, unless we come up with this implementation of these technologies through slurry pipelines, all minerals can be transported. And when Singh sir, I think when you were on Aruna Sharma-ji was the secretary, madam. So we have given, she asked, and the minister also asked, steel minister, a national policy and national grid of slurry pipelines like oil and gas and water. So unfortunately, till now, that has not yet come. Today, what's happening in India? So one state mineral, iron ore is there, other mineral is there, taking to the another state, it's not being approved. So national steel policy has to look into that. So much of decarbonization is required in the transportation and the logistics. So this is the biggest challenge. And the cost, if you want to, suppose you have a 30 million tons you want to transport on a slurry pipeline, comparing to surface, your payback period is 1 year. Comparing to road, if it is by rail, the payback period is less than 2 years. That is the cost advantage, cost reduction. Unfortunately, in India, our logistics costs are one of the highest in the world. Therefore, it is a necessity for us to sustain the steel manufacturing. So logistics is the biggest challenge, and the national state policy on the slurry pipelines is very essential. Please don't treat me as your competitors who are doing on the surface transportation. And Indian Railways, as on today, the capacity to handle is, I think it is around 2.3 billion tons. If we have to achieve 500 million tons of steel, then 2 billion tons of cargo needs to be handled. That is the biggest challenge. Unless we address this, I think it becomes an impossible target to achieve the vision of 500 million tons. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andy Rao sir. Mr. Andy Rao is now the president of Amalgam Steel. He was earlier with Tata Steel, and he spent as the head of, I think, agglomeration, he used to head, or minerals. You are in Tata Steel in the minerals. Now you are at Amalgam. He's the president of Amalgam Steel. So obviously the raw material synchronization part, he knows and understands very well. So now I'll move on to Mr. Amitabh Nandi. He was more of a technology provider, but then if you look at the Tenova portfolio, our colleagues from Danelli are also here. Now the energy iron module for DRI is actually developed and designed by primarily Tenova and co-branded jointly by Danelli as energy iron. Dada will correct me if I am wrong, but that's how it stands. So Mr. Amitabh Nandi is the managing director of Tenova India, and they are a full liner solution right from iron making down to finished steel. So Mr. Amitabh Nandi, managing director Tenova India. Dada, over to you.
Thank you, Nirmala. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed panelists on the table. And I also like to thank the earlier speakers in the morning. Just to take it forward, few special note I would like to make before I start to speak about the subject is about what Mr. Sanjay Singh told in the morning, and also which was echoed by Thank you. A quote by Martino, our CEO from John Cochrane. So what Sanjay Singh ji told and Martino said, I think we don't have a choice. I'll tell you why I'm saying this. We don't have a choice. We have to shift to something alternate to blast furnace and BOF. If you love your children, you have to do it. If you don't love, then you create cities and areas which are inhabitable after some time because of pollution. That's the premise I put through. The reason why I'm here is to give you some hints, and you are all very well educated, very well experienced. I don't need to teach you what to do, but I will only tell you a vision based on think global, act local. I think that makes a little more sense to us. But to thinking global, let me give you a perspective what Nirmala just said. As Tenova, we are actually not only an equipment supplier, we are also steel makers. We are part of the Techint group. We produce 12.5 million to 13 million tons of steel in US in the name of Ternium. And in the brand of Tenaris, we produce around 7 million tons in South America, especially on pipes. We are on the slightly high end of the value chain. So the reason why we developed this group Tenova was to serve Techint in steel making and the processes around it. Only some of the technologies we market to the world, the rest we don't. We are able to produce this 20 million tons of steel completely in-house with our own technology. We also have an EPC company called Techint Construction who can construct the plants. But what we offer to the world is, which we think will make a differentiating factor. With Danieli, yes, we started the HYL, Energy Iron, in the year 1984. In the year 2006, we collaborated with Danieli, primarily because we are not good in balance of plant, and they are excellent in balance of plant, and we wanted a partner to do, we do the process, they do the balance of plant. So from there, we started co-branding it with Danieli, and we have been very successful partner. We say you buy it from Danieli or buy it from Tenova, it's the same. And this has been a reality. I can tell you the last instance with Navinji. I have worked with him for 15 years and then happened to also sell a DRI plant for Oman, where he said to my CEO was there with me, Roberto, and he said, Roberto, you want the order or we give it to Danieli? Roberto said, give it to them because you are closer to them. It doesn't matter, the plant will come from us. Why I'm saying this, I'll start with DRI, I'll touch on electric arc furnace and maybe on reheating furnace, which reheating furnace were quite common for everybody, but I want to touch upon the upstream side of Tenova because this is not very much prevalent in India till now. I hope it happens sometime later. So what we see in DRI are basically 6 trends, only 6. And I'll cover the whole globe with the 6 trends. The first is typically DRI traditionally was only happening in regions which are low cost natural gas regions. The 3 areas which we developed was Middle East, North Africa, and Venezuela. These were the 3 hubs. Vulcan Steel, as I was mentioning of Mr. Jindal, which we sold the DRI last, is a 2.5 million ton module. Of course, it's combined with the possibility to shift into hydrogen as and when it becomes affordable through the, either through a renewable electrolysis process or whatever process it comes through. But right now, it's based on the completely natural gas basis. Again, the reason for doing it in Oman is very logical. Not only being in MENA region, it's a DRI hub, likely to become a DRI hub because of low-cost gas, but also a huge potential to make hydrogen from renewables. The second, 6 trends, the second trend I will say is my own company, my parent company in Mexico, Ternium. This was driven by market condition, not by any environmental regulations. The market condition forced us to produce high quality steel from virgin metallics. And that's why we are putting up a 2.1 million ton DRI module there in Ternium right now. The next one I will highlight about Japan. Japan, as you know, is quite a risk-averse setup. Traditionally, until now, only completely on the blast furnace module. They have started, in 2025, it will be implemented a small-scale plant to test how it is viable in their scheme of things. I'm coming to India. Just let me finish the 6 trends. The next one is Germany, Salzgitter, which bought a 2.1 million ton DRI plant. This was a completely different proposition because it was embracing, which we call change. The government, the German government funded it around 1.1 billion euros, if I am correct. And it's backed by a hydrogen production facility, which surpasses the requirement of the DRI plant. And that is the driver for this DRI plant in Salzgitter. The next one is China, which I think you will be finding very interesting. As you know, 90% of the steel produced is blast furnace BOF converter route. And Bao Group, or Bao Steel, if you know it more pronouncedly, it's part of the Bao Group. It's the world's largest steel producer, that group. So Bao Steel did a smart thing. They asked us to supply a DRI plant, not based on natural gas, but on coke oven gas. They have excess of coke oven gas in the plant, and we are producing 1 million tons of DRI using excess coke oven gas in the plant. We are also in touch with Tata Steel in Kalinganagar for sure, and maybe other plants will come up. Maybe we can go up to 0.5 million tons and modules of that. The idea is, of course, we know, and okay, the sixth one, which is very easy, we all know, is LKAB Sweden. The reason of they are going for a hydrogen-based, 100% hydrogen-based DRI plant is, again, very simple, because they are lowest in terms of green energy from the wind, and because of the being eco champions for them, hydrogen was a easy proposition. Coming to India, for us, what we feel, maybe you are much more knowledgeable in terms of the economics of scale and other things. We feel we can start with small interventions. We can start with, if you have excess coke oven gas, that could be one topic. JSPL has syngas for sure, that is easily available to convert to DRI if that is a proposition in a near term or a medium term future. On the long term, when it comes to a sustainability model, yes, we have two options. You can continue with your BOF converter shops, because if you change the process on the top, you need to still maintain you cannot scrap the converter shop and down below. So what we try to come out with is an intermediate solution where we can still run the converter shops, and maybe instead of blast furnace, we call this OSBF. It's a combination of the DRI module, which we have, and the combination of submerged arc furnace. So we have a company, Pyromet, we took over in South Africa. And so with that company, we have this OSBF, which is able to produce exactly the same composition what a blast furnace produces without using coke oven and sinter and all these things. So that's the way forward if you want to change from blast furnace at one point of time. But I know my friends and my customers are very much into blast furnace, and we support them in that regard. The other option in terms of arc furnace, I think Mr. Kumarasan, if I'm not mistaken, was mentioning about 100 tons capacity and likes of it in the arc furnace. Just to mention to you, in 2020, we commissioned 300 tons of one single furnace, and it was in Arvedi. It is producing 3.2 million tons, one single furnace. Right? We guaranteed 2.95 and producing 3.1. We are also received some orders recently from Tata Steel in Port Talbot and other places. So it's the module has moved much far from 100 tons to a range of 250 and 300 tons for the economies of scale, which can replace converter shops in the near future. What we have also done in India, just for an example, is in Jindal Steel and Power, which was operating the arc furnaces of 100 tons each. We changed it to, we call it FMF, flexible modular furnaces. The only change what happens is instead of 65% of hot metal, you can go up to 85% of hot metal. Of course, the productivity and everything goes up. The yield has gone up significantly. The productivity, I think, was 120 tons, has gone to 170 tons and all more. So these are some things which you can do with us. Arc furnaces, we are quite experienced. In China, I think 90% of installation of arc furnaces are from us. So Tenuva is quite strong in terms of DRI and arc furnace globally. If I go to the last proposition, which is the downstream. So we have only 3 products which we sell. One is the electrical steel for grain-oriented and non-grain-oriented. Right now, we have one installation in JSW Tornagalu, the ACL1 in the NGO. We are in talks for some green-oriented stuff, both for Tata and JSW. Other than that, we are we have installed capacity and also offering the tin plates, electrical tinning line and the mill around it. And of course, another bread and butter for us is the heat thermal technology, which is the reheating furnaces. We have full respect for my competition, and we always try to do things together, and with the benchmark, we can always do better. What we only say is that we have some smart burners. What we say smart is nothing much, but only we have used AI in our systems now, and we are using them for controlling the oxygen content, controlling the refractory life. And the AI only helps in terms of data, and from the data, we are optimize the whole scheme of things. Besides that, everybody offers regenerate burners. I don't want to speak something which is very normal, but end of the story, you need to have better scheme of things to improve. Also, we have waste heat recovery boilers. We have tied up with ISJEC, just for information, across India and in some parts of the world, who are supplying the boilers through our furnace and the boiler as a subset of it. In Kalinganagar, we have just completed the project there. So just to mention that we are consistent both in the upstream and downstream, and I hope some of the solutions will find some interest in you. Anytime, we are more than open to address your queries and future trends. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dada. In fact, my relationship with Mr. Nandi goes back to the days of SMS, when he was in SMS. And his job was to coordinate with the journalists, get the news out of the company. So he was always a media savvy person from the days I have known him. So, Tenova, again, I would say, I had the opportunity of interacting. He spoke about the Ternium, the steelmaking business of Tenova Group. I have been very closely interacting with the Roca family. Mr. Paulo Roca, his daughter. Whenever I used to be there at the World Steel Association annual meetings, it was invariably Mr. Roca, who lives in US, and they are the ones who handles the steelmaking business. It's the other brother who looks after the plant making business. So that's the history of Tenova, so to say. They have been active in India for quite a long time now. Now I'll move on to FIVs. Now FIVs, I believe Natalia, where is Daniel? Is he here? Oh, they're here. My oldest friend in FIVs is Daniel. Goes back to more than 2.5 decades. So with FIVs, I had a very long relationship. And as Michael Kotas, MD of John Cockerill, put it yesterday, he said, yes, we are a supplier to FIVs. At the same time, we are competitors. We compete on certain areas. But FIVs, basically in the downstream field, has been quite active. Other than steel, of course, they have other verticals. But I think when we talk of the downs, because, value addition is what Amitav Dada also mentioned today. In terms of value addition, why is that India is still very low in the production of CRGO and CRNO? CRNO, okay, non-grain oriented, we are still there. But for the grain oriented, we are still in a very, 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 very low on the ladder. So maybe you could perhaps highlight where else FIVs can actually contribute towards energy saving and efforts in decarbonization in our downstream projects.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. So I'm here on behalf of FIVs, which is well known in India. I really understand and heard very interesting things this morning already. One of the most important for us, I think, is that what I heard is decarbonization is not an option. And that's true that we are facing strong challenges. You will face strong challenges in the increasing of production and in the minimizing of emission of CO2. Within FIV, we commit to support our customers and to work with you to develop solutions. Solutions, it's mainly products first, as you mentioned. We work on burners optimizations. We work on hydrogen solutions. We worked also on electrifications, for sure, to change the world of the limited resources we have to do and we are facing. So product improvement is one step. The other one is also the improvement of the use of this equipment. I mean about digitalization and the improvement of consumptions, improvement of control parameters of burners, for example. I would like to talk about a story we get in Sweden with SSAB in terms of electrifications. For this project, we worked on a continuous handling line with an annual capacity of about 500,000 tons per year. And without any increasing of emissions, we succeed to increase the productivity of the line by 30%. 30% from 500,000 tons per year to 650,000 tons per year, only using new products, using electrifications, using induction heatings, with the addition of totally 16 megawatts of induction power, so without any additional gas consumption. So we succeed to increase the productivity of such equipment. So for us, the step in the increasing of production and the minimizing of emissions will go also through electrification. The challenges we are facing are probably stronger in India, for sure, stronger than elsewhere, because we are targeting to increase basically the worldwide steel production by 20–30% within the coming decades, the coming 2 decades, which is huge. It's huge in terms of consumptions, so we have to focus on the limited resources we have in hands. I really the message, Rajesh, you told about logistic issues also is very important. Logistics issue and solutions which we are proposing will go through the increasing of electrical steel, for sure, elsewhere. We are talking about a small market compared to carbon steel production. Basically, the worldwide market today is 20 million tons. We are targeting 30% of increasing within the next 3 years worldwide. But electrification of the steel and the use of electrical steel will be probably part of the solutions. I think that all of the challenges you are facing, we are here to challenge ourselves also. We are engineering companies, so we have to join your thinking, your development, your vision with the proposal of new product. And this is what we commit in FIF to do in the next decades. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexis. Thank you so much. Well, now that we are more or less covered from upstream to downstream, I'll just take a few questions. I have a few minutes in hand to take a few questions. Do we have any questions? Anyone has any questions in mind? Any questions? Anyone? So I assume everyone is fully dedicated to decarbonization now, and then no one has any questions in mind. Okay? Okay. So then it saves my time. So I understand 250 odd people who have come here today have no questions. Okay, then we'll move on to the presentation. Ankit, can we have you on stage for the presentation of the mementos? Where's Ankit?
Thank you so much, sir. I think it's now time to felicitate all our esteemed panelists for their valuable time and knowledge. And to begin with, firstly, I would like to call Ankit with a big round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. And to begin with, Mr. Alexis Duchesne, Sales and Marketing Director, Fives DMS Fives Group. And we have a big round of applause. Thank you so much, Mr. Alexis. Next, Mr. Amitabh Nandi, Managing Director, Tenova Technologies Private Limited. With a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. All right, and next, Mr. Rajesh Kumar, Managing Director, Kalfrisa India, with a big round of applause. Next, Mr. Kushal Agarwal, Managing Director, Sarvesh Refractories Private Limited, with a big round of applause. Once again, thank you so much to all our esteemed panelists.
Yeah, please stand up for a group photo. Group photo. Yeah.
Can we have a big round of applause once again, ladies and gentlemen?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Rajesh bhai. Yeah. Thank you, Dada. Thank you, sir.
We now move on to our presentation, and the topic is Unlock Sustainable Value Path for Metals Industry Transformation. And for that presentation, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Sanjeev, our Business Consultant Manager, Dassault Systems, and along with him, Mr. Amit Tyagi, General Manager, Planning, Jindal Stainless. With a huge round of applause, can I have both the gentlemen on stage, please?
Yeah, I have a small announcement to make. Since we are running late, we'll quickly sum up the Dassault presentation, and then we'll have the series from John Cockerill right up there, our title partners for this event. So we'll have a 1 hour slot from John Cockerill right after the Dassault presentation. So please don't go away. Your lunch is waiting, and so does the John Cockerill series of presentations. So we take a quick 10 minutes or 15 minutes to finish the Dassault, and then we go right away to the John Cockerill group of presentations. Is that okay with all of us? Unless you're too hungry? Okay. So we go ahead with the John Cockerill presentations and then go off for lunch. Okay. Gentlemen, please keep waiting for a couple of minutes to finish the Dassault presentations, and then we go to John Cockerill.
Hello. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sanjeev. I represent Dassault Systems India. So I think we were very enthusiastic to understand about the steel making, the carbonization, decarbonization topics. So increase the production, and then we will have to go ahead and then meet the demands, reduce the emission. So this was the whole ideation of this particular thing. So while we will have to achieve this decarbonization, a lot of technology advancements we were trying to understand. While we see that one lever of technology is to see how do we go ahead and then change the way how do we make steel. Another way is how do we optimize how we are already achieving this particular thing. So how do we unlock value, and how we go ahead and then bring digitization techniques in achieving this particular decarbonization targets. So this is where we bring the topic of how to unlock value in metal making. So the planning and the operations puzzle. So how do we bring this puzzle of meeting the demands, then reducing the emission? Just a quick introduction about Dassault Systems. I mean, many people would have heard of Rafales, Dassault Aviations. We make planes. So we are from the Dassault group. So Dassault Systems is a software and a technology provider. So we are a purpose-driven company with human as a focus. So definitely decarbonization across the industry is to see that, okay, how do we progress as humans? So we combine art, science, and technology. It's just not about the software. It's also about how do we put the industry solutions, the industry processes into this particular tools, and then build a solution for us. So 23K plus passionate people, headquarters in France. So this is our footprint. And then the second R&D lab is in India. So across the globe, spread across with a lot of sales unit. It's a long-term purpose-driven company. It's a group system, around 14K plus people, around 350K plus customers across 12 industries. So this is what Dassault Systems is. So it is who we are. So what do we do? And many people would like to see that, okay, do you design software? Do you come up with technology advancements? What is that you people do in this particular domain? So we are a 3D experience brand. I mean, we are the pioneers of bringing the 3D technology in design, in manufacturing, in production, in anything we do. So we are bringing the technology of 3D inside our life. So digitization is all about how do we go out and then move along with this particular path. So we have right from going ahead and then doing a mine design. Can I go ahead and then create a 3D model of a mine? Can I see what kind of ore, what kind of extraction can be done in the mine design? Or I'll have to go ahead and then see that, okay, how do I bring my steel making? What are the recipes? How do I do the raw material blend, raw material optimization? Or see what are the new processes that are coming in, the technology advancements that what we saw. Will I be able to go ahead and then digitize this particular process? So that is what we do as a platform, and then continue that with the advancement of combining science into this. So we are spread across 12 industries, when the process and the discrete. Of course, infrastructure, energy, and materials is one of our core and the expansion growth industry, what we are looking into. So this is what we do. So we are basically a technology and a solution company. So next comes how. How is that we unlock the value in metal industry? So we saw that, okay, the technology advancements and the key points of achieving the demand. So there are a set of business challenges. I mean, this is what we call it as the metal transformation lever, where we see a lot of business challenges and then the impact where we have on this particular operations. And then the decisions we need to take and the enablers for this particular digitization journey. So let's start with the highest level. Where is that? Is the strategic level that is coming in. A lot of market volatility and the demand fluctuations, the raw material price fluctuations. So we saw a lot of concepts around this being spoken about, and then new technologies coming in, and then the customization, a lot of new inventions that are happening in automotive, engineering, and the other sectors, and the capital intensity. So we saw that, okay, newer technologies require a lot of intense capital investments to be done. So impact on the business, the cash flow, the margin, and the industrial reliability. So how do I go ahead and then achieve this? So probably the companies are going ahead and then having this in their mind. So people call this as a strategic planning or the strategic and the operations planning. What are the decisions? How do I go ahead and then position my inventories? What is that I'll have to keep as in my inventories? How do I plan my manufacturing capacities? We saw both the levers, the steel making and the plants, where we go ahead and then bring the steel equipments. So how do I go ahead and then manage the entire value chain? The supplier capacities as well. So right from building a virtual twin of the supply chain and then planning the inventory becomes one of the key levers. The moment I go ahead and then reduce my inventory, I automatically increase the margin and then also see that, okay, how do I bring value into the CapEx that I'll have invested? Next, people around in these 3 days or across have been asking, how's that I'll be able to take this lever from my strategic level into the tactical level, where I'll see it comes into the 4 walls of the plant. How will I go ahead and then produce my SKUs? How will I manage my SKUs? A lot of things are coming, a lot of grades, new ways of coming out, specialty steel, specialty materials, legacy and outdated systems. Can I go ahead and then transform this to really bring change in my way of working? So what is the thing? Will I be able to meet my OTIF? Will I be able to satisfy the customer demands, reduce the lead time and the work in progress inventory? Of course, reducing the cost. So are these the business impacts? Yes, we do go ahead and then help in the procurement planning, campaign planning, the capacity planning, and then see that day in, day out, how the technology can be part of your life to do the order promising and the capacity planning for publishing and then giving a commitment date to your customers. Then the third one is about the disruptions. Of course, I can produce, but how efficiently am I producing? There are new ways of producing that steel. So how do I increase my productivity? How do I increase the OEE with the existing setup? Nowadays, we are seeing electrification. We saw about new ways of steel making coming in. The upstream is electrified, but the downstream is still in the classic way of working. So how do I have those combinations and then still have my right plan dispatches that is being done? So how do I optimize my campaigns? How do I do the slab combinations? How do I reduce inventory over here? How do I have the right sequencing that is being done? So we are working across the globe with a lot of green steel initiatives. How do I go out and then have detailed schedules? How do I bring the right coffin structures, the slab combinations, the cold roll mill optimizations that are to be done? And we spoke about the logistics. I think that there was a lot of talks on the logistics issue and logistics cost being one of the highest in India. So how do we go out and then bring the logistics optimization? What is the best way for me to achieve this particular logistics cost? So supply chain disruptions. So how do I handle this from the lower level is one of the key things. And not the least, within the four walls of the plant, how do I improve my efficiency? So there is a lot of workforce issue. So how do I upgrade them? How do I bring digital tools? We heard people telling that, okay, my operators do not want to even go out and then do Excels, but they want automated systems to capture information. So how do I bring that? How do I ensure the quality informations are flowing back into the planning team? So how do I see planned versus actual comparisons that are coming in? So these types of waste reduction and the quality compliance obviously goes ahead and then improves the efficiency, and also see that, okay, how do we small contribution, how do we put the small contribution into the decarbonization thing? So the production management, the maintenance management, so the last lever of execution also becomes one of the key lever of transformation. So if I put this and then see one of the key thing, are we on the same platform? Are these data on the same platform? Many people came with IoT and then telling that, okay, I want to get insights, but I want to improve a specific target. But are we seeing this as a transformation? And then how do we unlock value in this particular transformation? And without having a bidirectional flow, an integrated flow at all the planning and operational levels, we have not really seen that as a success. So this industry has been on a path of going ahead in this challenge, and Dassault Systems is ready to offer and support as part of your journey. While we see this as the level of virtualization, and then we see the virtual tools coming in, it's also important to see how other companies are going ahead and then realizing this. Let us see some examples of how do we put this in real world. So to explain that, I have our partners, my friend, Mr. Amit Tyagi from Jindal Stainless, and then he would be sharing his thought process and the journey towards this particular transformation in metals. Mr. Amit, we would like to know more about you and Jindal Stainless.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Sanjeev, for giving me this opportunity so that I can share this use case with everyone. So we are Jindal Stainless. We are the largest stainless steel manufacturer in India and one of the largest in the world. We have 3 manufacturing plants in different regions in the country. We are operating 4 service centers to cater the requirement of different regions, the customized requirement of the customers. And we are supplying hundreds of SKUs all over the world. In India, we have these products in our catalog, starting from slabs, plates, blooms, black coils, CREP, cold rolled and hot rolled products, then specialized products like strips and bladed steel, then coil banks, and of course the long product. So if you talk about the challenges in specifically in production planning, so we face these challenges when we have different products to produce. Those have different the large lead time. We have to produce material as per the customer's customized requirements. It has different process route. It has different quality parameters to produce. And being a metal industry, we know the importance of scheduling. We cannot produce just a small quantity in one go. So we have to make campaigns. And then the high lead time, as I said earlier, we cannot commit a lead time of less than 4 weeks for a simple product, even if it is cold rolled product. So, and if it is a special product, we have to go up to 8 to 10 weeks. Then the logistics issues, as we have seen that in recent years that there are logistics constraints due to geopolitical issues which are not in our control even, and then the volatile prices. Since we have long lead times, so by the time we produce a final product to the customer, the demand may get changed. Customer may ask for some other product, or that demand can be fulfilled by some other suppliers. So these challenges, specifically in manufacturing and especially in production planning, we can share.
Mr. Amit, we know that, okay, you have been, Jindal Stainless has been on a transformation journey. And then you people are seeing that, okay, how do we unlock value with digitalization to handle these challenges? Would you be able to specify or give more information about your journey in this particular transformation?
So if you'll move to the next slide, I will share those challenges with the complexity in production planning of stainless steel. Like we have thousands of SKUs in our catalog, and we are producing more than 300 grades. We are offering more than 50 finishes to our customers. Our product thicknesses started from 0.05 mm thickness in cold rolled product up to 200 mm thickness in slabs. Then we have different order due dates we have to commit to the customers, no matter it is a small quantity order or we have a bulk order in our order book. And then the different process routes forces us to make bigger campaigns. So these to attain these complexities, we wanted a software which we can take care of these complexities and smoothen our process, our production process.
So it was a puzzle that you wanted to solve.
Yes, this was a puzzle. Means with the volume of 3 million ton, with the having so much products in our catalogs, it's not easy to plan the production for different processes.
So what is the journey? What is that journey has been till date? Then what is the future that you people have planned?
So to solve this puzzle, we got this PPDS Twintech tool, which of course you offered us. It's a fantastic tool, and this has been our journey. We started this in May. We will be implementing it in 2 phases. In first phase, we will implement company planner and Apprizo, which is an execution tool. And in second phase, we'll go for scheduling and sequencing. We are on the verge of go live. We have a scheduled go live on 15th of January in our Hisar plant. And once it is done there, we are used to with it. It will take another 4 or 5 months, and we will go to our other plant that is in charge for the other in the eastern part of the.
Thank you, Amit. I think just looping back, we spoke about the metal transformations that are there, and then the lever for metal transformation. And we see that in real time in India, we are engaged with one of the most complex technology, because I learned If it is steel learning, stainless steel learning is something different. So it is more complex than how we make steel. So we are engaged with Jindal Stainless. I mean, we are helping and partnering with them to see that, okay, how do we support each other in bringing value or unlocking value in the metal transformation. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sanjeev and Mr. Amit Tyagi, for such a wonderful presentation. I now call upon Mr. Ankit Mukherjee, Director, Business Strategy, Steel and Metallurgy, with a big round of applause to please felicitate Mr. Sanjeev R. and Mr. Amit Tyagi. Can I have you both back on stage, please? And can we have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause once again? Thank you so much, Mr. Sanjeev and Mr. Amit, for the wonderful presentations. Thank you, Ankit. And it's now time to move on to our technical session. And for that, firstly, we would like to thank John Cockrell for being the Titan sponsor for today. So can we have a huge round of applause? And for that, first, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Michael Boyer, Senior VP Business Development, John Cockrell. Also, can I have Mr. Ankit on stage once again? Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause. Followed by Mr. Naufal Amimi, AMNS, with a big round of applause. Followed by Mr. Apat Sise, Global Head of Sales, John Cockrell. And followed by Mr. Laurent Wissot, John Cockrell. Thank you so much once again for being the Titan sponsors for today. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. It's wonderful to have all of you here on stage. I think we should have one group picture again with all of the gentlemen. Along with Mr. Ankit. Once again, a big round of applause for all the gentlemen. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you so much, Ankit sir. And it's now time to move on to our first presentation. And for that, we have here on stage Mr. Michael Boyer, and who's going to talk about coating technology of the future, jet vapor deposition. Along with Mr. Naufal Amimi, AMNS, with a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Namaste.
Can you change from one slide to Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here.
We'll present together with John Cockerill and MNS a new technology which can be the breakthrough for the galvanizing process. It's a jet vapor deposition. We can say that it will be the coating technology for the future. On fait, on avance. Okay. We start by a joke with a green frog, not a green steel. And in fact, this explains the name of galvanization. It's in the past, an Italian guy, Luigi Galvani, make a trial and put two pieces of steel on the frog leg and move the frog moves the legs. Then it uses the electricity generated by the two pieces of metal. Another Italian guy make a battery. A British guy used this process to put zinc on the steel. And in fact, a French guy, we need always French guy, patented this and gives the name of galvanization to honor Luigi Galvani. You know that there are several processes for galvanization. The first one is electrogalv, you know very well. The second one is hot dip galvanizing. And each of the technology have advantages and drawback we can discuss later on.
Okay, so let me introduce a little bit more this breakthrough technology. And I would like to start with some comparison of these two already existing technologies. And I would like to make a parallel with the painting. When we paint our house, we have different technologies to do it. The first one is the hot dip galvanization. In parallel, you can imagine a brush of painting. That means you put the quantity of paint almost quite good, okay? You have a nice pictures of the surface. We can do a lot of things with this technology, nice products. You have electrogalvanization. I would like to compare it like a roll painting. That means you put less zinc, less paint on the wall, maybe a better surface, smaller grains. But GVD now, as you can see, on your right side, a very, very small grains on the surface, the smallest you can reach by condensing a vapor. And that it looks like a powder painting. Today, I would like to tell you that within ArcelorMittal Belgium site, we have already produced more than 1 million tons through this technology. It's not a dream, it's a fact now. So we have already spread this product all around the world. And I'm sure that you have already heard about this technology. I just would like to explain you a little bit more the context from the history to the future. We started to develop this technology in ArcelorMittal in 1995 with a small batch laboratory. After then, step by step, we invested in upscaling this technology to get more maturity, to focus on industry solution. Now we are able to produce at 200 meters per minute with a massive line in Belgium. And we expect in the future to develop GVD technology N+1 to reach 400 meters per minute.
Okay, this is a presentation of how it works. In fact, we put some zinc ingots in a melting furnace where we transform the solid zinc into liquid zinc. Then the zinc, liquid zinc is evaporated in an evaporator, and the vapor flow is regulated by a regulating valve and is ejected onto the strip in a vacuum chamber. All the process of the coating is in a chamber, in a vacuum chamber with no pressure. This is a GVD section. So the strip is coming from the degrading section. There is entry vacuum airlocks where we go from atmospheric pressure to vacuum. There is strip surface preparation, and then the strip is coated in the GVD deposition chamber. Then we have water-cooled roll to reduce the temperature of the strip, and we go to the atmospheric pressure through the exit vacuum airlock. At the entry of the process, the strip is at 110 degrees C. This is a GVD layout. Typically, it's uncoiler, like a typical line, entry looper, surface cleaning, then the GVD section, water cooling, post-treatment, exit looper, and coiler.
To make a parallel, this is a layout of the line existing in Belgium, in ArcelorMittal. You can see that what Michel Boyer said, detail, we have that also. So you have an entry section, a degreasing section. We have the vacuum process. We come back, the strip come back by turning towers to post-treatment section and exit one. So these capabilities, the capabilities of this line start from concerning the thickness from 0.4 to 3 millimeters. Concerning the width, it starts from 750 millimeters width to 1,600 millimeters. This is, I would say, the configuration of this line. Maximum line speed is 120. Zinc coating start from, 180 meter per minute. And the zinc coating thickness start from 0.5 micrometer to 10 micrometer per side.
So the line of Kessel is folded due to the space requirement, but here there is a layout of a line we are proposing to a customer where the straight line with two possibility to have two coating cell, two GVD. There is one install and one space provision, and the line length will be is 245 meters.
Okay, so we can say that this technology is really oriented to low carbon footprint. All equipment of this technology use electricity. That means that for the future, as soon as we can have green electricity, we will step forward on the better performance. We have a better steel produced yield by this technology, and also an optimizing yield compared to other classical metallic coating. The idea is really to push the maximum line speed at a new area that we cannot reach today with classical technologies. Okay, why we are able to reach this line speed in the future is just because we generate vapor at sonic speed. Okay, and the major consumption of energy concerns a vacuum. Vacuum, it's a fixed consumption. That means if you increase the line speed, you really directly get better performance compared to other technologies. Some advantage of this technology. First of all, we have a very, very native aesthetic surface quality. Why? Because we spread vapor. And you can imagine that spreading vapor can reach the smallest grain again on the surface, which give a very smooth structure. And for example, for organic coating lines, which is a post-process, I would say, you can lower the consumption of the primer because we will get directly the right roughness to have a final surface aesthetic coating. Thanks to this technology, because the grain is so small, we follow drastically the roughness of the steel. That means that if you prepare correctly the surface of the steel before in upstream, GVD is transparent. It's followed drastically this roughness, so that means you don't need a skin pass. You can see on the right side some images to show you the surface quality of this product on pure zinc. On the left side, it's just to show you that we have possibilities also to make different post-treatment, to put other layers on it. This is an example in phosphating product. Another interesting advantage concerning the welding properties for the customers of steel makers, we have actually two kind of welding in the process in automotive market, for example, spot welding. This spot welding, we made some characterization in R&D lab, and we noticed a very nice increasing of the lifetime of the electrodes because less sticking effect of zinc. In parallel, in automotive market, when we need to weld with a laser welding process, you need to have a very homogeneous surface optically. Otherwise, you need to change parameters all time. Customers are happy to receive this product because of its very great homogeneity. It stabilizes the laser properties welding.
Another advantage is forming properties because GVD reduces drastically the powdering effect during the stamping process. So this allows the customer, the final end user, to increase the production between two line stops. This is the capacity of Kesal. In fact, we can customize the zinc coating for the right application. Here in Kesal, we go from 0.5 micron to 10 micron per side, Z8 to Z140. One advantage is the possibility to coat on demand independently of the side and thickness. In fact, here you see in the graph, on one side, we coat two sides, then one side, then again two sides, and this change can be made very quickly, immediately. On this graph also, you see the flexibility and the reactivity of the process. On the blue, on the top side, top graph, it's a shade A. We go from 0.5 micron, 0.5 micron, 0.5 micron, 1.5 micron, 2.5, 0.5 micron. On the other side, we have different thickness, coating thickness, 5 micron, 7.5. And this we can change for the same coil or on two consecutive coils. It's very quick. Another big advantage is the coating homogeneity. As you know, in hot dip galvanizing, we have always edge over coating. That's why you are obliged to have staggering winding. Otherwise, you have banana shape for the coil. Here, it's perfectly flat. On the right side, this is on transversal homogeneity. According to the length of the strip length, you see that we can change the line speed from 120 to 80, 60, 120, etc., down to 30 meters per minute without changing the coating thickness. So the coating thickness remains homogeneous. So this is very difficult to do with hot dip galvanizing because every time you change the line speed, you are obliged to change the pressure or the zinc or the strip to nozzle distance.
Concerning the optimizing yield, we have a process which is easily to control. Actually, the vapor go through an ejector directly to the strip, okay? And this ejector is rotating and is adapting to the width of the strip. So that means if you produce a narrow strip, the ejector position will be rotated, okay? But thanks to that technology, we can also, for example, coat narrower than the width of the strip. You can see on your right side, a coating inside, I would say, with a width smaller than the strip itself to get edges without zinc. When we speak about the zinc yield, and if we compare to the hot dip process, which is around 92% of yield, GVD reached 99.5%. You can believe me, this is a reality. Where we lose this small quantity of zinc? The majority concerns the dross of the furnace in where we melt the zinc. This dross is pure zinc oxide. There is no reaction of this with the steel. That means this pure zinc oxide is an added value also to resell and recycle it 100%. 10 less quantity is condensed internal. I mean, under vacuum, we speak about 0.04% of this quantity has to be collected under vacuum. But it's still pure zinc. We can melt it again in the furnace. So we don't speak anymore about electrolytes. We don't speak anymore about, I would say, other low quality products.
Now we can speak a little bit of the process. This is a comparison between EG and GVD. With the electro-galvanizing, you have annealing line, EG line, and then since in the EG line, you have hydrogen generation. For advanced electron steel, there is a risk of H2 embrittlement. So the steel becomes fragile. So you need to go through batch annealing to eliminate hydrogen and then to oiling line. GVD, we go from annealing line to the GVD section. So there is shorter lead time, H2-free process, and zero steel embrittlement. This is a comparison between hot dip galvanizing and GVD. We can have, if we couple the process, it's quite similar. But there is also another solution to have a GVD line standalone and to fit this line with annealing product, batch annealed product, or pickle and oil for the hot roll product. This is a comparison between speed. We have no more limitation due to the air knives, so we can increase the speed in the GVD and to the 400 meters per minute, for instance. And for thicker products, the limitation is just due to the zinc evaporation.
Okay, time is flying, so we will just explain you some comparative product properties. Just to mention that we have did our own certification, but also external one. First of all, I would say in summary, we can say that the performance of this product is either the same as other products for other metallic coating, either better or even better. Okay, so we had some collaboration with the Fraunhofer Institute in Germany, which have certificate our product and compared it to other products. Last but not least, just to mention that our branding in automotive market is JetGal products. And this product, we have already made some comparison with Galvanizing product to explain that it's really compete in performance. Here you can see an NVDA red rust result evolution. After 12 cycles, you can see that there is less rust in JetGal product compared to GA. Some application of the market. On the right side, we just explained that there is big advantage in automotive exposed product, but also in highest strength steel in the world. We can coat it by this technology to build safety components for the car. But of course, we can have also products spread in industry markets, home appliance, ceilings, hinges, drums, and so on.
This is a summary of the advantage of the GVD, but with all those advantages in terms of OPEX, you can ask the question, why ArcelorMittal shares this technology? The answer is very simple. ArcelorMittal has collaborated exclusively with John Cockerill worldwide to commercialize the GVD because, in fact, all the car maker, for instance, doesn't want to have one single supplier. So they open the technology to other steel makers. That's why we are in India. We are promoting this, and we have received a first pre-order in Europe with SSAB, which is specialized in advanced high-strength steel, to put the next line of GVD line in Europe, in Sweden. So we thank you for your attention, and we are ready for any question.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Any question? Everything was clear? Or maybe not?
Or maybe at the end. Maybe. But in any case, we are at your disposal in your booth. And if you need more clarification on the GVD process and to see what are the advantage, and we have also a movie of the line of Kesal, and we will be pleased to show the movie to you. Okay.
Thank you again.
Thank you. Since we have been quite long, on GVD, I will be very short on the cooling technology. So this is a summary of the line cooling technology. In fact, you have different the cooling technology, blower, conventional blower. The blow stab we have developed in John Cockerill, this is conventional convective blowers, but the more we blow, the more we stabilize the strip. There is water mist cooling, ultra dry cooling. I will develop its cooling with heptane and OWAC, IWAC. So some cooling use water and generate some oxidation. Some don't use water and can be implemented in CGL. So this is a summary of different cooling technology with advantage and drawbacks of different technology. Blow stab we have developed, and we have blow stab 1, 2, or 3. I will explain. Ultra dry cooling, we use heptane, and this is a new technology also. And OWAC, IWAC is a process which is used in Kesal upstream the GVD, which balance the drawback of water quench, particularly concerning the flatness. So obviously there is difference between wet cooling and dry cooling, obviously, and wet cooling by water is not possible in galvanizing lines. Obviously, the cooling rate has always an advantage because if you increase the cooling rate, you can decrease the amount of alloying elements in the steel. And the alloying elements are detrimental to the coating in hot dip galvanizing. That's why you have in the furnaces some sophisticated process to have selective oxidation to coat advanced steel on hot dip galvanizing lines. This is a summary with base 100 on conventional blowers, summary of OPEX and CAPEX of different technology. So I can develop that blow stab is quite advantageous. Ultra dry cooling is also quite advantageous. But what you have to consider is the cooling rate. And the cooling rate, will come back later on what are the maximum cooling rate you can achieve with different technology. So we started the blow stab, and we patented, I have personally patented the blow stab 1 nearly 20 years ago. And in fact, we compare with different technology, HGC, flash cooling, slots, etc. And we can see the heat transfer, the cooling uniformity, and then the stability. The advantage of the blow stab is when the strip is not centered between the blowing box, the blow stab pushes the strip again in the middle. When the strip is twisted between the blowing box, the strip is again put in stable and parallel position. This is not the case with other process. ArcelorMittal has developed a specific line to do that, and they have checked different process technology, all the technology, and they have proven that only the blow stab gives those performances. So in addition to the cooling performances, you have the stability, and this is an advantage in the furnaces in the afterpot cooling section we'll see later on. So this is the blow stab 2. Now we have developed blow stab 1. We have developed was in 2005. Blow stab 2. We have generated this to improve the stability, to reduce the nozzle pitch, and to increase the heat transfer coefficient by 25%. So this is applicable either in furnaces and or in afterpot cooling and post-treatment section. And finally, we have developed the blow stab 3 for advanced industrial steel. We have lines in India where we CAL and CGL dedicated to high-strength steel, where we implement the blow stab 3. We can go from 850 to 250 degrees C at 65 degrees C, 100 degrees C per second, even to go to low temperatures, which is difficult. We have improved the homogeneity, 10 degree maximum transversal homogeneity, and the blowing velocity is 120 meters per second. This is some view of equipment blow stab 3, which will be implemented in line in India. So this is just for conventional and advanced blowing convective technology. But John Cockerill has developed and patented also another process, which is we inject a neutral media onto the strip, and this media change of phase from liquid to vapor at 98 degrees. So there is possibility to cool the strip at very low temperature, and high cooling rate can be achieved for new steel grade, DP, TRIP, martensitic, QNP, because QNP stop quench is very important. There is big advantage, no low electrical consumption, no fluttering, and the flexibility of the cooling rate is high. So we have built the endless line and pilot line in CRM, Center of Research Metallurgic in Belgium, and we have checked the cooling rate, obviously, the atmosphere separation between the area where there is heptane and upstream and downstream, the heptane recovery, and we have checked that there is absence of carbon layer, and we have checked the coatability and coating adherence with 0T, which is strictly equal to gas jet cooling in CGL. Some performances. Here you see we have made the cooling rate, in fact, is with blow stab. Typically, it's 120 degrees C for 1 millimeter thick, from 650 to 400 degree. With UDC, the cooling rate is 500 degrees C per second for 1 millimeter thick. So it's 4 to 5 times the cooling rate you have on conventional even not conventional, even quite advanced blower. And there is no difference was observed between samples cooled with conventional jet cooler and UDC in heptane. So UDC is compatible with metallic coating process. So water deep quench, I will not go into detail because we don't use, because we observe that you may have some flatness issues due to the fact that there is boiling, due to the boiling in the water quench, and you have vapor, and you have not homogeneous cooling. Obviously, you can reach 1000 degrees C per second, but may have some flatness issue. That's why we have developed also with ArcelorMittal, and this is the line we have in front of the GVD line in Kessel, with the CAL, where we have developed hot water quenching with innovative water accelerated cooling from John Cockrell, and this gives the same performance that water quench in summary, but with not any more flatness issues. This is some advantage of OWAC and IWAC. Now, I would like to explain the advantage of the blow stab. I come back to the convective blower, and we can put in not only in the furnace, but in afterpot cooling section. Most of the competition, they have competition line present some drawbacks in afterpot cooling. The lack of cooling performance. So you have too high temperature top roll, vibration, and when you have vibration in the cooling tower, you have vibration between the nozzle. Even if you have a stabilizing device, you have high consumption leading to high OPEX. So that's why we have achieved and we have implemented GVD in several lines. And I have presented this more in detail in ISTech conference. And we have checked on 2 lines, automotive line in China, in mass steel. They have the target was to maximize the efficiency of cooling because they are too high temperature at top roll. They wanted to limit the vibration because they had scratches due to twisting effect in the blow box. They wanted to keep the fan capacity. They had only 5 days to change all the cooling section. They wanted to minimize the capex, and they asked us to deliver 3 months after order. This was in mass steel. In Shugang, it was also a furnace supplied by another furnace supplier. They wanted to maximize the efficiency of cooling, to decrease the temperature of top roll, to keep the existing fan capacity always the same, to extend the product mix because the maximum thickness was 1.6 millimeters. They wanted to increase the thickness. To implement they had 2 weeks lane stop, and they wanted to minimize the capex, and we had 5 months to deliver. So what are the results? And the results are much more detailed, and we have testimony of the customer. In mass steel, we have reduced by 30 degrees the temperature top roll without changing the blower. We have divided by 3 the vibration in the afterpot cooling section, and we have succeeded to deliver 3 months after order, and we have respected the line stop. In Shugang, also, we have increased the product mix for products which were impossible to produce. We have improved the efficiency because they had savings of 135 kilowatt per hour in average for the same product, and we have achieved the delivery and the line stop. So this is obviously very rapidly presentation of all the cooling technology and provided by John Cockrell, and I am at your disposal for any question you may have. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Boyer. And we now have with me on stage Mr. Arpa Choi, and he's going to present on technologies for the production of electrical steel, as well as talk about the eco-friendly acid regeneration to decarbonize steel industry. Can we please welcome him with a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen?
Just a sec. Yes. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to talk to you today about electrical steel and unique innovative technologies that John Cockerill brings to the production of electrical steel. So what is electrical steel? Electrical steel is a specialty steel product used at the cores of electromagnetic components, such as motors, transformers, generators. Electrical steel is desired for its unique property to reduce energy losses, power loss. There are two main types of electrical steel, NGO, which is non-grain oriented. Here, the magnetic properties are same across all directions. It has an isotropic texture and it has a small grain size, 50 to 150 microns. NGO steel is primarily used for rotating components, so that would be motors for electrical vehicles and wind turbines. Contrasting, GEO or grain-oriented electrical steel has superior magnetic conductivity in a particular direction, in the rolling direction. It has a gauze texture, and the grain size is significantly orders of magnitude larger than for NGO, larger than 1 centimeter. GEO steel is used for static applications such as transformers. On this slide, you see different composition of NGO products that steelmakers have developed over the years. And they are plotted on 2 axes. The vertical axis is the magnetic flux density, representing motor torque. And the horizontal axis is high frequency iron loss, representing efficiency. Okay, our presentation today is focusing on NGO route. So the complete process for electrical steel NGO, we have, of course, iron and steel making, the secondary metallurgy, we have slab casting, the hot strip mill. Afterwards, which comes the finishing lines, the downstream processing, where John Cockerill has unique technologies. The downstream processing for NGO is composed of 3 different process parts. The first one is the APL, annealing and pickling line. It consists of a side trimmer, an annealing furnace, shot blasting, and pickling. Then that's followed by an intermediary cold rolling mill, after which the strip is processed to the ACL, which is the annealing and coating line. So here we have cleaning, annealing furnace, and then insulation coating. Just another view of the NGO route from the hot strip mill. We are going to the APL, the rolling mill, and the ACL. The strip thickness in the APL is generally between 1.5 to 3 millimeters. And once we pass through the cold rolling process, this is reduced to 0.2 to 1.5. Okay, just a little bit about the APL. So the APL has a thermal treatment part and a surface treatment part. In the thermal treatment, we have the direct flame furnace. And afterwards, we have shot blasting and pickling. The thickness of the strip, again, is between 1.5 to 3 millimeters. We process strip width 600 to 1650 millimeters. And the speed of the coil through the APL is generally slow, 25 to 70 meters per minute. just the product mix and production parameters for 240 tons per year production. For the APL, again, notice the sow speed, the thickness velocity of 50 meters per minute per millimeter. This is the same in the ACL, and the theoretical running hours just under 7,000 hours per year. A typical APL layout, it's just to show the length of the line, it's around 350 meters. And the APL furnace, the thermal profile of the coil throughout the length of the furnace is shown on the chart. And underneath on the photos, you see the microstructure before and after annealing. So on the APL furnace, one thing to note is that we are not restricted to manipulate atmospheric conditions, nitrogen, hydrogen content, because there's an immediate pickling process afterwards. APL furnace photos. And then an isometric view of a recent furnace that we are delivering to ArcelorMittal in France. Here's the 155-meter length of the furnace. It's composed of 6 parts: entry seal and preheating section, direct flame furnace, gas soaking section, sealing gate and radioactive cooling section, water cooling section, wringlers and dryer. And the final part of the APL process is the pickling. Here, the biggest issue is silicon sludge removal. We offer 2 different unique solutions. They both have their pros and cons. One is in a deep tank through sedimentation, and the other one is through turbulence pickling tanks. So what we do here, it's a very detailed discussion with the customer, and depending on their preferences, we select the right solution. A few words about the cold rolling mill. Here's a photo of a rolling mill and an isometric view. So John Cockerill has been historically very successful with their 6 high mills for cold rolling. For the past decades, we have sold many, many units. And we have modified this 6 high mill to be suitable for electrical steel processing, where the material is harder, the material is thinner. So we are utilizing smaller working rolls. We can process strips up to or down to 0.2 millimeter thickness with this configuration. And for thicknesses below 0.2 millimeter, which we see some customers demanding, we have worked with Senzimir and developed a modular solution where we can take out our standard 6 high working rolls and replace it with the Senzimir Z high cassette. CAD drawing of the modular design. And then a few words now about the annealing and coating line. So again, product mix and production data for 225,000 tons per year. The process speed is much higher as we are working with thinner material. We have the same thickness velocity, and the theoretical running hours are about 10% higher than for the APL portion. Just a view of the annealing and coating line, the different areas. We have a degreasing segment, we have a furnace, an inductive oven, and a varnish section. The layout of an ACL, about typically 450 meters in length. And the profile of the strip, the thermal profile of the strip in the furnace along the length of the furnace. For the ACL furnace, the main difference is that atmospheric conditions are different and must be carefully regulated and managed in the different parts of the furnace as the strip travels. And the nitrogen and hydrogen content have to be carefully manipulated to create a good quality product. ACL furnace photos. And we close here with the ACL varnish section. So this is the coating, the insulation coating. We can coat a strip in a horizontal position. We can coat a strip in a vertical position where we have a unique patent to avoid drafting, which is a dynamic seal. And the last slide on electrical steel, we have a dozen references since 2012 in NGO applications. We have references in the USA, we have references in Europe, we have references in India, and we have references in South Korea. So with that, I'll close the electrical steel, and after this, I'll segue into our next presentation. Thank you. Okay, so our next presentation will be done by Laurent Bissot. He's the Chief Operating Officer of Advanced Coating. And I wanted to do the segue slide. On the chart, you see the projected annual growth of automotive steel demand for between 2024 and 2029. It's a 7.5% growth. And domestic steelmakers are taking advantage of the growing high quality, high-end production of automotive and appliance markets to increase their production capacity. We have delivered CGL number 2 for Tata Steel in Jamshedpur for their automotive line, and are currently erecting and commissioning new high-end lines, also for Tata Steel in Kalinganagar and AMNS in Hazira. Roll coatings play a crucial role in the final quality of the product, these high-value products. So with that, I'll pass the microphone to my good friend Laurent, and he will introduce you to rose coating. Thank you.
So thank you for your nice presentation. Hello to everybody. I will try to be as short as I can, because I know that some of us are a little bit angry. So of course, still this morning, we are discussing about decarbonization. And also with gas consumption, CO2 emission, and so on. And one fact, it's to focus also on the coil and strip quality. In fact, if something's wrong with the coil quality at the end, you have not sellable products to your customer. And also you have used lots of energy, of fuels, of gases. You have some emission, even if we can today integrate new process, as presented with John Cockrell solutions. But a huge impact should be the contact surface between the coil itself and to the rolls that can convey the strips through the different process. So, of course, here, main of the feedback we can have from a steel producer is, at the end, quality control. If there is a wrong contact between the strip and the conveyor rolls, sorry, the origin or the defect should be scratches, should be material tears, dents, and so on. And we try to identify, you can see some different defects you can have on your strip during processing. So it was a scratch indentation for that case. And the root cause are multiple and not so easy to identify. And mostly we can see that some rolls or the equipment, the installation, the roughness, the roll profile, and so on should have very deep impacts on the contacts between the strip and the conveyor rolls. And also, when we speak about coatings on processing rolls, what is very important is to identify the right chemistry to avoid spinel formation between alloying element inside the strip, but also the coating itself chemistry. So I'm not here to make a course of tribology. We don't have time, but something is very interesting when you study a little bit, typically the type of wear and the hardness of the rolls coated surface, and also friction coefficients
and roughness profile. So I want to just introduce you some fundamentals. Knowing that's the target at the end, when conveying the strip inside the installation, we are trying to limit sliding, avoid coating peaks, indentation, and eliminate chemical bonds, typically the three main source of trouble for quality. So typically, type of wear we can recognize in these processing lines is abrasive wear and also erosive wear, typically, and should be also with free body. So the example here, for sure, because if you have chinning plates, galvanizing plates, color coating plates, there is a free body. So it's mainly what we can observe on a roll surface, conveying roll surface. So from years, now we deal with thermal spray coatings. It's now more than 40 years, especially in steel business. And from years, the deal was to increase the coating hardness in order to limit the wear. And also to extend lifetime of the rolls inside the processing lines, to not stop the lines, to not replace the rolls and save OPEX. So now we have also new technology that's bringing us more and more hard coatings. And you can see typically coatings, tungsten carbide, I think so, from standard technologies. And you can see typically the level hardness, so quite hard. Also, you can see the roughness, and you can see some porosities. Now, with the new tech, sorry, the opposite way. So with the new technology, you can see a very huge difference. It's a little bit linked to the GVD process. In fact, we go faster and faster. So we are very dense coatings now with very smooth surfaces that you can manage with specific preparation or finishing. And also you can see that the hardness becomes very, very high. So we extend rolls lifetime inside the processing lines. So of course now for most of the lines in Europe, also the next line and the coming lines in India, we use thermal spray coating for continuous selling lines, for galvanized, for GVD, also in Europe, for color coating lines, and also for some specific skin pass and tamper mill. So really, you can improve your surface aspect of the coil that you sell to your end user or the end customer. It's very important. What's happened next? Sorry. Wrong. So I was mentioning to you first, okay, we will put the harness of the coating always at the upper level. But there is also things, and you know that in your criteria for the course, roughness of the course is an issue. Of course, you don't have to get some scratch, some marks and so on, but the roughness should be an issue. Also for the wettability, also for the color coating and so on, construction. And I just give you the general figures that we use in our business. We always speak about micrometers array. It's a general value. But again, now we integrate what we name the RSK. And I will show you the next slide. So the first illustration at the top and the second are the same roughness level, except that you can see the roughness profile is not the same. So imagine if I have a very nice galvanizing sheet and I use the second profile, the lower one here. Of course, I have a great risk in order to mark the strip itself. So I have to take care about the profile. And you can see now also we integrate a new value. It's RMR. It comes from the bearings science. And in fact, you can see that depending on the level of the finishing, depending on the roughness, I can use also, and we have a higher friction coefficient. So at the origin, we were all thinking that by increasing the roughness, I have more traction on the street. Yes, but you have also to integrate the friction coefficient related to the chemistry, but also related to the profiles of the roughness and also the level of finishing. So it's very challenging because depending of the rolls location should be very depending and specified roughness and chemistry. We are speaking about chemistry. I mentioned to here some standard chemistry you can find for the thermal spray coatings. Most of the coating are linked to oxide. The other name is ceramics, carbides, mix of both, that name now cermets. So it's very common now what you can find on the market in terms of chemistry. So based on this chemistry, of course, each chemistry should be applied for specific rolls location. Also now there is a clear picture of the existing technology. And what you can see from the left to the right, in fact, it's like the history of the thermal spraying coating technologies. So now we go faster and faster, and we have trends to decrease a little bit the temperature. For example, the last technology we developed inside advanced coating and use also for many roles for John Cockreels for new project and revamping, we use now HPHVAF, where polar particle reach Mach 3.3. So it's already supersonic. That's why also we can have so dense coatings. Also, when we want to define a coating, one important parameters is the thickness. Typically, in the past, we were dealing with millimeters. Now we decrease a lot. Of course, because it has an impact of the cost. The most you put on the rolls, the more it costs. So please take the proper thickness, sorry. And this, yes, was the thickness. So I mentioned, just to give you some figures, processing rolls between 80 to 120 micron. For furnace rolls, we can decrease a little bit. I just will explain why, because most of the time we replace furnace rolls due to question of profiles deterioration. Not coating, but profiles. So no need to put a lot of coating on the furnace rolls. There is no issue. It costs a lot for nothing. But it's why I make a difference between cold application and hot application. And for the roughness, as I mentioned to you, there is no rules. Depending of the line, you can take 3 different galvanizing lines from ArcelorMittal, Tata Steel, from ThyssenKrupp. They produce at the end the same quality to the end user, to the customer, but we can have very different roughness configuration within the lines. So I would say it's a case-by-case study that we have to support with the customer. And also depending of the development they are dealing with for the new steel grades. So typically it's hot dip galvanizing lines, and you can see that depending of the rolls location, we can adapt the chemistry, we can adapt the technology, and we can adapt the thickness, and of course the roughness profile. So it's really, really challenging with the customer. And the idea, again, is to target 100% of conform coils to be delivered to the customer. So again, in order to assist you, even if in John Cockrell we have expertises in thermal, in mechanical issue, in process, for sure. I think we have a nice presentation of the different process that John Cockrell managed today. We need also the data when operation. Because depending of the data, of the event you can have on the lines, after some, we'll say, stoppages, during maintenance and so on, we need this data in order to define what should be the best configuration in terms of surface contact between the strip and the rolls themselves. So I will pass quite fast on this because it's your business to select what should be sellable depending on your market and so on. But of course, we need to know that because with that, you have also specific process definition. Also, what is very interesting, it's the CapEx versus OpEx. So typically, inside advanced coating, most of the roles are refurbishing roles. That is to say that the lines exist from years, decades for certain, and we have to refurbish the roles. But if you imagine a line starting in the end of the 90s, dealing with new product today in 2024, the product mix at the origin and product mix today is absolutely not the same. The process have changed, so we have to change also the role configuration themselves. So it is very important to have all the data in order to minimize the OpEx. Also, we have TCO management, typically for the roles management, maintenance, and to avoid all line stoppages. So typically in the hand of John Cockerill, we just saw some picture of the thermal process for the silicon steel. As soon as the process is validated, confirmed, we can align all the stars to produce good coils quality. You have to monitor that and also ensure a reliable maintenance. And in maintenance, we give also the support to the teams, operational teams, by site examination, by audits, and by evaluation of what should be the next step in order to join you to have the added values, 100% of sellable coils. It's very important because, of course, environmental, decarbonization, and so on. But again, if you produce coils that are not conform, all the value chains before for nothing. You have to restart. So it costs a lot. In addition to the environmental constraints. So typically we have all figures in order to support you. Of course, as John Cockerill, when you provide some new equipment, we can imagine, and I confirm, they integrate all the last technology. But also when you want to retrofit some lines, when you have to upgrade some lines and so on, feel free to contact all the experts inside John Cockerill, and I will be very pleased to join them in order to support in all coating definitions. Thank you.
So that wraps up our session. I know everybody's either very hungry or very shy because there were no questions. So please see us at our booth. It's D02, right at the entrance of the adjacent hall. We have a large team of experts who would be happy to answer any of your questions. So enjoy lunch. Thank you.
Thank you so much, speakers. I request everyone to please be seated only for 2 minutes, please. It's a humble request. I request all of you, the lunch has not started yet. Firstly, thank you so much to all the speakers and a big, big thank you to John Cockerill once again for being our title sponsor for the day. And now quickly, I invite on stage Mr. Ankit Mukherjee once again. Mr. Ankit Mukherjee here to please present the mementos. And I call upon Mr. Michael Boyer, I call upon Mr. Arpad Choi, I call upon stage Mr. Laurent Wissot and Mr. Naufal Amimi. All the esteemed speakers here on stage with a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, thank you so much to all our esteemed speakers. And once again, a big thank you to John Cockrell for being the title sponsor for today. And now I would like to invite on stage Mr. Rajesh Gosen, the Managing Director from Modern Engineering Works. And let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, he is the lunch sponsor for today. With a big round of applause, sir, can I have you on stage? I request you to please speak a few words. Also, I would request Mr. Ankit to please felicitate Mr. Rajesh Gosen. And I have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, sir. And thank you so much for sponsoring the lunch for us. Now I request you to please speak a few words.
Yes. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Modern Engineering is a company which is our family-owned company from last 40 years. We are based in Rourkela, Odisha. We are associated with steel industry as a small spares manufacturers. And slowly we grew up with our partners, as the steel industry grew up in India. And now we take pride to share. We are very quality manufacturer of spares and equipment for the steel plants, for the hot rolling mills, roller tables, side guides, ground collar guides. Even we have made a down collar. We have worked with all the technology providers for almost all the steel plants in India and supplied to almost all the world steel plants, be it in Canada, be it USA, be it in Europe, be it in Asia. Now, I'd like to invite all of you for lunch. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. We all can proceed for the lunch now. Thank you.
The refractory plant from CPL Refractories. CPL Refractories focuses on metallurgical coke oven repair, providing solutions such as ceramic welding processes, fused silica bricks, and fused silica castables. CPL Refractories has a proven track record, with over 30 years of experience in repairing refractories. Let's get to know the refractory plant from CPL Refractories. The refractory plant from CPL Refractories, situated in South Africa, is a leading supplier of fused silica bricks and monolithic refractories for coke oven hot repair. These materials are exclusively distributed under the CPL Refractories brand to global customers. The company's expertise in oven construction and brick design significantly complements the CPL Refractories and R&D team. CPL
Copper, steel, glass, cement. The building blocks of a modern world, born in fire, protected by stone. RHI Magnesita masters heat. We are a world champion from Austria. 120,000 products for 1200 degrees Celsius and beyond. Fireproof for extreme conditions. Wherever it gets hot, we are there. Innovation is our tradition. 200 years of experience have gone into our products, which are popular with customers all over the world. From an Austrian mining operation to a global technology leader, We keep an eye on every single stone, from mining to recycling, from the first idea to production. Automated and digitized. By using artificial intelligence, we pave the way for sustainable processes, for the environment, for tomorrow. RHI Magna Zeta. We ignite the future.
It takes a sense of adventure to conquer true innovation, to find a path that no one else has walked before. We explore new possibilities. In the face of obstacles, we turn challenges into opportunities, and we will persevere until we've reached our destination. The steel plant of tomorrow. This is a plant that is fully automated. It benefits from cutting-edge digital technologies and brings transparency to the entire production process. It uses synergies between the most advanced solutions in steel production. The result is unparalleled efficiency and end products of the highest quality. This plant of the future illustrates our determination to push the limits in the world of metals. Together with our customers in the metals industry, we are on a journey of discovery. Together, we explore what's next. We are pioneers at heart. Primetals Technologies.
In the heart of the refractory industry, challenges like intense heat and corrosive conditions are a daily reality. For over 30 years, Sarvesh Refractories has delivered solutions that endure, engineered to excel in the toughest environments. As India marches towards self-reliance, Sarvesh leads the charge, manufacturing world-class refractory solutions right here at home.
As the country's focus is on being Atmanirbhar, we have made world-class facilities to manufacture refractories, especially for the Indian steel makers. As a responsible manufacturer, we are committed towards achieving circular economy in all our products. We are proud to be one of the biggest recyclers of refractories in the industry. We have also entered into key collaborations like a joint venture with Chosen Refractories from South Korea. This joint venture is to manufacture tap-hole clay. The idea is to introduce and manufacture world-class products in India for Indian and global steel makers.
With cutting-edge technology automated kilns, precision hydraulic presses, and advanced SCADA systems, Sarvesh sets the benchmark for quality and efficiency. Proudly Indian, globally reliable. Together, let's pave the way for a self-sufficient, resilient future.
Strength. It comes from people.
knowledge, and skills honed over a century of hard work. Strength comes from experience, advancing what we've done before to create what's next, shaping and improving our world every day. We find strength helping partners take on complex questions and emerge with new solutions, new technologies, new products, new ways of doing business. Greater results for our customers, our communities, and our investors. Our ambition is unwavering, our focus precise, our value proven. Together we stand, defined by what we make and the way we make it. Work that matters, moving business forward worldwide. Thinking stronger by design.
The metals industry stands at a crossroads. A 2024 report by the government of South Australia's Department for Energy and Mining found that iron and steelmaking together account for 8% of global carbon emissions. The urgency to act is undeniable. Coupled with fluctuating markets, regulations, and disruptions, producers are pushed to adopt new, sustainable methods to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. Delmia for Green Metals is an end-to-end solution designed to transform metals production into a more sustainable and efficient process through the virtual twin experience. The virtual twin experience creates a dynamic digital replica of the entire process, from raw materials to finished products. Delmia allows for precise simulations and optimization of production conditions, integrating real-time data for accurate predictions and optimal outcomes. This enhances energy efficiency, minimizes waste, and enables maintenance and performance monitoring. It also simulates the impact of integrating new technologies, such as hydrogen-based direct reduction, accelerating the adoption of greener methods with lower risks. Let's now explore the complete capabilities and innovative technologies within the virtual twin experience that help drive sustainability in metals manufacturing. Firstly, AI is the engine powering the virtual twin experience. AI algorithms for predictive maintenance minimize equipment downtime and boost worker safety, while machine learning models optimize energy consumption in smelting and refining, significantly reducing carbon emissions. AI-driven sales and operations planning and production scheduling improve accuracy, efficiency, and inventory management by analyzing vast data sets. Precise demand and supply predictions minimize overstock and stockout risks, while automated forecasting and planning save time and resources. The next important component of the virtual twin experience is advanced planning and optimization. Manufacturers can integrate environmental impact and sustainability considerations into every stage of the planning and scheduling process. Delmia provides real-time visibility and control over the entire metals production process, from sourcing raw materials to delivering the final products, ensuring efficient resource utilization and minimizing waste. Environmentally friendly resource planning and scheduling maximize operational efficiency while minimizing carbon footprint. Manufacturers are empowered to make informed decisions with advanced analytics and reporting capabilities. This leads us to the next key business process of the virtual twin experience, which is manufacturing operations management. Manufacturing operations management tools provide real-time production monitoring and control, optimize energy use, and minimize waste. By ensuring meticulous traceability and genealogy of metals from origin to product, manufacturers can enhance quality control, identify defects, and comply with industry standards. This comprehensive approach enables a robust quality management system, resulting in reduced defects and rework. Integration with IoT and advanced analytics facilitates predictive maintenance, promoting equipment longevity and reducing downtime. Manufacturing operations management also encompasses optimizing labor resources through efficient task assignment and productivity monitoring, leading to improved overall operational efficiency. Undoubtedly, the most important element of the virtual twin experience is modeling and simulation. Modeling and simulation reduce the need for physical prototypes and testing, conserving resources and energy. Metallurgical engineers and sustainability officers can efficiently explore new materials and production methods, accelerating innovation. For example, simulations have enhanced energy-efficient electrolysis processes in aluminum production. Modeling high-temperature metal behaviors also improves smelting techniques. These simulations provide insights into the entire metals life cycle, from extraction to recycling, facilitating sustainable strategies and optimizing recycling processes. Taking modeling and simulation a step further, model-based systems engineering fortifies the principles of the circular economy. Through comprehensive digital modeling, model-based systems engineering designs systems that minimize waste and optimize material usage, promoting material circularity and reducing the consumption of finite resources. Collaboration is at the heart of a successful virtual twin experience. Delmia 3D Lean equips you with advanced 3D-based lean collaboration tools. These tools optimize workflows, reduce time, and minimize waste. The platform also provides real-time metrics and analysis, supporting informed decision-making and enhancing environmental stewardship. Customers using Delmia for green metals have been able to unlock real-life success. With Delmia for green metals, the virtual twin experience goes beyond mere digital replication. By leveraging AI, advanced planning and optimization, manufacturing operations management, modeling and simulation, and collaboration, we are transforming the metals industry. Delmia for green metals is a catalyst for change, so that the industry can confidently navigate the path towards sustainability and efficiency. Through the virtual twin experience, Delmia is empowering metals manufacturers to meet the challenges of today and the demands of tomorrow. Are you ready to stay ahead of the curve?
Mahakaushal Refractories Private Limited is one of India's leading manufacturer of world-class refractories and largest manufacturer of aluminosilicate-based bricks in India and provides total refractory solution to its customers. The foundation of Mahakaushal was laid by Sri Chhaganmalji Gugalia in 1968 in Katni, and Sri Kantilal Gugalia has managed the operations later on. At present, the company has 3 operating
Design is not about technology and aesthetics alone. It is also about the strategic integration of design into the manufacturing process. Equipment must be manufactured with efficiency, cost effectiveness, and high quality. Design orientation will significantly strengthen Make in India. By prioritizing designs, Indian manufacturers can move up the global supply chain and begin to create globally competitive products. This shift in mindset from Make in India to design and Make in India will be the key to unlock the nation's full manufacturing potential.
unending commitment, a source of inimitable strength that is sustained through time and expertise that is built on foundations of technology and innovation, enables JSW Steel to support India's progress over the years. The company has scaled its manufacturing capacity to 27.5 million tons per annum, making it the largest integrated steel company in India. The roadmap for the next phase of growth includes a vision of achieving 37.5 million tons per annum steel capacity by 2025, with manufacturing and mining facilities dotting the world from India, Chile, Mozambique, the USA, and Italy. They command a strong export presence in 100+ countries across 5 continents. JSW Steel is India's leading integrated steel manufacturer because of its strategic presence across India, collaboration with global leader JFE Steel of Japan, investments in state-of-the-art machinery, futuristic technology, and multiple acquisitions. Backed by world-class manufacturing process and meticulous attention to quality and testing standards, JSW Steel produces high-quality steel and a spectrum of value-added products that are perfectly matched to customer expectations across a roster of industries. All these products are marketed under key brands that inspire consumer trust and stand out in a low differentiation market. With a conscious transition into being a high-value steel producer, the company has built a specialized value-added portfolio. Industry leaders in various industries require customized products to suit their niche needs. This innate understanding elevates JSW Steel from being a mere supplier to a true partner for growth. Hence, the company offers a range of bespoke application solutions for different sectors like infrastructure and construction, general engineering, industrial and engineering, automotive, consumer durables and packaging, and renewable energy. Evidently, JSW Steel is used in a majority of India's infrastructure today. It is a matter of great pride for the company that they are playing such a pivotal role as a nation builder. From airports to expressways, from dams to solar parks, JSW Steel is present in the very core of India's infrastructural development. Their continuous pursuit of excellence in delivering world-class products and solutions for over 3 decades has garnered them a lot of accolades over the years. While these rewards and recognition fuel JSW Steel's ambitions to outperform themselves, they are also acutely cognizant of their environmental, social, and governance responsibility. When it comes to sustainability, the company's aim is to produce superior quality products while keeping the environment and society's health in mind, promote circularity in our operations, and to foster growth and betterment of the community. And this aim is transformed into reality by taking concrete actions across the entire value chain, from mining to manufacturing to products. With a strong conviction to bring about holistic, comprehensive development of the communities that the company operates in, they have undertaken several initiatives. The Roof to Dream project is an outstanding example of such an effort in the space of education. The company has collaborated with the school authorities and communities to reinforce the school building. providing wherever possible. On the reaching of COVID deaths, organizing vaccination drives, they don't at first in aiding and supporting government level relief. They supplied healthcare essentials, discerned medical oxygen requirements, distributed rations, and provided COVID care hospital beds. With its international standards, production quality, superior product range, its commitment to sustainable practices and environment, JSW Steel is dedicated to building a better India, and is fast becoming a global Indian beacon in the world of steel manufacturing. JSW Steel.
Advancing my strength of partners on complex industries.
Check. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you all are enjoying this scrumptious meal, but as we are running quite late, I think we'll begin in the next 5 minutes. All right, in the next 2 minutes, I'll announce the sequence. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, I will just announce the sequence of the speakers so that you are aware about your turn. So the very first, I'm going to call Dharmesh and Harish, Mr. Dharmesh Joshi and Harish Bhatt for the Irish session. So please be ready. And the next on stage I'm going to call is Mr. Kushal Agarwal. So yours is the next session. And the third, I will call Asim Gill from VP Projects. And fourth, we would call upon Mr. Tarun Mathur from Global Portfolio and Sales Manager. And then fifth, we'll call Mr. Sanjay Chaudhary. And sixth, we have Mr. Dibyendu Podar. And seventh, we have Mr. Anup Gupta. Do you want me to repeat or you're good to go? Your good name, sir? So right now we have a list of all these 7 speakers, and we're going to begin with Mr. Dharmesh and Mr. Harish. Mr. Dharmesh and Mr. Harish, can I see you all? Can I see your hands? Can you please raise your hand so that I know that you're all set for the first session? Mr. Dharmesh and Mr. Harish from Irish India.
Move on to number two. Question.
All right, so I think we'll have to move on to number 2. All right, gentlemen, just one note. So the maximum time given to each speaker is going to be only 8 minutes. So please ensure that you follow the timelines as we are running quite late. So it's only maximum 8 minutes is what we can give. So since Mr. Dharmesh and Harish Bhatt are not here, I think we'll move on to our next speaker. Yes, Mr. Kushal Agarwal, Managing Director, Sarvesh Refractories Private Limited, with a huge round of applause. Can I have him here on stage, please? And he's going to talk about forging a sustainable steel industry, refractory solutions for Vision 2047. Can I have a round of applause, please? Mr. Harish Bhatt, are you ready? All right. So I think we'll continue with the sequence. All right, so here I have with me on stage Mr. Dharmesh Joshi, Vice President, Irish India, and Mr. Harish Bhatt, AGM, Irish India. With a huge round of applause, can I have both the gentlemen here on stage, please?
Good afternoon, eminent panelists, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I could see few of our colleagues are still having their lunch, but I'm sure eyes and ears are open. They can probably give focus here and listen to the presentation from Eirik, a well-known pioneer in the mixing technology. So with this, I request my colleague Harish Bhatt to take over the mic and start with presentation. At the end of the presentation, we will be glad to answer all your questions, if any. So over to you, Harish. And once request to the guys, the colleagues who are having lunch, kindly keep your eyes and ears open and have some focus here. Over to you, Harish. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. We start the first session post lunch. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to speak here about mixing technology. When we talk about Vision 2047, 500 metric ton steel, the contribution of one of the most important factors is mixing technology. The mixing process is a unit operation which helps to have a better unit process control. That is a better smelting of the material. That is the most important step in the unit in the steel industry is mixing. If we take a look at how mixing will help in how intensive mixing will help us to get a better mixing quality and the productivity.
Start, Harish. Yeah.
Founded in 1960. Eirik is a pioneer in material processing, especially the mixing technology. This group was found in 160 years ago by a pioneer, Mr. Gustav Eirik. We are basically a German company. So he was very innovative in his ideas and found the first ever mixing technology having intensive mixing technology. That is why it is called intensive mixing, because you have
more power output from the drive into the mixing. That is a most important criteria for having the highest level of homogeneity in the mixture. So not going into too much details, and just giving you a brief idea about the presence of IRIC worldwide. You can see here, and it's quite a mid-sized firm based in Germany. It's a family-owned firm with the 5th generation now currently handling the business worldwide. These are the various locations all over the world where IRIC is present. Also with in some of the countries with the factory as well as the test center. I'll come to this a little bit later. You can see the picture of our headquarters in Germany with test center and production facilities, including the control system, manufacture and testing. And also a logistics center where parts will be actually supplied to augment or help support the customer for his mixing processes. The IRIC India, we were based earlier out of Mumbai. Now, last year we shifted our operations to Pune. This is our factory in Pune. You can see here about 100 people are employed, and we are having our complete sales, engineering, test center, and production facilities here to cater to the whole India market. What are we offering? We're offering not only machines, but also complete control system with plant design engineering wherever required. So the picture of the complete process will come into your hand when you discuss with us and you get a solution for the process required. So incidentally, people may not know that the ring trough mixer and the planetary mixers, those type of mixers which are still in use now, was invented by IRIC more than 100 years ago. So you can see the time scale here. The Muller mixer also was invented by IRIC in the 1950s. And intensive mixing technology started way back more than 60 years ago. So for us, it's quite an old technology, but still a lot of people may not be knowing the usefulness of the intensive mixing. So we are not only give the complete solution for mixing technology, we have also wet grinding mills for the tertiary grinding circuit of any kind of ore. We also have a test center in our Pune works where we can do tests for helping you recycling the waste materials of the steel plant and recycle back into the sinter mix. Also, if you want process optimization to reduce the binders or some other new kind of material to be introduced into the plant, we can do pilot scale tests in our test center here. These are the various technologies we offer: grinding, mixers for the sinter plant, pellet plant, and also the recycling of any kind of dust, ashes, slurries, which are generally, you can say, it's a pure recycle process, which can be recycled back into sinter belt to add value addition and also reduce the global carbon footprint. Just a small video, I will show you how a mixer works. So intensive mixing process have a rotating agitator, which is eccentrically mounted, as well as a rotating pan. These two elements, along with a stationary wall bottom scraper, will give a pure 3D motion into the mixed material, and the drive, which introduces the power from the motor, will give appropriate amount of power, because it's driven with a VFD, the variable frequency drive, which will give the exact amount of power required for the particular mix. So we can have any kind of specific mixing power required, which is the hallmark of getting a best homogeneity. This is possible only with an intensive mixing system. It is not possible with a horizontal mixer because it has a restriction of very less or very limited Froude number. Here we can go to a very high Froude numbers. This I can explain it separately if we have time one-to-one. So this is how it mixes. You can see this is a stationary wall bottom scraper, intensely moving agitator, and a rotating pan. After the mixing is complete, it's discharged outside the mixer, and the best quality homogeneous mix is then for the further processing, for maybe for the pelletization or sintering, or if it's a recycle, it's a micro pelletization that can be dried and sent into the sinter belt for the recycle. These are some of the limitations which we can share also, because we have very limited time. In flow shear mixers and horizontal mixers like this, you have a limited Froude number, because the range of speed that can be operated is very limited. It's only very few RPM. Whereas in IRIC mixer, we can go from very small RPM to very large RPM. Thereby, the Froude number can go up to 30 to 32, which gives you the more intensive mixing effect. So that is only possible because of the rotating pan. The pan does the task of transportation of the mixer, whereas the mixing is done by the agitator alone. So whatever power is coming from the drive into the agitator will be transferred, the power will be transferred purely into the mixing process. This is the gives a high efficiency of the mixing. You can see here a very big mixer of 12,000 liters, our DW40, which can process up to 1,000 tons per hour of either pellet or recycle sinter. The availability also, you can see the mixer availability is very high. It's more than 95. You can go up to 98 upon proper maintenance. This is one thing which I would like to highlight. If you compare the series of tests between the 3 different mixing systems like mixing drum, IRIC and single shaft, the variation coefficient in the IRIC is very low, meaning that the homogeneity level is very high. So this is the reason why IRIC mixer is very successful in giving a very high homogeneity. And these are the demands of the industry for any kind of mixture nowadays. So this is why we say that the best mixing system is the IRIC mixer. But I'll not go into the kind of details of again mentioning why it's more efficient. As I've already said that the efficacy of this mixing system is that what you achieve in 2 minutes is achieved by a horizontal mixer in 6 minutes. This is just a thumb rule I can just share with you. Again, okay, coming to the summary. Today, the contribution of IRIC to the growth of Indian steel industry is quite good. We are already supplied or installed capacity of 79 million metric tons of pellet all over India. This is what we'd like to highlight. Because of the intensive mixing system, this has realized very good. So we are planned to have more growth as India goes towards the 500 million tons mark, surely. And this is our latest technology for the recycling. This we can discuss one-to-one, depending on your requirement in your steel plant. I'll not go into much of details. It's a very in-depth subject. We can all cover all kind of sludges, dust, filter cakes, and slags also, of course, with proper particle size distribution after grinding. We can use the slag also. So process steps will be simple. Very mixing and granulating will be there in the system which we are showing. And we also, last but not least, I would like to say we are also into the grinding. We also design and supply grinding mills, vertical tower mills for tertiary secondary and tertiary grinding circuit for all kinds of ores, not only iron, in chrome, in all kinds of wet ore grinding we are supplying. And it's successfully worked in all the kinds of installations till date. And dozens of mills have been supplied all over worldwide. Thank you very much.
Any questions coming up? Do remember that in the entire steel making process, this is the first step. This is the step where you start with an iron ore and different raw materials, and then move ahead in making a steel. So as we all know, well begun is the first step, and to be done in the best, efficient, and economical way. So we'll love to answer any questions, or feel free, we are sitting here only. You can connect us anytime. Any questions? Andy Rao sir is smiling at me. Yes, sir, please. Mike, can you give mic to him?
Yeah, it's a very good presentation. And no doubt you have very good presence in India. And however, so it's going to be 500 million ton steel means because of decarbonization. So it will be more of pellet charge to the steel making, because if we mix it more with sinter, then the slag rates are very high. So if 100% pellet charge is done, the slag rate is 165 kgs per ton of hot metal. And some steel making industry in India, so their slag rates are somewhere around 350, 400 kgs. That's not in private sector, but in public sector. All private sector, JSW, JSPL, Tata Steel, they are all, I think, below 200 kgs per ton of hot metal slag rate. So most of carbon footprint is because of slag rates in that. So the pellets will be there mostly. And another thing, there is a competition to pellet making is also coming up. Vale in Brazil they have started already briquetting also. So how this can match to the briquette requirements also? Future technologies are changing. So will it meet that, because that size will be different, the particle size in briquette making, which will be used in the iron making and DRI making also.
Just for your information, when Vale has made a core team, IRIC Germany is also invited to be part of the new process. And even in the briquetting, the first step is mixing, and we are trying to work with them in various universities, as I understand from my German colleague. So we are trying to work with them. Yeah.
By 2047, India requires around 800 million tons of agglomerates in steel making.
Rightly said. Yeah. And sir, just to add, even in the sinter, we can contribute by higher sinter production rate, lower coke emission, coke requirement, and so on and so forth.
Only sinter today, right now, is 80-20, sinter 80%, pellet 20% sort of figure. That changed also. But however, it is going to reverse now. When I was part of JSW's Odisha's plant, we have scheduled it for 80% pellet, 10% ore, 10% sinter. That's how the things are getting changed.
Thanks for the kind word. Yeah, thank you. Anyone has any comments, any questions? We'll be glad.
All right. So
Okay,
I think
thank you.
we're good to
Do
go
reach
in
out to us.
issue
We are
session.
over here only. Yeah, thank you, madam.
Thank you so much, Mr. Harish and Mr. Dharmesh. Can we have a big round of applause for the gentlemen? All right. Before I call upon the next speaker, just a small note. The maximum time given is only 8 minutes, and only one question is allowed from the audience. So let's respect time as we're running quite late. And next, I would like to invite on stage our next speaker, Mr. Kushal Agarwal, Managing Director, Sarvesh Refractories Private Limited. And the title is going to be Forging a Sustainable Steel Industry, Refractory Solutions for Vision 2047. Can we have a big round of applause for him? Over to you. Oh, you need to speak.
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kushal Agarwal. I'm Managing Director of Sarvesh Refractories. We are a company based out of Odisha. We offer total refractory management to steel makers. Our main area of expertise is in the BOF, EAF, and steel ladles. So what is Vision 2047? It is very clear that India wants to become a 500 million ton steel producer by 2047. Obviously, we want to do it in a sustainable way because there is no way the way we have been making steel up to now can be continued till 2047. Obviously, we have a steep target of reducing our carbon emission. So going forward, steel making is going to have its own challenges. Most certainly, by all estimates, by 2047, it may so happen that India will become the #1 steel producer by then, because we all are aware that China has been reducing its capacity. We heard this morning that they're already down to 850. So in all probability, India is going to be the #1 steel producer by then. So there is a lot of talk about how steel is going to be made in future, whether it is going to be made more via the EAF route, or whether it is going to be made using hydrogen as a reductant in the blast furnace. Obviously, the jury is still out. We don't know what is the future. But one thing is certain, be it any process, you need refractories. And refractories thus plays a very, very critical role in terms of steel making, in terms of helping steel makers achieve the vision of carbon neutrality, and also the vision of making 500 million tons of steel by 2047. It is by introduction of products that are going to further reduce the carbon footprint for steel makers. I'll just touch upon all these points in my presentation. So what are the challenges that the steel industry faces? Obviously, the #1 challenge, as we already discussed, is the environmental concern. There is a huge pressure on all steel makers to be carbon neutral. And obviously, that is going to be the foundation of steel making going forward. It is also very clear that the future is going to be green. Steel is going to be made in a green way, whether it is going to be made using hydrogen when it becomes economically available, or whether it is through scrap. But the steel is going to be greener going forward. Hence, environmental concern is going to be the #1 factor going forward in steel making. Secondly, and I want to, in fact, touch upon this point more, is the dependence on imports, particularly with regards to refractories. As we all know, magnesia is one of the key constituent in steel making, especially in the SMS. Whether it is the BOF, EAF, or steel ladles for that matter, magnesia is still the most important constituent when it comes to refractories in the steel making process. Unfortunately, for India, we don't have magnesia. So when we talk about making steel in a sustainable way, sustainability does not just mean that we reduce our carbon footprint. It also means that we need to make steel. We need to be self-reliant, because we can't just depend on import raw materials to make our own steel, especially when it comes to a volume like 500 million tons. In fact, we all, or some of you might be aware that China dominates the magnesia industry in the world. Almost more than 85% of magnesia that we use in the refractory industry across the world comes from China. And there have been a number of instances where due to internal issues within China or due to COVID-19, there has been supply crisis of magnesia. Hence, it is very important that we mitigate this factor where we are not dependent on magnesia, or where we are not totally dependent on magnesia. Another key issue is the operational efficiency. By operational efficiency, I mean the issue of specific consumption. There are ways you can reduce your specific consumption when it comes to a steel making process, either through optimization of your process when it comes to operation parameters, or by introducing or using specific products which work better in specific conditions. So that is what I mean by operational efficiency. Last but not the least is energy intensity. Recently, I had been to a conference in Dubai, and it was on steel making in the Middle East. So it is very clear that going forward, steel making is going to come up in the Middle East in a very, very big way. There are two reasons for it. Number one is obviously they have gas, they have natural gas with them. And with the DRI technology that we are talking about, having cheap gas is one of the most energy efficient way and rather a green way to make steel. So that is going to be one advantage for them. Secondly, when they have DRI, they will obviously melt it in an EAF. And again, they have cheaper electricity. So going forward, Middle East is going to be a very, very important, you can say competition rather, I should say, for India, because they have the advantage when it comes to energy, which India does not have as of now. So as I said, the focus is going to be on import reduction. How we can reduce imports. One is by substituting magnesia. I also spoke in my in my panel discussion a bit earlier that magnesia can be replaced by using products like alumina spinel, products like dolomite, which are in fact better alternates to magnesia. And by better, I mean they are, number one, obviously they are available in India. So that gives us an edge because it is being produced in India. We are also, insulated to any shocks that are coming from the major changes in the world cycle. Secondly, because they are more suited to the production environment, I feel it is going to be a game changer, actually. I mean, I was talking about Middle East steel market, just a bit back, and they have already optimized this in their process. I think it is only time that India also adapts this. Already a few steel plants are using it, and I will give you some case studies, which is benefiting them in a very positive way. So we can reduce our specific consumption, we can be self-dependent, and we can also reduce our forex outgo. So yeah. So as I said, the case study which I was talking about, one is the use of dolomite and silicon kiln steel ladles. It is seen that when you start using dolomite in a silicon kiln steel ladle, the silica that is coming out of the slag of silicon kiln steel, that reacts with lime of the dolomite brick, and it forms a coating, which is calcium disilicate actually. It gets coated on the brick, which reduces the wear out pattern of the brick. So that not only enhances the life of the brick, but it also gives a better overall coating on the brick. It's actually an insulating coating, whereby your losses due to thermal heat is also reduced. So if you see, there's a use case where we had used our dolomite bricks in one of the steel plant having a ladle capacity of 150 tons. The original lining pattern, they were using McCarbon in both metal zone and slag zone. Their average life was around 75 heats with one repair. When we changed it with dolomite in the metal zone, we used MagDolo carbon based material in the metal zone, and slag zone was kept as original, which was McCarbon. We could achieve an average life of 90 plus heats with one repair, which is straight away increase of 20%. Similarly, in aluminum kiln steel, again we used alumina spinel in a plant where the ladle size was 300 tons. Yeah, where the ladle size was 300 tons, we were using McCarbon in both metal zone and slag zone with an average life of 110 heats with one repair. With the revised lining pattern where we use alumina spinel carbon in metal zone, slag zone was again kept constant as McCarbon. The average life what we could achieve was 160 heats with two repairs. So overall, if you can see, the specific consumption came down, and even the availability of ladles improved, thereby improving the productivity. In some cases in steel plants, we have also reduced the working lining thickness, whereby we can improve the ladle capacity, increasing the throughput of steel. So as Sarvesh, what is our focus going forward? Number one is obviously to introduce low carbon footprint in our own production. We are already, switching to cleaner fuel, greener fuel, renewable energy. And those are the ways, like steel, refractory is also an energy intensive process. We have to fire our products at very high temperatures. So we are already taking that initiative in our own products. Also, recycling. This is one of the major area where a lot of work is going on. I would still say it's at the nascent stage. A lot of work can happen. And with the more advancement of recycling in our industry, in making refractories, I think it can further reduce our own carbon footprint.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Kushal. I think we will have to conclude.
2 minutes. Sorry, I have to quickly conclude. So again, as I was saying, circular economy is going to be the real path to sustainability going forward, especially in refractory production. One important point I just wanted to touch upon was, I spoke about magnesia, how magnesia is not available in India, and we have to switch to magnesia alternates. There is also a way we can produce magnesia in India. So, in fact, magnesia is obviously abundantly available in seawater in the form of magnesium chloride. But the magnesia what we use in refractories is basically magnesium oxide. So there is a way we can extract magnesia from the magnesium chloride of seawater and use that magnesia to make refractories. In fact, a lot of plants are operating across the world. Even in India, maybe a couple of decades back, there was a plant which was existing, but unfortunately it got shut because of the Chinese dumping of magnesia at that time. But I feel going forward, this is one of the ways India can mitigate its problem of magnesia. And I think this is something where even the steel makers actually should, be aware of this process and should actually help us in this way of making magnesia. Further advancements are also happening, like the use of AI and ML, which is, in terms of robotics and all are happening in refractories, which is again leading to a safer and more sustainable operation. Another point which is very important is the partnership with the academia. You'll be surprised to know that in India, there are total 31 NITs, but only one NIT offers a ceramic degree right now. So how can we expect our refractory industry to actually be sustainable or to have any innovation if the best talents in the country are not coming to our industry? So this is again one problem that needs to be addressed going forward if we have to meet the 2047 vision. Last but not the least, this is a call to action for steel makers actually. The government of India has obviously introduced its Atmanirbhar Bharat policy, whereby there is certain advantages if you make in India, and government is promoting a lot of companies which were actually operating outside of India to have a manufacturing base in India. And thanks to that, in fact, if I talk about refractory industry, a lot of global companies have now set foot in India with very, very big manufacturing plants. So I feel this needs to go one step ahead, where the steel makers, not just the public sector units, but even the private sector units have to encourage Indian made products. So for example, I had gone to South Korea, I had gone to POSCO, and I was surprised to see that 90% of the refractory was coming from South Korea itself. So, I could connect why countries like South Korea and Japan are so ahead in the curve. So this is something which our steelmakers also need to do. If steelmakers don't promote refractory companies or other companies for that matter, going to be notional. The real advantage of Make in India will only happen when steelmakers actually support or give preference to the Indian made products, whereby the entire ecosystem will finally develop in India. So I think that is very, very important. Thank you.
Once again, a big round of applause for Mr. Kushal. And just a small request to all of you, please obey the timeline given to you. And let's have a check on the screen, which is right in front of us. So 8 minutes is the maximum time. And I think we'll not keep any questionnaire session now. as we are running quite late. So next, I would like to call upon stage our next speaker, Mr. Anup Gupta, Vice President, Marketing, Primetals Technologies, India Private Limited, with a huge round of applause. Can we have a big round of applause, please?
Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah. So I'm here to present you a brief of the automation solution that comes out of Primetals for rolling mills application specifically. So the core of our software solution is a unified core. So it starts with a software core which is unified across all software platforms, all applications, irrespective of the application. Built on that is the application specific configurations. And further, it can be adapted as per the plant. So the unified solution also works on standardized components. For example, the level 1 and level 2 automation systems. We work on open platforms such as S7-1500 PLCs with open Profibus and Profinet networks, communication networks. We use the WinCC platform with Primetals SCADA framework built on it, which has got integrated diagnostics. And most importantly, the HMI is common for the level 1 and the level 2 systems. The process automation is built on precise process models, which are backed by neural networks. The visualization computers are based on servers, virtualization servers with redundancy built in and thin clients. So the main components of our automation offerings is level 1 and level 2 system, that is the basic automation with built-in physical models and backed up by artificial intelligence, packaged in the form of technological packages, efficient drives systems, reliable sensors, central operating cockpit, Alex, which is an intelligent digital assistance for plant availability and productivity, and a through process optimization and quality control tool. So what do you get in return is a high performing physical models combined with artificial intelligence for optimized process, excellent product qualities, dimension tolerances, material tolerances properties, flexibility in your products, and high mill utilization. Just to highlight a few of our technological packages, as I said, so we have chosen 4 just to give you a flavor of what we can offer. For example, in the hot mills, you have the dynamic width control, where the width spread model is backed by the AI to adjust the interstand tension to achieve the required minimized over and under width performance. So this in turns improves the yield and in turns gives more savings. Similarly, the strip steering expert in the wedge and camber control. These are camera-based systems backed by very robust strip detection algorithms and a control system that ensures that the strip is guided properly and is controlled by using the actuators of bending and tilting, etc. On the cold mill side, we have the flatness expert. Now, this is a very advanced flatness expert system. We say this because the corrections of the flatness system are applied to all the actuators all together at the same time, which saves time for faster achievement of the target curves. And moreover, these flatness systems are compatible with various flatness measuring systems available in the market today. Similarly, you have the roll eccentricity expert. Now, roll eccentricity expert not only works on the work roll, but also the backup rolls and intermediate rolls, all the rolls that is possible. Coming to the central operating cockpit. Now, central operating cockpit is a concept where you do away with many pulpits and you have a common platform where on a single control area, which minimizes the operator stations. So it is based on a camera stream of intelligent cameras, which are switched automatically based on the digital assistant. This digital assistant actually takes the data from the actual process status and gives the streaming. So a typical picture is available where you have on the first level the plant tracking, then the second level is the intelligent camera visualization, and then you have the operating HMI and the operating elements. Similarly, we have a system called ALEX, which is Asset Life Expert Condition Monitoring System. Now, this is basically a digital intelligent assistant which interfaces and collects the data from all the possible vibration monitors, condition monitors, level 1 systems, level 2 systems, and the manual data that is entered. And using the know-how of Primetal's process team and the know-how brought in by the customer's own experience, it gives the operator recommended actions. So these are very practical, doable actions that the operator can take to ensure that the faults and alarms are taken care and the mill is availability is increased. The next point is about the through process optimization and the through process quality control system. So in the through process quality system, we measure and collect the data at every stage in the process, and we give the visualization. You can map it against your KPIs at each stage. This gives you a better control over your quality process. Not only that, you add on to it a TPO system, which is again a digital system, a digital assistance, which again is modeled around the know-how of Primetal's process knowledge and the knowledge that comes from the customers or steelmakers' own experiences to give you a very robust quality monitoring tool. So in summary, I would say that we have a unified automation system which reduces the spare part inventory. You can use the same personnel essentially for all your plants. There's a product flexibility so that you can adapt your new products. You can introduce as per the market based on our process models. The models also ensure very good product quality. We have the state-of-the-art cockpit principle, and we also reduce your downtime using the ALEX. There's a holistic approach to quality, and thereby, I would say that we have a full liner from the house of Primetals. Thank you very much. If there are any questions, we are glad to take it. So I hope you have kept the time. Yes.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Anup, for winding it up on time. I think we all should respect time now. Whatever time is given to us, let's keep an eye on the screen and let's wrap it up within the given time. And without further ado, next I would like to invite on stage Mr. Tarun Mathur, Global Head from ABB India Limited. And he's going to talk about the role of AI in digital transformation of steel industry. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause for him?
Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. So I'm going to talk about artificial intelligence, specifically in the context of steel industry. But if I may ask you, what does the word artificial intelligence triggers first thoughts in your mind? And I know it's a mixed response. For some of us, we are very excited about the potential of AI because of our experience in personal lives, fueled by ChatGPT and so on. But if I ask about the industrial context, some of you will say, and raise doubts about the use because there has been successes and failures. And sometimes we see more failures than successes. So I agree to both sides of the story. And that's why I will present today the success stories, what ABB has done in artificial intelligence, but also on the other side, what are the lessons learned and because of which, such projects can fail as well. So yeah, that's the context of today's presentation. So first, let's put AI into context. What is AI, right? So if you see on the left side, it is one of the building blocks or one of the technologies which combinedly are the technologies for Industry 4.0, right? Combined with cloud computing, big data, artificial intelligence, IoT, etc., which is used to solve real world problems to arrive at certain business outcomes. So I think the important part is the business outcome, because digital by itself is not a destination. It's an enabler for achieving benefits in sustainability or for achieving productivity improvements and so on. So if someone says that, okay, my plant is fully digitalized, I think that's half the truth. We have to also understand what you are achieving, either sustainability or production or maintenance benefits out of that. So I think that's important to understand. And if you look more from a technical point of view, if you see the maturity of your organization depends on how well you utilize the usage of the data in, either only for control or you're also storing and doing much more applications out of it and deriving more benefits. So I think the maturity depends on how well we are utilizing the data. I think that's the cornerstone of digitalization, Industry 4.0, you name it. There are a lot of opportunities presented by digitalization, some of which are highlighted here. I won't go into that, but I think in my experience, process optimization is the single most application which has the most impact, followed by energy and so on. So I'll try to present some of the applications that ABB has been engaged in. The first one is a smart melt shop. It was triggered by our experiences with our clients, with our customers, the steel manufacturers, of the challenges that they face, that you see on the screen, right? There's a lot of material movement, crane movement, and a lot of challenges like thermal losses, delays happening due to operation losses. So in order to improve the operational efficiency in a steel plant, we devised this solution along with our customers. And the solution has mainly three pillars. The first pillar is mostly the hardware driven, using different sensors, IoT sensors and otherwise, to track the material movement. and we are getting all the material movement at one place, and also, the process events at one place. Now, utilizing that data, what you can do is in the second pillar and the third pillar, we can optimize your crane movements, heat movements, and reduce the KPIs like the tapping ladle delays and so on. The third one, which is a machine learning model, which has the most benefit to improve the superheat compliance at the caster, for example. Because if the superheat is higher or the temperature is higher, then the caster has to be slowed down. So it has direct impact on caster productivity. So that's about the machine learning model, how we have utilized in a steel melt shop. And we have compared both thermodynamics model as well as machine learning model, and we see that machine learning model most of the times performs better because of the uncertainties involved in the operations, of course. So I won't go into the details, but just to tell you the potential, the impact that such solution can have. Just because of productivity, it has an impact of improving the caster productivity by 4 to 5%. Not to name the energy benefit in the energy bill. It's as much as at least 5 degrees less arcing in a ladle furnace. And also it improves safety and sustainability because it reduces the footfall, in the melt shop, and it improves the communication between different shops. Another example is model predictive control. It's a supervisory control that improves our level 1 control by using different modeling techniques. So it is typically applied to slow processes. That's why the upstream processes like pellet plant, sinter plants are the best use cases where it can be applied. And it uses certain models to predict, as I will show in the next slide. It uses certain models, your process. So it's a process twin, and it predicts the performance, and then it solves an optimization problem to guide your level 1 controllers to a more optimal set point. So it works in closed loop. Unlike all other digital solutions, this works in closed loop and does not depend on the operator to take the decision. It's a very well-matured technology used in oil and gas since 80s. And I think ABB has pioneered in using it for some of these processes upstream as well. So this is an example of a pellet plant where we can use it right from the grinding mill to the raw mix preparation to the balling disc as well as the indurating machine. So in the balling disc example, we tried to reduce the size variation because of which a lot of rejects and recycles were there. And we used cameras because there is no sensor to measure the size. We use the camera as a sensor and use the feedback control loop using model predictive controller to control. And along with the indurating furnace APC, we improved the productivity of the pellet plant by 1.5 to 2%. Moving on, the third application that I want to share is in sustainability area. That's more about energy monitoring and energy forecasting. Nowadays, I see a lot of requirements in forecasting the energy demand because of various reasons. In Europe, of course, it's a liberalized power market, it's dynamic pricing, and you have to have better forecast of your demand so that you can optimize the power purchase. And same in India as well, right? With, of course, different rules. So energy forecasting uses a lot of, machine learning techniques to make it more and more accurate, specifically because you are producing different grades, different raw material. And I think here, machine learning or AI techniques come to a rescue. So now moving, as I promised, I would mention about the success stories, but also to mention the lessons learned. The most common problem is the availability of the data itself, let alone the quality. And if you talk to any data scientist, they will say, yeah, okay, if you don't give me 1 year of data, I cannot work. But that's where the domain expertise and process know-how comes into play. And that's why it's a multidisciplinary project we take, including automation, data engineering, data scientists, and so on. Of AI, because there are multiple objectives, not just productivity, right? You have safety, you have other concerns also, which operator can take into account, but not the AI. So that's why I think it's important to have the operator in between. And also the last comment, the one big AI model can solve all the problems. I think it's a fallacy. And what we have seen in our experience, smaller chunks and smaller problems that you can solve. And that's how you can actually achieve and improve your chances of success. So yeah, these are some of the lessons learned that I want to share with you. And yeah, that's it. Any question from the audience? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tarun. I think we all should appreciate him for concluding on time. Can we have a round of applause? So sorry, but we are running quite late. All right, next I would like to invite on stage Mr. Asim Gill, VP Projects, Yogi Ji DG. And he's going to talk about the discrete techniques of cold rolling ultra thin strip. With a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Video. Hi, good evening, everyone. So I'm Asim Gill from Yogi DG, and I'll be presenting a PPT on discrete techniques of cold rolling of ultra thin strip. So this is the agenda for today. I'll start with a brief introduction of our YD group. I'll give you a background. Then I'll talk about some of the work which has been done by us, and then we'll get to the conclusion. So let's start with a brief introduction of our group. So Yogi DG is an indigenously developed technology competing with the best in the world. We have developed import substitutes such as mill housings, tension reels, etc. all in-house. So we started our operations in 1993 with a small setup of manufacturing of DC drives. In 2008, we joined hands with Yogi Group to form mechanical equipment for the flat steel processing industry. And I'm proud to say that right now we have a workforce of more than 550 people with various experience in mechanical, electrical, hydraulics, automations, etc. under one roof. So this is a brief, this is some of our footprint. So we have a footprint on entire earth. You can see we have quite a few lines in Africa, in India, in Europe, as well as USA. So as you can see, this is a 70 tons cold rolling mill housing being finished in-house to mirror finish in-house in our facility. These are some of the CNC machines where, critical import substitutes such as tension reels are manufactured. These are chalks being manufactured on CNC, VTL, and HMC machines. This is a brief, reference list of our group. I'm proud to say that, we have the highest market shares when it comes to cold rolling mills. In the last 14 years, we have supplied over 35 cold rolling mills to the entire, globe. Also, a technical paper has been, accepted, and a patent has been granted to us for our innovative roll profile designs, which we'll talk about later. So what is the need for this presentation? So let's talk about the market needs today. So the market needs today are, as we talked about earlier in this conference, it is, increase in production rates. Meanwhile, decreasing the energy consumption, decreasing the water consumption, decreasing the carbon emissions. We have to reduce, the finishing gauges, because there are, various challenges, economical, climate, and high inflation. And so why is the need for thin gauge rolling? So there's a need for thin gauge rolling as there are increasing input costs, intertwined supply chains, and there's a lot of pressure in reducing the final equipment weight. And the demand for thin strip is growing, especially in the EV sectors, in the low budget consumer sectors. High silicon strength steel is required, in EV motors and all. So let's talk about some theory. So there's a minimum thickness limit at which further reduction is impossible for any work roll diameter. The roll strip will no longer go through plastic deformation, but it will lead to elastic deformation. The coefficient of friction between the coil and the rolls also plays an important role in the roll cooling process. As you can see on your screen in front of you, the Stones and Fords theory are two theories which are used to determine the minimum work roll diameter, the minimum thickness which can be rolled on a certain work roll diameter. The coefficient of friction also plays a huge role in this, and so as you can see on the screen, a YD mill supplied to RT strips in Nepal conforms to the following theories with a work roll diameter between 350 and 385 mm, and a path schedule is also given for rolling ultra thin, a gauge of steel up to 0.08 mm. So this is the path schedule for RT strips which I was talking about earlier. So the coefficient of friction, as you can see on your screen, is directly is the coefficient of friction is directly proportional to the roughness value of the roll and is inversely proportional to the coolant concentration. The roll deflection under rolling pressure also plays an important role in determining the minimum thickness which can be rolled. Which can be rolled. In thinner strip rolling, a significant elastic deformation of rolls occurs, which can cause problems in the strip shape, strip profile, and strip flatness. The 6i mills with the IMR roll shifting and other solutions like CVC all are used to mitigate the above issues, but they cannot be eliminated completely. So it was further required to optimize the cold rolling mills with the increase in demand of thinner and thinner gauges of steel, especially high strength silicon steel, which is used in EV markets, EV segments. So I would like to emphasize that roll diameter is an important factor deciding the minimum stick thickness which can be rolled on a cold mill. So what has the YD group done? We have further optimized the 6i mill design with even smaller work rolls. The distance between the housing screws has been reduced and the roll balance lengths are also optimized. The new optimized design helps us to reduce the bending deflection on the rolls, and the edge contact force outside the strip width for thin strip is also kept under control. The reduced deflection on the roll helps us to distribute the rolling load uniformly across the strip, which allows more pass reduction without compromising the strip shape profile. So, as you can see on your screen, the one on the left is the old conventional design for a 6i mill, and on the right is the new optimized design by YD. As you can see, we have reduced the roll diameters. We have also reduced the distance between the housing screws. So the actual force distribution across the strip and the bending forces are modeled using a split beam deflection model, which we will see in the further slides. So the rolling pressure, the pressure between the work roll, the backup roll, and between the lower and upper work rolls are uniform in each element, which are replaced by a concentrated load applied to the middle of each element. So this is a simulation of the split beam deflection model for a 4-high mill. So this equation, gives us the deflection of the work rolls due to bending and shear forces. These are some of further, mathematical calculations to prove our theory. So you can see some of the parameters of the new YD design as compared to the conventional design for 6 mills given on your screen.
So request you to please conclude it as your time is up.
Sure, the time is up. So this is a graph. You can see the deflection on the new optimized YD design is much less than the deflection of the work rolls on the old design. There's improvement in strip shape also. I'll talk about this in the further slide quickly as we are out of time. So as you can see on your screen that, flatness of 5i units is achieved on R6i mills, which is very rare. This is the data from an actual AGC system. As you can see, even, even the gauge control is, controlled within plus minus 0.1 micron. With the new optimized design, more energy is going into, into the strip because of that, there's more reduction on the strip and less energy goes to the coolant system for evaporation and other losses. So because of this, because more energy goes into strip reduction, so we can eliminate the need of a coolant evaporation system in the roll coolant system, because of which we can save up to, we can save a huge quantity of water, which you can see on your screen. So with the optimized design and these changes, we can save up to 356 tons of CO2 emissions per year. There is 2 to 3%, reduction in the energy consumption because of our optimized roll design. The water saved is more than, 32 lakhs liters of water every year. So I'd like to conclude by saying that, it has always been widely accepted that cluster mills with lower work roll diameters are suited best for rolling thin gauges of steel, especially high strength silicon steel. But, with what I mentioned earlier in this PPT, I have demonstrated that it is also possible to roll ultra thin gauges on 6i mills without compromising on strip shape and keeping the coefficient of friction low and ensuring there's uniform stress distribution across the strip. So, we have not only proved this theoretically, but we are also proving this on the field on various sites across the globe. The automation, especially the inertia compensation to adjust entry tension based on the hydraulic screw movement, plays a significant role. So there's a 12 to 15% increase in strip reduction per pass. Hence, lower number of passes are required to achieve the same gauge. There's better strip shape profile on account of controlled work roll edge contact force. There's lower thermal and mechanical fatigue on the work rolls. We have eliminated the need of a cooling arrangement for immersion system. There's 2 to 3% reduction in rolling power. And, one cold rolling mill supplied by the YD group saves up to 356 tons of CO2 emissions every year. So we've been talking about green energy or green steel this whole seminar. So this is some of the ways you can see on your screen how we are contributing to this by our cold rolling mills.
So sorry for interrupting. Request you to please go.
Yeah, I'm done. And if you all have any questions, please free to contact me on my phone number or email, because we are, very short on time. I'm sorry, we won't be able to take any questions. But if you have any questions, you can feel free to meet me, anywhere outside this dais. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Asim, for such a wonderful presentation, and extremely sorry for asking you all to hurry up, but we are running quite late and we have time constraint. So I request you all to please follow the timeline and we'll keep it short. And also we'll avoid the question answer session for now. We can do it at the end if we have time. And without further ado, now I would like to call upon stage Mr. Dibyendu Poddar, General Manager, Sales and Operations, CPL Industries Limited, with a huge round of applause. And the topic is going to be products and services for coke ovens, blast furnace and pellet plant, refractory repairs in hot condition. Can we have a huge round of applause for him, gentlemen?
Present karo. Okay, I will go with just a minute. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Post-lunch session is always challenging for the presenter as well as for the audience. I've been given a time boundation about 8 minutes, and I have 27 slides to cover. So I will be very quick. In case we have any questions, we can do it. You can ask me outside the dais. I'm happy to answer all your questions. So I am the General Manager, Sales and Operations for the Asia Pacific region of CPL Refractories, and heading this region. So to bring a little bit of introduction of the organization, CPL Refractories is a UK-based multinational company based out of Sheffield in England, and that's our headquarters, and it is listed in UK. It's a listed company in UK. So today I'm going to present products and services for coke ovens, blast furnace, and pellet plant refractory repairs in hot condition. So a little bit of history about the organization. CPL was created in 1973 after the transfer of British coking coal's non-mining operations. And at one point of time, we were the owner of 12 coking coal plants in UK. It was in 1970s, and based on that, we found the requirement to maintain our own ovens without putting, or rather reducing the downtime and not going for the cold repair. And then only the hot repair technology came up, and that we call ceramic welding. So and with the ceramic welding, currently we are catering our services to maintain the coke ovens, the blast furnace, mainly the hot blast man, bustle man, and the the hot stoves area, and as well as the pellet plant induration furnace. So wherever there is a hot repair requirement, you don't need to go for furnace downtime, and
if you put your operations down, it takes around 4 to 5 days, generally on an average, cooling down, then going for the repair, cold repair, and again hitting up the furnace. So this is the technology with which your furnace downtime can be reduced. And these 5 days can be reduced to maybe, depending on the magnitude of the work, in 8 to 10 hours, or sometimes up to 3 to 4 hours. And you have your oven or furnace availability, and your production can be continuous without any loss. This is our global footprint. So we are present in US, South America, Africa, entire Europe, of course, in UK, and then in Southeast Asia and Far East Asian countries. This is our global footprint. So CPL experience, I mean, we have a proven track record of 40 years of refractory repair experience, hot repair mainly, and excellent reputation, worldwide customer base, and all across the globe, as I already explained. And we have our DIN certification that I will take you through to the other slides. I'll be a little quick. Come on. So this is a safety cycle that we follow for all of our sites, our project sites, to reduce any kind of accident at different operating plants. Now talking about the product and services for which this presentation is, and I will take you through the repair areas of blast furnace and coke ovens and pellet mills, where what we are doing. So this is the products that is under our basket. Ceramic welding powder, we have 4 different types of powder: silica based, alumina based, fused silica based, that is a special compound that we produce, and then high alumina based. And then we have a fused silica bricks, that is hydraulically bonded and chemically bonded fused silica. The use of fused silica bricks is basically into the coke oven batteries, which are more than 40 years old and doesn't work even after doing the ceramic welding. Then you need a replacement, and that is called through wall replacement and end flue replacement. I'll take you to the journey through the other slides. And we produce andesite bricks, fire clay bricks, and shamrock bricks also. Fused silica gunning is another component. We do the end vertical gunning, and then insulating castables. That's another product that we have. And chemically bonded castable, that's a recently developed product and very useful for coke oven operations. Customers are really happy. And then the services, we have our ceramic welding service. There's a hot repair. You can see in the right side, in the top picture, that's the ceramic welding that happens through delivering the powder at a very through the oxygen and on the heated wall of the furnace, where you don't need to go for furnace downtime. The heat construction gas recovery batteries, and 2 types of gas recovery batteries are there, as we know. Furnace hot stoves, bustle main, and hot blast main. And the pellet plant indurating furnace. I will show you some photographs where exactly we do the repairs. Next one is end flue repair and through wall replacement projects. That's a very important project that is coming out, where there are environmental norms, and most of the European and American customers do not want, they don't get the government permission to rebuild their oven, and they need to go for partial replacement of a factory, where we find most of the damages happen at the coke side and at the pusher side, and up to 6 to 8 flues deep. There is requirement of damaged refractory removal and reconstruction. So we do it. Most of the coke oven batteries, coke oven walls are constructed with silica refractory, as we know. But we do this solution with our complete design, engineering, manufacturing, and services solution with fused silica refractories. And fused silica refractories is proven to be a better material than silica refractories, at has got an extended life, more thermal shock resistance, and more stable refractory. So we have our plant in 2 locations. There is one in South Africa, another is in UK. So that will be shown in the next slides. So talking about the coke oven battery repair, there are two types of replacement. Sometimes if the battery condition or the oven wall condition is so poor, the customers intend to repair the whole wall. So we call it through wall replacement, that is TWR. And sometimes it is end flue where it is required for the coke end and the pusher end. So it is called end flue repair. And another important services we provide to the customers based on the current requirement and market demand, that is the endoscopic services, because it's very difficult for the hot stoves, the bustle main and the hot blast main and the pellet plant induction furnace to find out or assess the magnitude of damage, what kind of damage it is. So you need to do a thermal profiling and endoscopy to understand what the damage is exactly. So you have to go for a thermal profile and understand how many cracks are there, bleeds are there, cuts are there, and that can be basically obtained through the endoscopic inspection. And after doing the endoscopic inspection, we can repair those areas through ceramic welding with a high temperature resistant camera, which gives the visibility during the ceramic welding. Next is the flue cleaning. There are possibilities, during the continuous operation of the coke oven. There are flue which gets jammed. So we have a special solution for flue cleaning. Airborne sealing is, even after doing the ceramic welding, sometimes the micro crack remains on the oven walls, and that needs to be filled by a airborne sealant material. So that is called dedusting or airborne sealing. We have our gunning services for the quick repair, spraying or gunning services that also we can provide. And we have our, for customers, we can customize our products and services, mainly services, I must say, whenever customers ask for training their own people with our technology and process. That services we also provide to our end users. And by the virtue of that, we started our journey in India in 2020. In the first year, nothing happened due to COVID. Since 2021 to 24, 3 years of journey we have, and successfully backed the contracts from the leading steel plant owners or end users like Tata Steel, JSW, JSPL, and many other customers. And currently we are operating with 12 contracts, running contracts, and there are now 10 to 15 inquiries under discussion. So demand is more in Indian market, and we are going, or rather moving forward and growing faster. So, okay. So the last photograph in the right side bottom is for the endoscopy, what I talked about. Different coke oven defects, as you can see on your screen, you will find different types of defects on the oven roof, maybe on sidewall and undercuts. Sometimes there is a through hole between the two walls. So those requires repair, quick repairs, online repair. So that can be done. You can see in the extreme right picture, there is a hole at the coke oven wall at the bottom. So these requires quick solution. It needs to be fixed to give provide the oven availability and the production. So that these all can be repaired through ceramic welding. So these are the pictures before ceramic welding, the damages, and you can see the pictures, how the cracks and bleeds and cuts are sealed through ceramic welding at the different areas of the ovens. The same picture after the welding. We have our products and services, blast furnace, as I said. So this is a complete blast furnace complex, and mainly we are providing or catering our services for the hot stoves, for the bustle main, and the hot blast main in the bustle main area. So we will go to the next pictures to move quicker. This is a typical hot stoves where, there are checker chambers, there are combustion chamber, there is a stove bottom, the stove top, that is we call it the stove dome, basically. These areas are affected due to high velocity of air, high pressure and temperature of the air, and continuous air and gas switching. There are damages happen. So these damages require to be repaired. Earlier, the procedure was to do the gunning after bringing the furnace temperature down. So you don't need to do that now. We have a solution. This is called ceramic welding, and you can maintain your furnaces in hot condition, and these damages can be repaired within 5 to 6 hours if the damage is not so severe, with a proper planning and endoscopy, after doing the endoscopy. So the next picture, you can see these are the typical damages that happens at the T-joints There's a connection path, the connecting part between the hot blast main or the bustle main and the stove, or sometimes hot blast main and the bustle main, and then the stove and the hot blast main. So this is in the right side. You can see the picture how it is getting repaired through ceramic welding. This is a typical photograph of bustle main. As you can see, the GA, the general arrangement, and then the cross-sectional view of the refractory where the damage areas have been identified. This is not a picture of the damage, but these areas, basically, these all areas, I must say, gets damaged. We don't know where the damage will happen, and that requires a quick fixing, and that can be done through ceramic welding.
Sir, request you to please conclude
Yeah.
your speech.
This is a pellet plant. I have just a few slides. This is a pellet plant, and you can see, this is the pellet plant induration furnace. Yeah, this is the complete induration furnace where the required repairment is there, mainly in the firing zone and after firing zone, where the burners are there. And you can see the pictures just at the burner area. Around the burner area, there are a lot of holes that, comes out. Refractory gets chipped up, the bricks gets fallen, and that requires quick fixing. And we can do by ceramic welding. So these are the areas. Basically, there we find the refractory damage and can be repaired through hot condition. This is a picture of a typical ceramic welding repair where you can see our machine. As you know, it's a technology-driven product where we have our technology, we have our equipment, we have our powder, or rather, we have our product, and we have our service system who are super trained with our technology. And all the welders who used to do the welding are certified with our technology. And you can see the picture, of a typical repair. CPL strategic benefits. So what benefit we are going to get after doing this repair? So ceramic welding and end-flue silica, both replacement, are proven technologies used for both preventive and remedial maintenance for the coke ovens. It's an online repair which reduces coke loss through improved availability of the ovens and the furnaces and the life extension. Of course, the life is extended. We don't know. I mean, it can go up to 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, depending upon the several operating practices that is followed. And we can reduce emission. There are a lot of emission cross leakages through the oven gates. I mean, the oven, entry and charging and discharging end, I must say. So that can be sealed with this repair. So the production can be faster with the optimized combustion condition because you are doing the profiling of the oven, and that gives you the entire volume or the availability to produce coke, which is the conversion of coal after carbonization. And the endoscopy and thermal imaging of the hot repair through ceramic welding is an effective solution for refractory maintenance. Of course, with the endoscope, you are having the pictorial view, what kind of damage it is, what are the areas to be repaired, and what could be the powder consumption or the material consumption. You can calculate everything and do the repair. So we have a few more benefits to talk about. As I already told, we have our production plants in 2 locations. It's a cost effective. Yeah, of course, it's price wise, it is cheaper, I must say, because we have our own production, and we can be cost effective in Indian market as well as global market, I must say. Superior quality control, extended refractory life, reduced emissions for coke ovens. This is a typical ceramic welding process. How it happens is compressed here. It drives the powder through the hoses, and then it is fixed with lance, and lance takes the powder after getting the oxygen mixed into it, and the exothermic reaction takes place on the hot surface of the refractory. And then the refractory gets fused and then sticked on the wall. And that is how it is repaired. And you can start your production again. Repair strategy that we follow, we have 2 types of repair. I will cut it short. One is remedial repair or spot repair, I must say, where you require the repair services to be completed in 5 to 7 days. It can be done. Or you have a planned program, annual program for your maintenance. Suppose you have 4 or 5 batteries and you have number of ovens, like 1 battery, maybe 60 to 70 ovens, and you have a repair, you have a planned program for the repair. So we participate in the annual program, not only for coke ovens, but also blast furnace and pellet mills also. We have 3 different operating models. One is we provide equipment and services as an umbrella contract to our customers. Operating model number 2 is, where, contractor, customer appointed contractor undertakes the contract. The services part, the product and the equipment is always ours. Our technology is ours. So we can train their people, and they can do the job. And third one is customers intend to appoint their own technicians for the particular kind of services, and we train them, and we remain in the plant with the continuous supply of our material, and any problem that happens with the machines, we just attend that, and it is a continuous operation. So it is basically where the fused silica actually plays the role when the battery is between 7 to 20 years. I mean, talking about the age, then ceramic welding is sufficient. We can maintain your battery with ceramic welding. But after 20 years, right, there is a possibility, or sometimes it goes up to 30 years also. There is a possibility that, you will get bulges, bows, and the refractory falling out from the oven wall. And that's a very serious condition. And then the hot wall requires replacement. And there only the fused silica replacement actually comes into play. And we can do the design, engineering, supply, and the construction of the end flue or the through wall. And the oven is in operation again. You can see the picture after this bulged wall is repaired. So this is the bulged wall, the middle part, and the extreme right is after the repair. So it looks like a fresh oven, and you can start your production again. So what is our role in design and brick production? We can offer design engineering for the heating wall, corbel section, the regenerator, and the bus flues. We have our own molds that we can manufacture. I mean, we can produce in our own plant. We can produce the refractory fused silica bricks and installation supervision also for that.
Request you to please conclude
I
your
have three
speech,
more.
sir.
Finish.
Thank you.
No worries. So this is our quality management certificate for the ceramic welding repairs. This is an NQS certification which is required for any company who is doing ceramic welding. So we have that. Of course, this is ISO certification received from NQ. This is a certification for our plant, for our products, the quality management certificate, ISO 9001 and 2015. And thank you for your attention. Any questions? We can answer after the dais. Thank you.
Once again, a big round of applause for Mr. Dibyendu for the wonderful presentation. I now call upon stage Mr. D.P. Deshpande, Country Head, Acre, India, to speak about the trends and challenges in coke making. With a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
You'll have the presentation from there? Yeah, good evening. My name is Deshpande. I work for Acre, India. Acre, India is a coke ovens technology supplier. They are one of the leading, world's leading coke ovens technology suppliers. And this is time present.
Ladies and gentlemen, sorry to interrupt, sir. Tea and coffee is being served, so please feel free to grab it and then get back at your seats. Thank you so much. Sorry to interrupt. Please, over to you.
Yeah, can you have the presentation there?
Yeah, can we have the presentation here, please, for Mr. Deshpande? Just allow us a moment, sir.
Sorry?
It's coming, sir. Allow us a
Yeah.
moment.
Yeah. So Acre, India, Acre actually is a Chinese, it's a subsidiary of a Chinese company called Acre. And Acre is the world's leading coke ovens technology supplier. When they say coke ovens technology supplier, coke ovens, bioproduct plant, power plant along with it, coke dry quenching, emission control, everything together. They have almost 60 to 70% share of the world's market of all new coke ovens which are coming up. They have supplied coke ovens in Tata Steel, in JSW, in JSPL already. And they are now coming and wanting to supply in the growing market of Indian steel industry. So that's the background for the coke ovens. So I'm going to speak to you about, through my presentation, about how decarbonization is being looked upon by design companies like Acre. Now, Acre is a coke making company. Coke is essentially carbon. So they are in the business of converting one carbon into another carbon. So how can they decarbonize? Decarbonization has to be done by somebody else. But then they also are serious enough on this particular subject. And wherever they have seen opportunity of reduction of wastage of energy, reduction of wastage of materials, they actually have played their role. So that's how they've addressed the decarbonization process. And what they have done is something which I'm going to just run through you my slides. Yeah, next. Next, please. So this is the approximate requirement of India over the next 25 years. The cocoa mass requirements will almost triple. The capacity requirements will almost triple. The customers will. The other requirement is about environmental management and producing green steel. And how this technologies company is responding to this is the question. We can skip this. So what they've done is there are essentially cocoa mass technology has not undergone a major change, but in 3 areas the significant changes are happening. One is the scale of operation, and the second is the emission management, and the third is the response. That means the life of the coke ovens. So over the last few years, the looks, form, and efficiencies of coke ovens has undergone a change. Usually, someone like me who has worked in coke ovens, when I join a coke ovens, it is very young. And when I retire, the coke ovens is very old. And the coke ovens is actually completely different. So the coke ovens which come through transformations, they are actually completely different in looks, forms, and efficiencies. So scale, there is a change. Life elongation, there is a change. Now people are talking about coke ovens for life. That means there is no need to replace a coke ovens. And third one is an emission control. All sort of emissions which are coke ovens is infamous for, they are being controlled. So technologies are listed there. We don't have to go through all of them. So each one coke oven nowadays can produce 15,000 tons of coke per year. This is in the conventional coke ovens. And in the other coke ovens, heat recovery coke ovens, it can produce about 8,000 tons of coke per year. So that's the technological advances to address the scale issue. 6.78 meter tall coke ovens producing almost 15,000 tons of coke per annum per oven. The other one is 7.6 meter tall coke ovens, top charge battery. There's a dry quenching station which has gone from 100 TPH of steam to 260 TPH of steam. And there are the 4th generation heat recovery coke ovens which have come up. This is a rundown, primarily data. You can go through it at your leisure. But look at the numbers in the red. The 4,000 in generation 1 has become 8,000 in generation 4 in a matter of 20 years per oven. This is a coke output per oven. The longer life, technology for longer life is predominantly revolving around refractories and how refractories are intertwined with each other, how the refractories are supported well by the anchorage, and how they are being used. So, for example, there are less intertwining joints, there are less shapes as compared to what they were in the past earlier. There are new types of refractories. There are the nano refractory coating on the refractory walls, superior oven wall sealing. There's optimized bracing, optimized staged heating. These are some of the technologies which coke ovens has undergone over a period of time, quite a few changes. The third one is about emission control. In emission control, it is predominantly staged heating, managing air to supply ratio, and optimizing size of a gas passage and gas outlet. This is one major development. Enlargement of recirculation hole in the heating chamber. Oven wall sealing is the third issue. And superconducting silica bricks is the next issue. The new coke ovens which are coming currently, they can meet the requirements of the Pollution Control Board standards of any country. So we just have to mention that, and it can be done. The heat recovery coke ovens in particular are tailor-made to deliver on the decarbonization. They consume lesser heat and they burn and therefore they stand out in certain respects. So if any steel plant does not require coke oven gas and has a need for coke, then this technology, heat recovery coke ovens, suits it best. Tata Steel has its heat recovery coke ovens in Haldia, and many other steel plants are having their own heat recovery coke ovens now. This is the explanation how the heat recovery coke ovens produce less carbon dioxide. Heat recovery coke ovens typically produces two products. One is coke and second is power. If the coke and power are produced together in heat recovery coke ovens, you can save about 0.7 million tons of less carbon dioxide emission per ton of coke. That's the way the technology benefits. Details we can discuss later. As whoever is interested, they can get in touch with me. I'm not taking you through the calculations. Very simply, you require CO2 emission in coke ovens, you have CO2 emission in power plant. If the two are done together, then you produce only 1.25 million tons of metric tons of CO2 per ton of coke as against 1.95 or 2.92. That's the principle. So almost 30% to 57% reduction in the CO2 emission. How this particular thing is achieved is explained in the slide. Primarily, you generate steam at a very higher pressure. You generate more steam in quantity, and that's how you recover more heat, waste less energy. This is the principle in which in this particular process, the development of technology. The crux also lies not only in doing individual parts, but doing optimization of all parts put together very well. And this is something which comes from experience of installation of a large number of coke ovens and understanding as to where there's a scope for optimization and optimizing it in the next cycle. That's how the technology is getting developed. And that's the reason, one of the reasons, strong reasons why ACRE stands out as a world's leading coke oven technology supplier. I don't think I need to read this. They are optimized in respect of all the areas: capacity, matching capacity, refractory life, etc. So the ACRE and the whole Chinese coke oven industry believes that they have really touched the limits of what they can achieve in individual areas. So how you can further decarbonize it? They believe that you can decarbonize it by looking at upstream and downstream processes and integrating those upstream and downstream processes better. So that's the way in which they intend to go and look at, guide themselves for further development of technology. So in conclusion, I would like to say that the scale, life elongation, and emission control are the three challenges that the operator has, coke oven operator has. All these three challenges are being faced by the technology manufacturer, technology supplier, and they have their own areas of development. Multiple areas of development have caused significant improvements in all these aspects. And greening the plant further will be by way of integration of upstream and downstream processes, material supply chains, and the improvements in the current processes. They look saturated. A resource structure at current market prices may necessitate blast furnaces to stay. So this is a statement that blast furnaces will not get wished away. They will be continuing to be prevalent in the next 20, 30 years as well. So they will stay, and therefore bringing a cap on complete greening of the steel plants. That may or may not take place as much as we wish. So that's it. Thank you so much. Any issues, any questions that you have, you can email it to me, or you can sort of get in touch with me later on.
Thank you so much, Mr. Deshpande. And next, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Sanjay Chaudhary, Head of Service Engineering, Timken India. And he's going to talk about India Metals Growth Part Timken Solutions. With a big round of applause, please.
Slide changer.
A very good afternoon to everyone. I'm Sanjay Chaudhary. I head the service engineering group for the Timken India Limited. Today's my topic is we are going to talk about the market trends, challenges, and the Timken solutions that we have for the metal industries. I think most of our delegates here are esteemed speakers. They spoke about these things. I think right now the industry's trends is, there's the energy costs are significant. There are high operating expenditures, commitment to reduce carbon dioxide. I think we spoke about that extensively during this presentation here. Optimizing operations, trying to make it lean. I think it's one of the focus of all OEMs, end users these days. What are the market challenges? Market growth means mill equipment is handling higher loads or heavier loads and speeds. That means you have an existing mill, you have an existing equipment. There's always a continuous demand to run it beyond its expectations or beyond its optimum limit. So thus you have the higher loads and speeds. The expectation is to have more output results, and that means more strain on the equipments. Also, there's unexpected repairs, unplanned downtime affects the entire mill operations. So under these circumstances, what are the solutions that we have in terms of bearing for the metal industries is bearings reduce friction, they help equipment run more efficiently. To handle these extra shock loads or the rigorous application conditions, the bearings have to be designed maybe with special heat treat. The standard heat treat may not perform well. Material enhancements in the bearings to increase the bearing life and protect it against certain enhancement to protect it against debris, corrosions, many other application conditions, and also have innovative products, not just the standard bearing products, but the innovative products for the challenges that we come across in the different applications. So with this context set, we are talking about the steel industry, the metals. If you see, there is a very highly capex driven industry. That means you have to put a steel plant, you have to invest a lot. So a lot of OEMs are, or the end users look for revamping the rolling mills. So that means we have higher loads, higher speeds, and how do we handle that? Very quickly, and talk about, we have a roll here. So if you see a roll has to undergo cyclic bending stresses. You see on one side that you have a extreme tensile stress because of the loads that's applied, and then compressive stresses on the other side, and the cycle continues. So with higher loads, the roll designs have to be reviewed, as well as the bearing design has to be changed. So increased roll neck means, what I mean to say, increased roll neck means higher bending stresses, lower roll fatigue life. So how a bearing design or bearing selection can help you work on this? In addition to this, any bearing selections, the barrel diameter is the basis for any rolling mill design. Any bearing selections have to be made within the given envelope constraints, within the given envelope dimensions. We have to typically maintain a neck to barrel ratio of 58 to 62%. An optimum turn down. I think all the end users would like to have a good or more than 10% turn down. I'm talking about backup rolls here. Allowable neck bending stresses and minimal allowable choke limits, because the choke sections have to be thinner to have a better turn down. So if you're not able to make this, then you'll probably end up with breaking your neck with the increased loads on the mill. So what is the challenge? Basically, on the picture, what you see is there's a bearing A, which is the standard bearing that was there in the mill before the upgrade. Then you have the bearing B, which I would like to have, which is I would like to increase the roll diameter to reduce the neck bending stresses. And also I would like to reduce the width of the bearing to reduce the bending arm. But in the given envelope constraint, how can we do that? That means you have to increase the bore, keep the bearing OD the same, reduced, and also reduce the width. This can be achieved by having cleaner steel. We have a solution called DuraSpex bearings, which would basically give you a 23% higher rating in the given envelope. 23% higher rating means theoretically 2 times the catalog life. So all this can be achieved by enhanced steel. You cannot use the standard steel. High clean steel, improve the surface finishes for the lubrication requirements or the thin film lubrication conditions, and also have a profiled geometry, because the higher loads means higher edge stresses on the bearings, and this has to be handled by the profile geometry. So the DuraSpec series allows you to do and have a revamp and increase the production in the mill. Just to touch on that, with the increased loads usually comes along with it the increase in speeds as well. And typically the grease lubricated mills or the sealed roller bearings are not going to perform here. So you may have to, or you will almost always have to move to a oil lubrication bearing. So Timken would generally provide the know-how or the modifications that is required to convert into an oil lubricated bearing. Moving on to the next topic, casters. We all know that casters, extremely tough environment for the bearing because of high heat, higher loads, low speeds. Anything beyond this cannot be expected for a bearing. So typically, a caster segment roll would have a spherical roller bearing and also a float bearing, which is the Timken Adapt. So talking about this, the Timken Adapt is basically a combination of CRB and cylindrical roller bearing. The CRB is meant to take the misalignment, and the SRB is meant to take misalignment, and CRB is meant to take the float. And the Timken Adapt is able to maintain both simultaneously. This is in comparison to the typical toroidal bearings that have been traditionally used, where the float and the misalignment capabilities are interlinked. That means if one is more, the other one becomes less. So they are interlinked to each other, but the Timken Adapt solves all these problems, and it's been the choice for the OEMs in the caster segments. Long products. This is just a simple example of what an end user would generally face, and a simple solution that we may have to overcome this. In long product, regular choking, dechoking would end up gouging of the roll necks. So we understood that as a problem as simple as this can be resolved. We understood that the roller drops have to be reduced, and also giving an improvised chamfer. So when I mean to say the roller drops can be reduced by having a tightly controlled roller diameter, cage dimensions, which will help you reduce the roller drops and reduces the amount of accidents during choking and dechoking. And also, as I mentioned, improved chamfer on the inner ring that pilots the outer ring onto the inner ring. The last topic I want to talk, rolling mills are generally exposed to contamination, and liquid contamination is a big part that the bearings have to see in the rolling mills. The liquid contamination is generally coming out from the water or the roll coolant that you're using, and also the condensate that gets into the bearing. This is a typical problem that the end users face. And during the overhauling, generally, end users see that there's a lot of corrosion, and the symptoms of corrosion that, like, for example, you can see peeling there on the bottom left picture, which is basically indicating a marginal lubrication condition. What does this kind of condition lead to? So if you see, this would lead to etching. You can see the roller space marks there on both the sides. Etching is nothing but corrosion. This leads to this. So you can try anything, like, for example, you can try a very good sealing system. You may have tried everything, but if the problem still persists, that means the corrosion can lead to spalls on the raceway surfaces. So what is the solution for this? We can offer engineered surface coating, like a thin, dense chrome or aqua specs, what we call it as. These are proprietary Timken coating that can be applied on bearings to make sure that the bearings last longer in the mill and ensure that you have an optimum production and optimum throughput from your mill. Thank you. This is all I had to present. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sanjay, for the wonderful presentation. We now move on to our next and the last session for the day. And I'll just announce all the speakers, the sequence for all the speakers. So the very first one will call upon Mr. Jay-Z from Argus Media. And next we'll have Mr. Massimiliano Zampa. And number 3, we would have Pablo Serrano. Number 4, Camille Mokarzal. Number 5, Carsten Doyle. Number 6 will have Dipankar Ghosh. Number 7, Angelo Naclerio. Number 8, ND Rao. And number 9, Baswan Salagundi. I hope you all have understood the sequence. So let's begin with Mr. Jazzy from Argus Media. And he's going to talk about the strategic raw materials towards decarbonization with a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's an absolute honor to be here. My name is Jay-Z. I'm from Argus Media. I'm a deputy editor for the Ferrous Scrap based in Singapore. So first and foremost, I'd like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers for inviting me here. We are pleased to be a media partner for this event, and I'm excited to share with you on my insights. So just on a very brief introduction of Argus Media, we are an independent price reporting agency specializing in global commodity coverage on global energy, agriculture, metals, and chemicals. Founded in 1970, Argus has grown to be a trusted source of information for businesses, governments, and market participants across the globe. And we have offices over 20 countries, and we are used for benchmarks including crude oil, biofuels, gasoline, LPG, coal, metals, and environmental markets. Our offering falls into 3 main categories, 4 actually, which is price reporting, consulting, data science, and conferences, where we invite leading industry players to share their insights and provide peer networking opportunities. So, specific to the metal sector, we understand it's a fast-growing market, especially for India. And we're happy to announce that we are being referenced in 50% of our met coal contracts. We are also used in a basket of indices with other price reporting agencies, and approximately 30% of our China oil imports are based on Argus indices. We are also in collaboration with other exchanges like LME, where we have futures, derivatives, and so all in all, Argus is one of the leaders in global steel and raw material prices. So just for today, I would like to provide a market update, and I'll be touching on how we can use certain raw materials for decarbonization, and I'll end with some concluding thoughts. So just for a very quick market update of what happened in 2023 last year. Global crude steel production stood at 1.8 billion tons, which is largely stable from 2022. And what's interesting here is that China's crude steel production accounted for over 1 billion tons. So what this essentially means is that China has produced more than the rest of the world combined. So India was the second largest crude steel production in 2023. Japan was the third. And let's take a look at what has happened in this year so far. Okay. Sorry, just give me a second. So per World Steel data, global crude steel production from January to October this year, China has produced about 850 million tons. So it looks like they are on track actually to produce another 1 billion ton this year. And World Steel has also indicated that they forecast demand to fall by 1% this year, but they said that India is expected to maintain strong momentum. So what really stood out to me in this chart is that among the top 5 steel producers, only India is showing strong growth at the moment, whereas other economies in Asia continues to face challenges such as overcapacity, fluctuating demand, and economic uncertainties. So while we have established that there has been capacity and oversupply situations in Asia, we are still seeing high volume exports coming out of China. So in October itself, we saw that China's steel exports have actually surged 41% year on year to 11.2 million tons in October. And this is matching the monthly export record set in September 2015. And this can be attributed to many, many factors. For example, weak domestic demand, competitive pricing, and government stimulus measures. So let's take a look at India. Similarly, India's steel production is set to rise. The Indian Steel Secretary said that India needs to expand its crude steel production capacity to 300 million tons by 2030. And we've already started to see that plan in motion, honestly. So JSW, for example, has signed an MOU with POSCO to set up an integrated steel plant with an initial capacity of 5 million tons. Jindal Steel is expected to add 6 million tons capacity to 9.6 million tons, and Tata Steel is expected to add 5 million tons to its existing 21 million tons in the 2024-2025 fiscal year. Okay, but the lower domestic prices have been on a downtrend, to be honest, which begs the question, is it sustainable? And the low steel prices hurts Indian producers. So the Indian's Ministry of Steel is advocating a safeguard duty or temporary tax to curb these growing imports. And this is not an issue that's specific to India. At the moment, we see that flat steel prices have been under great pressure in Europe, but long steel products have shown more resilience due to stable construction sectors. So that's it for the market update. I'll just talk about strategic raw materials needed to decarbonize. So when I was researching for this, there's a pile of information on how to decarbonize, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. The topic of decarbonization is not new, but it's gained significant urgency over the years due to stricter environmental regulations like CBAM. So one of the proposed solutions is to use a better grade of feedstock, for example, like your iron ore, better coking coal, right? Because when you use better raw materials with lower ash, lower sulfur, lower impurities, you decarbonize. But raw material prices can go crazy depending on market fundamentals. Take here, for example, if you were to buy coking coal, premium low-vol coking coal on index-linked basis, in February 2021, you're paying $145 for the February index price. Fast forward a year later, because of the Ukraine-Russian war, you are paying essentially $444 that month. So that is an unexpected spike in raw material costs. So we can talk about decarbonizing by going the EAF route, because we know steelmaking sector is a very pollutive one. It accounts for 8% of CO2 emissions, making it one of the largest contributor to climate change. So going the EAF route will arguably help lessen carbon emissions because it uses scrap, which is kind of renewable if you talk about it, because you generate scrap when you tear down buildings or when you scrap cars in general, which is what we do in the course of our lives. And this is currently happening and gaining traction. For example, earlier in May, Tata Steel UK announced that it will decommission both blast furnaces at Port Talbot and build new EAFs. So this reduces CO2 carbon emissions by 5 million tons per year. Kobe Steel in Japan also said the same thing. They are building a large EAF in Kakogawa, which is in Western Japan. And there are many other examples like British Steel, JFE, US Steel, and so on. But EAFs can be challenging to some companies like India. So it is not the best or the most straightforward answer in essence, because take India, for example, you guys have abundant iron ore reserves, making integrated steel plants with BOF a more cost-effective choice. India also has a lower capita of per steel consumption, so which means that there isn't enough domestic steel scrap to support EAF steelmaking completely, which means there is a need for imports. Next, there's also focus on primary steel production, and growing infrastructure and industrialization requires a large volume of high quality steel. Which BOFs are more well suited to produce. There's also energy constraints and so on. But scrap prices can also be volatile. Here in Asia, the biggest scrap supplier is Japan, and prices has been sustained so far in Q1 because of a better domestic steel demand, but that can change. There's been talks about Japan potentially becoming a net importer of scrap instead of being an exporter themselves. So demand from other Asia regions has also been steady to lower this year, and bulk scrap demand has been sporadic and often unexpected. So China is also another factor to watch out for. Despite the 1 billion ton per year capacity, their scrap imports were less than 550,000 in 2023. So China has revamped its import policy in 2021, but the new standards are still not in line with what's globally used for trade standards. So it is possible of a further revamp and alignment in 2023. So in conclusion, there is no one fit all answer. It depends on what the steel mill wants to achieve and adopt. So I will skip this in the interest of time. But just know that in August, we have a DRI price. So if anybody's interested, please reach out to me. Concluding thoughts, I'll skip this as well because it's what I've mentioned before. But I would like to take a minute to just talk about the Trump factor. When he takes office in 2015, it will cast some uncertainty on the ongoing decarbonization efforts. So if you guys remember, in his first term, he withdrew from the Paris Climate Agreement. He has dismissed climate change and sought to bring coal industry back to the US. And just this week, he said he will impose a 25% tariff from Canada and Mexico and an extra 10% on Chinese goods. So there is some degree of a scare of a tit-for-tat trade war between US and China, which may set decarbonization efforts back to some degree. And with that, I end my presentation. My email is over there. If you guys need any information on any prices of any commodity, please reach out to me. If I cannot answer them, I'll make sure someone else can. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jesse, for the wonderful presentation. I now invite on stage Mr. Massimiliano Zampa, Deputy CTO from Denali. With a big round of applause, please.
Okay. Thank you very much to be here. A little bit late. I will try to short my presentation as soon as possible. Just to give some highlight about the situation of India. In the last 25 years, the steel production is always grew. Together with the steel production are also grew the emissions. And sorry to say, but India is one of the worst emitters of CO2 in the world, 2.5, 2.6 tons of CO2 for each ton of liquid steel. If we look route-wise, we have here the solution that major part is made by blast furnace, some part made by electrical furnace and induction furnace. If we look more in detail in the DRI production, India is the first DRI producer in the world, coal basis. And if we look the emission of the rotary kilns, coal basis are quite high, double compared to the gas basis. Nevertheless, the DRI producer is still increasing year by year. Now, if we look for tomorrow, because one of the targets is to reach in 2030 250, 300 million ton capacity, means double respect to today. The DRI production is also foreseen to increase to arrive around 80 million ton per year. Scrap, that also we discussed the panelists before, is a possibility, but still seems not enough. We have a local resource in terms of iron ore and coal, means that the blast furnace tomorrow will not disappear. But for the other ends, we have to take care that the emissions in the last years increase a lot. And this is something that now we have to take care of. But we have also some opportunities, because in the last period, the natural resource in India grew. We discover new possibilities. Also, the production of green hydrogen seems to be increased, so will be available in the future. And together with this, also can be the possibility to use hydrogen. So, try to put some questions on the table, that is, how we can combine the increase of steel production together with the reduction of emission for a ton of liquid steel. Can we have a plant that is able to work with different feedstock gas during the next years? Can we have alternative solution to heat up the reduction gas without natural gas or worse, hydrogen? Maybe we can propose a solution. Let me jump very quickly to where we are. Energiron is on the history, means we start in the 50s, so more than 70 years ago. In 2006, we made a strategic agreement with Tenova to develop the Energiron, boosting the technology. Now we are a model that can work from 0.2 up to 2.5 million ton per year, with a different feedstock. In the last 3 years, more than 9 clients choose Energiron like a technology to power their DRI plants. Design concept, very brief. This is the process scheme of the Energiron. One of the things that we have to highlight is that with the same scheme, we have we can feed with the same process scheme, different gas, natural gas, coke oven gas, syngas, reformed gas of hydrogen. Here we have the reactions. We heat up the gas up to 1000 degrees at 6 bar. And we have embedded in the system also a carbon capture system. Let's jump these things. Just a small highlight in the carbon capture is already embedded in the system. And we can, in practice, capture half of our CO2 that is producing inside the process scheme. The real point is what we have to do with the CO2. We can make carbonate, food and drinks, other use, but it's very limited. Nowadays, everyone speaks about hydrogen. Just for your information, Energiron is already using hydrogen up to 60%, 65% coming from natural gas. And this is how Energiron can move from 0% hydrogen up to 100% hydrogen in practice without any change in the process scheme. My personal opinion is that arrive 100% of hydrogen to make pure iron, and after that in the electrical furnace, put the carbon to make steel, is little bit not useful. So it's better to stop little bit before, maintain 80% hydrogen, and make and use the DRI to move carbon in the liquid steel. As I already told this morning, in my opinion, to decarbonize the iron making today, we need to make synergy. Here we have the two routes. One route is the classic BF-BOF, and the other is DRI-EAF. If we move completely to the DRI section, the emissions are less than half compared to the BF route, and here is more heavy, more is easy to understand. But of course, we can also combine. For example, we can use the DRI inside the blast furnace. We increase the efficiency and we decrease the emissions. Or otherwise, we can use DRI. In this case, we can also melt in the electrical furnace and after that combine the converter. Last section, the complete transition to the DRI EAF route. Or otherwise, we can also use the coke oven gas that we discussed before to feed directly at the direct reduction plant and using this steel to increase the capacity of the plant. Here we have the typical composition of the coke oven gas that is quite rich of hydrogen. And this is the scheme that we already use in China in two plants. One plant is in HBIS and the other plant is in Baowu, 0.5 and 1 million ton per year capacity, feed completely by coke oven gas. Okay, I jump this one. Here are just some numbers that we can use. With a 4 million ton per year capacity blast furnace, we can produce 0.8 million ton per year DRI, means 0.7 liquid steel. Last, we can also use coke oven gas. We are able to feed our process directly with the coke oven gas, and this can be a solution for India. One possibility could be to use this kind of scheme that is quite simple, so means less OPEX directly from the coal gas, the syngas, sorry, in the DRI plant, and with the exhaust gas, we can produce electrical energy to feed directly the electrical furnace, hot charging, in order to increase the efficiency. Last, we can also equip our plant with electrical heaters. In this way, we can produce in practice with the natural gas a real green steel using the electricity to heat up the gas. Let's jump to the conclusion because we are already out of the time. This is just some example of our references. I jump also let me jump also the small video. This is, in my opinion, what I would like that you take in your pocket when you come back at home. Means flexibility. We can use different source of gas, same scheme. We can, with the possibility to be integrated in the current blast furnace plant, possibility to use electricity to heat up the gas, environment friendly. Using the DRI, you have the lowest emissions, also with natural gas. We are ready for tomorrow in the sense that we are able to use electricity and hydrogen as soon as the hydrogen will be available. For any future comments or questions, feel free to contact me. Here you have my email. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Massimiliano. And it's now time to call upon Camille Mukarzal, Business Development and Sales Manager, 5STEEN, along with Alexis Dushin, Sales and Marketing Director, 5DMS, with a big round of applause.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for staying here, even if we are a little bit late. So we will go straight to the main topics. Just a few reminders on the market demands regarding the electrical steel. We are facing a booming of the demand of the electrical steel, which is mainly led by the development of EV markets for non-granulated steel, and the improvement on transformers and the supply of transformers due to the electrification of the need, with basically a market which is today about 20 million tons per year, and with an expectation of an improvement of 30% within the coming 3 years. So regarding the process technologies, we are facing challenges due to the increasing of silicon content in the electrical steel, which is driving our research of technologies and our supply and technologies, mainly due to the difficulty to process such new grades and the difficulty to roll it. So I will not go into detail on that, and we will quickly jump to the non-granulated solutions.
Alexi. The market of electrical car is not only driving, let's say, the volume for the increasing demand of electrical motor for electrical car, but also requirement on the magnetic property are increasing, and car makers want to improve the quality of steel in order to be able to fulfill the requirement of the cars. And when we look to the electrical motor, we need to have an electrical motor which is able to, let's say, provide a high torque level, and this is related directly to the magnetic property related to the saturated magnetic flux, which should be higher. And also, we need, for example, at high frequency, high speed, on highway, we need to have an electrical motor which has less iron losses. And to be able to do this, we need to have key equipment which we provide in order to achieve this performance. Okay, so here I have a small video about the process, starting from the hot roll coil until the final product. Here we have some key equipment related to the APL, annealing and fitting line, and also to cold rolling mill. And we have also key equipment related to the final process, which is annealing and coating line for NGO. Okay, so on annealing pickling line, the key process section is the furnace. And in the furnace, we have a key section, which is the direct flame section. In this section, we propose a technology which is a breakthrough technology because we are using flameless combustion burner, which allow to heat the strip homogeneously, and also it allows to heat the strip in non-oxidizing atmosphere, which is very important for the process because as we know, 80% of the defect coming in the downstream process of APL is related to the surface quality, and our DFF, flameless DFF, allow to get this high quality.
So just a few words regarding cold rolling mill. So we are in fifth supplier of cold rolling mill for silicon steels, mainly reversible mills. So today the trend is going to thinner gauges, down to 0.1 and even lower. So today the technologies trend is to go to a 20 iron mill or 6 iron mill, reverse iron mill with minimum work hole diameter.
The final step of the process to produce non-grain oriented steel is the annealing and coating line. And in this section, we need to have key equipment like induction to be able to fast heat the steel to get the right, let's say, microstructure of the steel. So we have our own technology with our group from Fifth LS, which allow to achieve high performance of heating rate required in this section. Okay, so all the technology we mentioned here, we already applied in one of the largest steel maker worldwide, Group Baowu, where we supply one APL and two ACL, which are already in production. And we could achieve a high quality steel grade for EV steel. And on this equipment, we have the capacity also to get very high performance related to hydrogen content at 100% hydrogen, and also a very high temperature of 1150 degrees, and process speed of 200 meters per minute, which is mandatory in order to increase the productivity. Okay, also for the grain-oriented steel, which is used mainly for transformer, we have also specific technology which are quite similar sometimes to NGO steel grade. And here on this technology also we need to have to get the steel which have let's say a small iron losses, and it's important for the transformer performance. So here we will show also a video of our process.
Basically, the beginning of the process remains the same on the APL and the cold rolling mill, so we can supply equipment which are both for the grain-oriented and non-grain-oriented.
Here we have also induction technology, which is mandatory for the final process, especially in the decarbonizing section, in order to get the right property of the steel.
Cold rolling mill we already discussed. So basically, we are offering 20 iron mill for such applications.
Yes, and for the decarbonizing line, which is a step very important in the process to produce grain-oriented steel, we need to, in this section, to decarbonize the steel. And to do so, we need to control the atmosphere precisely, especially the dew point to ±1 degree. So here, the key point in this section is the control of the atmosphere. And the final step, after batch annealing, we need to improve the flatness of the strip. So what we do, we have a specific tension control inside the furnace, which allow us to flatten the strip.
Yes, and here in parallel of the case study we get on the NGO, here is one we get in Tisco, which is Baobo Group a few years ago. So we succeed in supplying DCL and FCL on that process with very high performances. So as a conclusion, I hope we went straight to the product we can offer. So the main message I can give you is that FIV is a technology provider, so we are able to offer the technologies and the process which the market and the product are requesting today. We are here to answer to your questions through our colleagues from FIV in India. And okay, don't hesitate if you have any more comments. I try to make it fast, okay? Thank you.
Thank you so much, speakers. I think you were on time. And I now invite Mr. Angelo Naclerio, Sales Director, EM Molds, and Mr. Amit Srivastav, Managing Director, Metec Engineers, with a big round of applause.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks, first of all, for keeping your eyes open still. And I'll try to be short. Thanks, first of all, for giving us the opportunity to take you through this exciting journey through the steps that we're taking towards sustainability as far as our product is concerned. I'm Angelo Naclerio. I'm Sales Director of EM Molds, based in Italy. Just a brief introduction for whoever of you doesn't know about our company. We have more than 100 years experience in the copper casting and about 50 into copper mold tubes and plates for continuous casting. EM Molds was founded in 2007, but took over the company, the Europa Metalli SPA, which is the name we're more famous with in India. We have more than 400 customers in the world, and we have a fully integrated plant from casting all the way to coating in Italy to have a full traceability of the quality of our products. We make tube molds for billet looms and beam blanks casters. We produce from size 80 by 80 to cast very small billets to very large rounds up to 1.6 meter diameter. And everything which is in the middle of this range is in our tools. We also make plate molds for slabs, looms, and beam blank casters. And we also provide single piece water jackets for tube molds. About our commitment for sustainability, that can be basically resumed in 3 different subjects. One is outwards, so return your mold policy, so in line with the circular economy, more modern concepts. Inwards, so green energy initiative, so basically we looked into our production and what we could do to optimize the efficiency of our production and obviously reduce the consumption of energy. And the third one is related to products. So we're making products which are able to increase the productivity and reliability of the semi-finished products. First step, outwards. So our biggest promise is returning a mold program, which is basically based on the fact that we provide a service rather than an item. So this means that all the used mold tubes are returned back to us, and the mold tubes are then remelted, and basically we produce the new mold tubes. So we have a customer scrap account where the waste material or used mold tubes is collected. And then whenever we are shipping new mold tubes, we are deducting the equivalent weight from the scrap account. It's very easy, and it's got several benefits, as you can see. So better scrap copper pricing, because we have a full value of the alloy, because most people does not know, but the silver content in the alloy that we produce for silver bearing copper, which is the most common type of alloy for copper molds, is quite relevant within the cost per ton of the alloy that we produce, up to €1 per kilo. And these will be totally recognized to the customer when they return the used mold tubes. Stable manufacturing costs, because we are independent from the fluctuations of the LME market and the copper price. Improved cash flow, because obviously the financial exposition is lower, because we pay only for the manufacturing and not for the base material. And then simplify scrap management, because we don't have to worry about selling on the market the used mold tubes. And a lower carbon footprint, because obviously this supports green initiatives due to the fact that CO2 emissions are reduced by remelting its own copper. Inwards, we're also doing loads of activities. As you can see from the graph, we have reduced more than 40% in the last 3 years our specific consumption of energy. So we use 4.2 kilowatts to produce 1 kilo of mold tubes, while in the past it was 7.1 in 2020. So we've done a lot of efforts in improving the yield and the efficiency of our production, and reduce the consumption of energy. In 2024, we also taken the commitment of using 30% of renewable energy sourced energy. So 30% of our input will be coming from renewable sources, and lower operational costs, because obviously we've improved the efficiency. Product-wise, we are focusing on intelligent mold tubes. So a mold tube which is already consolidated, which can record the temperatures. And the main property of these is that it doesn't require any modification to the water jacket and the continuous casting fabrications. So we have integrated the electronics on board the mold tube, and this allows it to be versatile. So basically, you can take the old tube out and insert new tube in, and you're good to go to monitor the temperatures in the mold. And the temperature profile in the mold tube is very while in the flat products is consolidated technology. In long products, it's still a dark world, because obviously we measure the temperature in the tundish, and then if we're lucky, we have what comes out of the extraction rolls. And the aim is to give visibility to this item, because especially for special steel grades, it's they're very sensitive, obviously, to temperature, and the monitoring of the temperatures in the mold tube is an add-on, because the market is going in the direction of knowing your process, because obviously you cannot improve if you don't have knowledge of the process of casting that you do. So we are now taking part of this CRIACO project, which is a 1.6 million research project funded by the European Union and local government to invest in this sense. So basically the goal is to develop a high-tech crystallizer. So a tube that can improve the steel production efficiency, and obviously together with the artificial intelligence and machine learning, we can feed data to the cloud where all these data are collected, and the temperature monitoring will be then one of the key to link the temperatures in the mold tube with quality of the product downstream. And we really believe that this is the way and the path to go, especially if we have no interference with whatever comes around. And also the other advantage is the cost efficient, because it's much cheaper compared to a fiber brick system, where the fiber is still rather expensive these days. We have a live data logging and transmission, so we can be at the moment, the consolidated object is to have an offline measurement of the temperatures, but we also aim to make it live. So while casting, we can monitor not only the strands, but also the temperature profile of each strand that creates the billet downstream. So it's a very ambitious project, and this is the outcome that we've had so far. We found out very interesting things regarding the distribution of temperatures on the mold tube. And we are studying the next steps, which is wireless charging or power harvesting to make the duration of the battery longer. Obviously, it's got to be battery operated, or find a way for one cable that needs to come out to provide the power. Obviously, this is I'll just scroll through very quickly. This is the typical thermal monitoring perspective we have. And so obviously, thanks to the collection of data, then after a certain time, we'll be able to set up alarms to detect whether the product that you are casting will produce then some defects downstream. We obviously focusing on mold life, which is obviously a must to improve the operational costs of our customers. So to achieve these, we are focusing on researching on new coatings, new technologies, new engineering, and obviously we make a large use of our CFD modeling to make a prediction of what is the right taper and the right design of the tube we want to offer to produce certain steel grade. We deem ourselves as not just an item provider, but as a solution provider, because we don't want just to sell a product, which is the mold tube, which is going more and more towards a commodity. But we'd like to provide a service, so follow our customers in order to find the right specification for them. And we have 400 customers in the world, and none of them have the same mold. So we aim to be present to our customers and help them to achieve together to extend the mold life and prevent all the quality defects and optimize the production. Also to come close to this amazingly growing market, we want to be closer to our customers, and we are investing now in the local market to be closer to our Indian customers, with the scrap collection hub to meet with the circular economy that we talked about earlier on, and also to provide a repair or recoating facility so that the mold tubes can be used more than once. So after use, we can recoat them, repair them, and then send them back to the customer for a second use. And then Make in India program, obviously, because we want to enable local value addition, and we'd like to organize later on a local production for the Indian market. So that is all. Thank you very much for your attention. And I think time is up. No time for questions. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Next, I would now like to invite Mr. Pablo Serrano, Director Commercial, Calfreeza SAU, with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. Thank you for giving Calfrisa the opportunity to present our strategy for decarbonizing. Also, thank you, my friend, Mr. Cosine, to invite us to a very nice lunch in order to have enough energy to continue with the presentations at that time. Calfrisa is a 60 years old technological supplier based on energy recovery and environmental solutions for different markets. Those markets are mainly DRI, steelmaking, cleaning gases solution for automotive, chemicals, and here more interested coal coating lines. Also valorization of dangerous waste, cremation, and heat treatment. All of them has in common very intensive energy consumption. As our intention is to be here at least another 60 years, we are working through our R+D department in two main stages. First of all, we work in the process optimization through the consumption reduction and energy efficiency improvement through redesign and through operational methods. And also, of course, with the digitalization, data treatment, digital twins, predictive maintenance of the equipment, RTOs, recuperator, also industrial furnaces and crematories. We also produce crematories. The second stage is the replacement of fossil fuels, where we are active with biological gas cleaning, also some equipments with electrification. Nowadays, changing the fossil fuels into electric by changing the partners, and also with clean combustion. We are using nowadays prototypes with hydrogen burners, and we are operating with them actively at home nowadays. For the industrial decarbonization process electrification, I want to share with you two real examples for replacing fossil fuels. Nowadays, we are working with electrical RTOs. An RTO, regenerative thermal oxidizer, is a gas cleaning equipment used to remove volatile organic compounds, VOC, and other hazardous pollutants for exhaust gases. Here in the steel making industry, we use them to clean the gases, the VOC, or the coal coating lines mostly. So Calfrisa is developing this kind of RTOs. And it's developing them into a new technology called ERTO. We call it ERTO, which allows the transition from fossil fuel-based chamber burners to electrical resistance heating. The key features for that is the heat source, the energy efficiency, the environmental impact, and it's ideal for industry generating VOCs, including chemical manufacturing, paint coating, and printing. The advantages, of course, are lower emissions, potential cost savings, and regulatory compliance. Second example I want to share with you is the clean combustion through the hydrogen. Hydrogen as an alternative to fossil fuels make it possible to decarbonize thermal processes that due to temperatures, associated gases, corrosion, impact of the process, material, and scales are not achievable with other electrification technologies. So we all know the strengths of the hydrogen. And of course, nowadays, we have a lot of weaknesses, but the market and the final users are trying to reduce these weaknesses to use this hydrogen for the future. Good opportunity for us. I want to share with you that we started with a prototype furnace utilizing the hydrogen. Nowadays, as we produce different kinds of furnaces, mostly for the waste cleaning, but also for the crematory. Here in India is very famous, the crematory. Also in Spain, we are leaders in Europe for the crematory solution for human and also pets. And we are using one of these crematory furnaces to test the hydrogen burners and to test how it reacts in the real. So no longer, I only want to share with you a video of this unit working, if it lets me, to show to you how the hydrogen is working with a real furnace. Excuse me. So you can see 100% propane, 50% propane, 50% hydrogen. Now the flame is changing, 60% hydrogen. Now you can almost see the flame, and 20%, 8%. And at the end, 100% hydrogen. Be cautious because the flame cannot see by the human eye, and it's dangerous. Thank you so much for your attention. At your disposal. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Serrano. Next, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Srinivasan, Director of Paul Rich India, with a big round of applause.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the opportunity given to us. Yeah. So our company was founded in 1906. We are specialists in heavy duty industrial fans. So we have a very good research and development integrated into our company. So we are headquartered in Siegen in Germany. We have our office in US, Spain, and now we are in India. So Mr. Castendol, who is my colleague, was to present this. Due to his flight, he has left and I am making the presentation on his behalf. Yeah, so importance of high quality components is the cornerstone in our economy. So you see safety, efficiency and product quality. These have been the pillars which our industry is needing. So radial fan designs, we have various constructions. So agenda, I will be talking about the process air technology in the iron and steel industry, technical requirements for the radial fans, innovation and trends, practical examples and conclusion and the outlook. So basically process air, we have been in the fan business for over 100 years and we have been supplying fans to blast furnaces, direct reduction furnaces, dedusting, pelletizing. Various blowers we have been developing, pressure blowers, combustion blowers, converter gas fans, ID fans, exhaust fans, cooling air, sinter, dedusting, recirculation. So practically we take pride in saying that we are leaders in moving air. So process air technologies, there are different requirements for different applications like blast furnace require that DRI, dedusting, pelletizing and sinter. So there are various criteria to be considered during the fan selection process, which we have our process experts available who can deliver a very high efficiency fans. So these are some of the pictures from our installations. So technical requirements for the fan, in the steel industry mainly depends on the operating conditions. The operating conditions mainly are the temperature, pressure, and air volume. Because example, in the blast furnace or a converter, the fans should withstand very high temperatures. The pressure required varies from application to application, and air volume also varies. So material conditions, the components has to have corrosion resistance, heat resistance, wear resistance. So typically what happens is the selection of a fan for a particular flow and pressure, we need to fix the duty point in such a way the operating condition falls under the high efficiency zone. So we have developed a software which gives us the flexibility to design the fan with high efficiency. So how we do it? All our fans are custom made fans. They are not standard. So we go to the industry, collect the application details, try to understand the process from the customers, and then we develop a fan for a particular application. So our range, this will be of interest. We have a volume of about smallest is 350 meter cube per hour. And on a higher size, in case of single inlet, we can offer 19 lakhs meter cube per hour. If it is a double inlet, we can go up to 36 lakhs, 38 lakh meter cube per hour. Pressure range from single stage, we can go up to 440 millibar. In double stage, multiple stages, we can go up to 560 millibar. In terms of temperature, we can go from minus 52 degrees to greater than 850 degrees. And in terms of kilowatt, we have supplied less than 1 kilowatt to greater than 6,000 kilowatt. So we have a complete range of fans available to meet the demands of various industries, especially iron and steel industry. So noise reduction and vibration, we provide very high acoustic through soundproof insulation. So we can comply to any local statutory regulations. So we have, as I said, we have a very good research and development. We have in-house facility to do CFD and FEA analysis in case we are coming with a new fan development. So we have expertise, we have ISO 9001, 2015, EN 10902. So we have all the required certification to produce fans. So innovation and trends, major challenges are, many of my speakers were talking about rising energy costs, environmental regulations, increasing competition, requirement of innovative solution. So this is where Baldrige pitches in having energy efficient technologies by using variable speed drive. We can offer aerodynamic impellers wherein we can achieve efficiencies from 85 to 88% for applications. And in terms of hydrogen, we also have fans to move hydrogen through with our state-of-the-art technologies. So digitization, we have developed a sensor which can be fitted on the fan bearings, which can give the vibration measurement, temperature, and the noise levels, which can be monitored by the control room. So some of the practical examples, these are some of the fans which we have installed around the globe. So conclusion and outlook, we have come up with 3D printed blades for small diameters up to say 350 to 550 millimeter. We are doing continuous research to see how we can come up with a larger diameter. So we have more aerodynamic blades under construction. Basically in the design table, we offer with more energy efficient motor with a higher energy awareness. So that's my presentation. So I have another 1 minute in case you have any questions. Otherwise, I'm available for answers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Srinivasan. And I would now like to invite Mr. N.D. Rao, President, Projects Amalgam Steel, with a big round of applause.
It's not good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Yeah. So the national policy of steel, as I have outlined it earlier also, 500 million tons. The biggest challenge to achieve the 500 million ton steel is handling of the materials movement. So to produce 1 ton of steel, we need to move 4 tons of cargo. So for which the best solution available is all minerals can be transported through slurry pipelines. And if you look into that, because in India, the roads are congested and some states like Orissa is having a lot of road accidents. In the last 10 years in India, as per the data provided by the Ministry of Roads and Highways, 15 lakh people died on Indian roads. 15 lakh people died. And the highest number of casualties are all those states where the raw materials movement is there, most of the things. So there are a lot of opportunities there to minimize these losses. That is slurry pipelines, where it is the most environmentally friendly transportation technology. And if you put highest, you can even transport 38 million tons per annum in one pipeline. ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel is coming up one pipeline in India, in Odisha now. Previously, the world's highest capacity slurry pipeline phosphate concentrate, 46 million tons. Now, world's highest capacity is coming in India to transport iron ore in that. It is the most reliable transport, no Bharat bunds, no COVID, no strikes, and no cyclones, super cyclone. In several months, the transportation system stopped. And you can transport in the shortest route, and it is the lowest cost. Rupees per ton per kilometer in road, it is more than 5 rupees per ton per kilometer. Railways, they charge, I think it is around 2.7 rupees per ton per kilometer. In slurry pipelines, it comes depending on the capacity and the length. It can be, if it is 30 million tons, 300 kilometers, it comes in the first 2 years, around 1.7 rupees per ton kilometer. And the payback period is done, then it comes around 60 paisa to transport it. And it is the most reliable, and the life the designer gives 30 years, but it's well operated and constructed. It can go up to 45 years, 50 years also, the life of the pipeline. And it is a high-end technology where you don't require any people to operate it, very less people. It can operate on autopilot mode also. And it can be operated in the upstream, the pumping station, and the terminal station where you are receiving in the manufacturing plant. And there are other so many benefits in that. This is the only one solution which can help Indian steel, any metal manufacturing in India to achieve the vision of high capacities. This is one thing which is possible. So I think it's very late to speak more on this. Thank you very much, everybody. We are too late.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rao. We now come to an end of all our sessions. It was indeed wonderful to have all of you here. Firstly, thank you so much, everyone, for all your patience and for your valuable time, for the knowledge and for all the experience that you all have shared here on stage. And it's now time to felicitate all our esteemed, I can say esteemed speakers. And for that, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Ankit Mukherjee to please present the mementos. So I would call the name. Please come. So the very first person, Mr. Sanjay Chaudhary, Head Service Engineering, Timken, India. Mr. Sanjay, are you here? All right. Next, Mr. Anup Gupta, Vice President, Marketing, Prime Metals Technologies, India Private Limited. Mr. Anup is also not here. All right. Moving on to the next, Mr. Tarun Mathur, Global Portfolio Sales Manager, ABB India Limited. All right, I think many of the people have left. All right, Mr. Dharmesh Joshi, Mr. Harish Bhatt. Even they're not here. All right, Mr. Divyendu Podar. Yes, I can see Mr. Divyendu. Can we have a big round of applause for him? Thank you for your patience, sir. Here's some music. With a big round of applause. And next, yes, we have Mr. Massimiliano Zampa, Deputy CTO Denelli, with a big round of applause. And next, Mr. Pablo Serrano, Director Commercial, Calfreeze SAU. Next, Camille Mukarzal and Alexis Duchesne. Are you guys here? All right, moving on to the next, Mr. Srinivasan. I think we just heard you. Can I have you on stage, please? I think we can keep the music going on. And Mr. Kushal Agarwal, I think he's not here. I cannot see him. And next, Mr. Angelo Naclerio. All right, next, Mr. N.D. Rao. I think we just heard you. Mr. N.D. Rao. Yes, with a big round of applause. Oh, I think this is it because all the rest of the people, we have already felicitated them. So thank you so much once again. And now I request Ankit Mukherjee to please present the vote of thanks.
Thank you all very much for being here. And we are already well past our time, so I will try to keep it as short as possible. I feel like for those of you who are still here over the last 10 hours or so, we have built a certain connection. I would like to thank firstly all of you for being here, all of you who stayed so late. I want to thank our co-partners, Messe Düsseldorf. Thank you for co-organizing the conference with us. I want to thank our title sponsors, John Cockerell. Without them, this event would not be possible. Thank you for everyone from John Cockerell who have helped us, supported us in this event. I would now like to thank our platinum partner, Yogi GDG, our gold partners, RHI Magnesita, Refractory, Mahakoshal Refractories, JSW, Jindal Steel and Power, our co-partner, Calfreeze, our silver partner, Prime Metals, our steel partner, CPL Refractories, our co-partners, Danieli, Sale, Timken, our downstream technology partner, Tenova, our pen drive partner, Paul Ridge, our memento partner, FIFS, our tea coffee partner, Larsen & Toubro, our lunch partner, Modern Engineering Works, our second tea coffee partner, Irish, our delegate kit partner, Servesh, our technology partner, Dassault Systems, our gift partner, Maxis Motion, and our associate partner, Shriji Koken Energy, and finally our media partner, Argus. Thank you all for supporting our event, and most of all, thank you all for being here. And with that, I would like to close today's proceedings. Thank you very much.
Before you close, Ankit, you must present a memento to the MC for the day, who ran a wonderful show, keeping us all alive and kicking even after lunch.
Normally we fall asleep after lunch, but you kept the session alive. Thank you so much. From the bottom of my heart, a special thanks to you. Thank you, Shweta.
Thank you so much, sir. This was really not expected. I was there shooting for other people, but I wasn't aware that I am going to be awarded as well. Thank you so much. And once again, apologies for coming so late. And thank you so much. You all were wonderful. Thank you. God bless you all.
चार्जर विर्जर घ्या जरा घ्या फटाफट घ्या आज चालू मी नाही उठायला देऊन तेच बोललो आज चालू एकट्याच सगळ्या चालवते सकाळपासून वाकडा करतं का एका दिवसात फायदा होतो आता बोल आता बोल 4 मिनिटामध्ये किती मिनिटं राहिले एवढं बरोबर मी नो बघता सांगितलं 8 मिनिटं राहिली होते तरी हा हमारे ऊपर कुछ नहीं मी पण घेतो आता सूर्या थांब थांब बोललो ना मी HDMI काढतोय